Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. We're sorry about the delay before. We had a small technical issue, so we decided to start. I am Colin Lugo, local Magic player for you watching. And we also have...
Hi, I'm Ben Holt. I'm the co-commentator today. Welcome to round 2.
Yeah, so today we have Nelson Chen, good friend of mine. He's on Phoenix. I believe he is the blue. And then we have
Scotty
Scotty Taylor, who is on black, red, vampires. This is a deck that you're pretty knowledgeable in, right?
I would say so. My history in Pioneer is on the Rakdos side for sure. I've had some success with Rakdos this season. We should be getting started momentarily.
And I did misspeak. So Nelson on Phoenix is the red man. Scotty. Now this is a pretty tried and true matchup, in Pioneer. This is a matchup that is quite common in my opinion, right?
So historically, Rakdos Midrange, which is now Rakdos Vampires, made its debut in the Murders of Markov Manor, Murders of Karlov Manor Pro Tour. Heralded by Team Channel Fireball. The Pro Tour was won, I believe, by Seth Manfield.
Yeah.
Yes, I would say historically, it looks like Scotty is on for Leyline of the Void. He's ready for the Phoenix matchup. In the board, yeah. Probably a good call for today. I think a large portion of our meta today is Phoenix.
As far as Nelson looks pretty straightforward. He is still playing with that one in the main.
Okay.
He's not playing. He played 2 Ashgazi in the main as well. There are no props in this list in the main at least.
Also, Beacon Bolt and Crafting Drake as the alternate range condition.
Which is interesting because I'm currently using across the board. He's the best player in the RNG. It's notoriously terrible. But props feel very good. Oftentimes there are turns where you can set up a draw 7 or 8 cards.
I think the argument against props might be that it's a win more card. It really only functions when you're already ahead versus the cursive threats like Phoenix might not necessarily need it. We're off to the races, starting with a Duress. I believe it's a 1 board main of pretty stock for Rakdos.
And it looks like Nelson has
Sleight of hand to consider.
Yeah, sleight of hand, consider, two considers, I believe is one of
Okay.
the end of the Kiara. And then we have lands, we have Fire Bluff, Odawara, and I'm not sure what that blue red land idea is. So overall, pretty good hand.
It's relatively duress proof. We don't see anything with the treasure trees.
Interesting.
Takes the sleight of hand.
It might have taken a
Maybe. I think consider is a stronger card. I guess the argument or the heuristic is always taking the one that Max is the only one of. And step consider. No, Ashdrop's more for, I believe, the mirror.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's, I assume it's good against the polite. I'm not sure if that's the reason it's in the list, but it does help in that matchup as well as Lotus. It's probably good against that deck as well.
Probably very good against Lotus.
Which I think is an unfavored matchup for Phoenix.
It's very good. Lotus is like Lotus is very good.
You walk to a creature of the Schism. Not necessarily the turn 3 player looking for when playing vampires. It's respectable though. Preacher is notably good against this deck because of the removal that it demands. I believe Nelson is only on. Well, he's on 4 Lightning Axe, but
Nelson, he does have a Lightning Axe in the
right. It's a
so you picked up Lightning Axe and Treasure Cruise.
very valuable removal spell that all matchups.
I think personally would. I think I would play like a better first, which is because what he's gonna do. And he's going to blow that thing up.
I think Preacher Phoenix makes sense. Pretty good shredding. It's not bad.
Not bad. This is why I want to drop.
Interesting. I could see that.
You know, I mean, it really fuels, you know, turns where you just don't have to do stuff. Ooh, that's a good hit. You do another RCQ.
Pretty good. Now, Nelson is not playing Nathan Stoyer's invitational card, and I don't think that's stock for Phoenix.
None of them play.
Okay.
He's playing?
No, I'm saying he's not playing.
Okay, he's not. Okay. Yeah, they're not playing that card.
Right. I mean, that might be one of the cards you play with. Probably.
Yeah.
Possibly.
But, you know, at the same time, it's not a huge threat.
I mean, the benefit here is that the same life total. If these life totals are reflective of the game, he should get both triggers. He should draw a card and lose a life. And
I
create a
believe
token.
he did.
Okay. Oh, you should see an adjustment in that life total, I think. It's a favorable mirror breaker.
Scotty's hand, it's pretty good. You have a Foxy, you have a Banner, so you have a Lion.
I didn't see it. Either way, Bane Ripper is good not only because it's a card you put him on the sword, it's also not a bad threat to hard cast, especially Pivotal Mirror Breaker that we play in turn 5. A good portion of the time. Though, depending on how Nelson's hand is constructed, we might see that Fable is not long for this world. But it looks like Nelson should be able to bin a second Phoenix. He said he was second one again.
Looks like he's going to get up in this situation as well. So overall, he did a good job setting up the hand.
So traditionally, before we had Bane Ripper in the Reckless Vampires deck, we would see once Phoenix got its gears churning, it would be relatively far ahead, especially the Temporal Trespass and the Report. Now that Vampires plays as many flyers as it does, though I do not see in Scotty's list that he's playing Archfiend of the Draw. He's playing 1. Right, that's a card that's normally good against Phoenix. Being said, 6 toughness, it's hard to kill, and it gives you a dearth of creatures that are all good into Lightning Axe, or all demand an answer of Lightning Axe. With that being said, if Scotty's able to land this Bane Ripper next turn, he might be able to stem the bleeding, so they say, with the two Phoenixes.
Yeah, it does look like you bottomed I believe.
Okay.
So it does have a third Phoenix plus this lightning.
Right.
I'm just trying to figure out exactly what it is. If I were him, I would have went after it.
With the information that we have, though, it might be better to hit the preacher, especially if Nelson is going to become for 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, wow.
So I mean, you know, if you go after the favorite, you know, you can't cast it.
Right. Though this is the kind of board state that Vanderford might not be good enough into.
Yeah, I mean, all the triggers do go on the stack after the game itself, so the life games just come there is a lot. Scared of. And I can see the reasons for being scared of it draw. Right. But, you know, the scariest thing that can do is play Vanguard.
Now, with Scotty resolving his favorite trigger, if he's looking for a sword to play, as well as a removal spell, in which case that would stabilize him to an extent. I think that will be discarded.
I believe right now.
You try to get the square fixed.
Yeah, we'll try and get the square fixed, and we will try and see what's going on with see if he can move the graveyard and his deck over into.
We're coming in through 3, eating that treasure token, which makes sense. Seems like it's not blocking anytime soon with these creatures.
Look at the second thing with the
it could block one of these phoenixes. Yes. We'll see. We'll have Nelson take the game actions necessary to win this game. Post-sport, we're likely going to see all 4 Leyland Voids come in. Looks like, looking at Seth Manfield's quote-unquote sideboard guide for this matchup, he ends up cutting the Duress, he cuts the Cavern of Souls to bring it down to 24 lands, and he cuts 2 of the Just Moving Gods. He's got on for each, so he might have a different sideboard plan.
Nelson side was Beauty Pass, the Cavern of Gods, 2 Brotherhood Goals, 3 Drake, 3 Dispute, 1 Dispute, 2 Dispute, 2 Primate, save all the full
right.
Because the viewers at home. So personally, I like John Tyler, so I like that. I don't know if he's got split on what I think that he typically wants
So anticipating most Phoenix players at this point probably anticipate that on the from vampires. Crafting Drake's very strong for running this that card, being that it doesn't care if it's graveyard. We have the Unpyromancer. So what's interesting about Unpyromancer is that when tokens die, they do die. Where Leyland Void will, with the other creatures dying, Leyland Void will negate the Bane Ripper triggers. The tokens will trigger Bane Ripper, and so that is something to consider when bringing the Pyromancer in. Though it is good against regular Rakdos, I'm less of a fan of it in this matchup. Though we'll see.
I mean, it's probably better to have some number of points.
I would say so. I think Crackling Drake is the better threat, though in my personal experience, I found that to be relatively ineffective against vampires, seeing as they keep in a lot of their main board removal. It also just dies to a fatal push, which is relatively easy to trigger.
So, interestingly enough, he didn't put Pat. I'm not sure why he didn't.
We could have the life totals incorrect. Right. Untapping here gives Scotty.
Okay, so Scotty picks up all really good cards for Scotty.
Second Bane Ripper here. Which is why is that casting the Bane Ripper, attacking with the Fable, cracking the treasure token, and killing the extra drain before. Which I think is a line that Scotty sees. This line's gonna take.
I would not
Sure, that makes sense. Especially as Phoenix is a recursive threat. But we'll see. We'll especially in the context of whether or not Nelson kills the Goblin Shaman before your attacks. I see Consider in his hand, and I see...
It looks like it's blue red.
So there's no stopping this Phoenix with Shaman to get into combat.
This is a very good spot for Scotty. I think that Scotty's really comfortable putting all of his cards out.
Remember, every dead creature on Nelson's side and on Scotty's side is an 8-point life swing. Which can be devastating. Kind of grindy mid-range air battles.
There's a lot of cards in the situation. There is a spell pierce in there. Interesting enough, so you can keep it with Blood Shredder alive.
It's interesting that he did a push before blockers for the clay.
Well, it makes sense. You know, like I don't think that I can't imagine there's a world where Nelson is blocking this. If life totals are accurate, which I don't think they are,
Right.
but if life totals are accurate here, then taking a swing for 7 or 6 isn't the end of the world. You go to 9.
It's not, right.
You get to spell pierce this fatal push, and then take it, go down to 9, and then you can do a lot of damage on the crack back. Especially with this Ledger Shredder getting bigger, over time.
Right.
You have a really good chance, because you have to imagine that after this turn, right? Like he's got a Fable that's flipped.
Right.
He has to deal with it.
Untapping with a Fable, with a Shaman, Reflections of TTG, I guess is what it's called. Because that's absolutely devastating.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to imagine that is how Nelson flat out loses.
And with 3 must-kill threats on the board already, this is not looking good for Nelson in this situation. You see, we did spell pierce the fatal push, so it looks like considering blocks right now. Now let's see, is there a world where it's correct to double block this Bane Ripper with 2 Phoenixes just to get it off the board?
So, the problem with that is that if he does that, it's a 12 points.
Right.
24 technically, right? Because he loses 12.
Right.
And then Scotty gains 12.
Now those Phoenixes are a recursive resource though, so it might be worth considering.
They do come back, so I mean, I don't know if you're looking at things when they're doing it.
Right.
It's still on the other side.
Right, for those at home, reflections of PPGP with Bane Ripper, copying it means that having a second Bane Ripper, doubling those Blood Artist triggers, can scale very quickly and get out of the hand very quickly. We see already with the 2 Bane Rippers. This is something that Nelson cannot let happen, either by killing his opponent this turn, or by removing that piece of interaction from the board. Just sacking the Bane Ripper on end step, if Scotty does get to do this, is a 6-point, 12-point life swing by itself. 6 damage to Nelson, who's already staring down death's door as we speak. So what is the line here that might get Nelson out of the situation, assuming that Scotty is at 8? Well, that's a good start with the treasure goose.
I know that he just didn't want to exile like
Right.
The thing is that he already pitched the tempo fast very early on.
Right.
So he now has no additional ways to take it.
Right. Now the problem here is that if Nelson, I think he just drew this lightning axe, is able to kill this Bane Ripper, sacrificing the Phoenix as part of the ward trigger is already an 8-point life swing. Which fundamentally means that Scotty's a 6-game life, and I don't think that Nelson,
He can't kill him.
the path certainly isn't easy. Now he found a second Phoenix by any chance. Or, sorry, the 4th Phoenix.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that still doesn't do enough. So the 4th Phoenix adds 12, and then you have a 4, so I guess that's exactly 16. Which may be his line. I don't know if he remembers that the triggers go on the stack. I think that might be where Nelson's getting a little bit, something.
Which trigger?
The lightning trigger.
Oh, right.
Because if that, last turn we got,
where we had lethal.
if
Right.
life totals are right, because they're both updated,
Right, Scotty would die to the state
Scotty
phase.
would have died to state phase.
Right.
So, it could just be a matter of misunderstanding and having
Right.
But Nelson's usually a pretty tough player. He's one RCQs on the game. He's plenty of advantage.
I'd be surprised if that's the case. We might just not have updated information. See a block with the damage for I assume on the Slugger Shredder.
Okay.
And I think that's game one.
Yeah, we were trying to figure out reasons as to why he wasn't just turning anything sideways. And Nelson's a pretty careful player.
Right.
But I think that he should have gone in with less confidence.
Right.
So we're seeing sideboards now. Do you want to go try to fix this player?
Yeah, why not? Interrupt our players during this match, but in previous rounds we'll have graveyards and libraries make sure that they're actually in the area that the viewers can see.
Yeah. It's the normal technical difficulties of playing Magic and on Future, and that's totally fine. Small production can only do so much.
Right, sure.
But thank you so much for hashtag Gaming Arena for allowing us to do this and having both me and Ben.
Thank you for tuning in. Looks like we're almost done sideboarding. I have to assume those Leyland of the Voids came in on Scotty's side. Nelson, I have to assume he brought his Crackling Drakes in.
Yeah. I also need Threats and Beacon Bolt.
The Beacon Bolt. Right, you have to remind me of the text on that one.
It's a 1-2 red. I believe it's an instant. Jumpstart. Deal damage to target creature equal to the number of instances sorceries in graveyard or exile.
Right, so it has that Crackling Drake.
So it is a clean. It does answer Major fairly well.
Looks like it is a sorcery, though that shouldn't matter too much for the purposes.
And it has Jumpstart, so you can get it back in. I wouldn't be surprised to see that in here, just as another efficient, clean answer to a lot of the vampires that he's dealing with, the creatures.
With the potential, though, for this Leyline Jumpstart might not be as relevant. But we'll see. We'll see how the game state takes place and if we have any pre-game effects from Scotty's side.
Yeah. As far as cuts go, I don't love Ashiok in Nelson's deck for this matchup. It doesn't mill full.
I assume Ashiok is not really where Nelson wants to be.
Yeah.
Historically, talking to Phoenix players, I know many of them like cutting the Temporal Trespass combo as well in this matchup. It just isn't necessary or as relevant as it is in other matchups where you might want to quicken your clock against certain decks.
And I know that a lot of people are cutting that combo, or at least the Galvanic
Right, entirely. Yeah.
I'm a huge fan of that prop card. That
Big-
card's awesome.
Big duelist of the mind gamer as well.
Big Nathan Sawyer fan.
We won RCQ in our area last weekend.
RCQ in our area, another shop in Cloverfield last weekend. Saturday, he lost round 1 to a friend of ours.
All right.
And decided to not lose again for the rest of the tournament. So, sometimes being one of the best players in the world has an advantage. So I was happy to see him get qualified. He seemed like a great dude.
As you might know or might not, this season you are allowed to continue playing in RCQ after you qualified. So if you are in the Northern Virginia area and you want to come out and compete, if you aren't already, you might see Nathan Sawyer or other very talented players, Jarvis Hugh, Jay Wachowski, 2022 Legacy Tournament Weekend champion, and runner-up last year, yeah.
Runner-up, yeah. We have players in our area are extraordinarily experienced and be able to compete against such competition. However, it does make it hard to qualify for RCQ.
Yes.
Today for a few slots on the lighter side, 42 players. Normally for a few slots you see somewhere like 16 or 17. So it's definitely a good time. It's nice to be able to make friends with such skilled opponents and players. Ben has quickly become one of my best buddies while I've been here in Virginia. Wouldn't trade it for the world.
Yeah, it's been a great time. It looks like Scotty has the lemon boy in his opening hand. I believe he's keeping.
I would be shocked if he did.
That's not a great sign for Nelson here. I believe Nelson does have some answers, including Odawara and Brazen Borrower.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Brazen Borrower in this matchup either.
It can be an emergency answer to Van Ripper on occasion.
Emergency answer to Van Ripper. Now, he is playing sleight of hand. It is hard to see. But his hands have been slight. So, he takes one card and passes.
Now, bringing in Brotherhood's End, I'm not a Phoenix expert, but that seems a little surprising to me. It looks like it only hits Dusk Legion Zealot, Fable Tokens, and Blood Tithe Harvesters.
That might be good enough, though.
Sure.
There might be instances where, you overthink so much on the show and tell aspect of Van Ripper, you kind of forget about all the other little dudes that are going to get you anyway.
Right.
It does blow up, all
It does. Historically, it was better when they were playing the Werewolf. Graveyard Trespasser, right. But now with Preacher of the Schism, it might be a little worse, but we'll see. I'll trust Nelson's intuition.
So, I don't believe this actually works. He is casting Free Divine to exile 4 cards off the top of his deck.
It's from among the milled cards.
Yeah.
So the tech for that, it should work.
Even though they get milled and they go graveyard?
Yes, a card like Tapanula that chooses a card from your graveyard after you've done the effect, or Tyvar, who chooses a card after you've done the effect, means that it would not work. But because Brazen Borrower says mill 4 cards and choose one of the among the milled cards, I believe this does work.
Okay.
So the milled cards will be exiled at the end of that sequence. Looks like our options here are Beacon Bolt and Consider. Those cards.
Well, we took a third card.
Okay. Okay.
Storm Heart Haste.
So this puts Nelson at a bit of a disadvantage at the start. We'll see if he can recover from it. But the Phoenix Plane's not going to work this game.
I do see his hands get slightly considered crafting. So he's really just right into that crafting. That's really all there's no
And the Drake will replace itself on entry, so even if it does get removed, it does essentially triple the opponent.
Yep, there is also Odawara. So we are going to assume that
We'll see if he rolls that replacement effect.
it's an easy fix regardless of whether they find it.
So we have Soren. Soren's gonna
Rip some veins.
some suspense here. Yeah, we've got a Vein Ripper. Now with the ley line, as previously mentioned, destroy effect will not actually kill Nelson's creatures, though if Scotty sacrifices the Blood Tithe Harvester, it will trigger the Vein Ripper. It's its own creature. Leyline of the Void only affects your opponent's creature. So if we have an attack here, Scotty should draw a card and lose a life. Now if we had the means to have an advantage in bar, it would be firmly in Scotty's corner. These pickpocket branches might serve as effectively royal braziers, some time walks, if there may be. Try to dig them out of this.
In all honesty, if I was thinking quite hard about just moving on to game,
I think the end of this game might be the end of the match.
yeah. Well, that's the one.
So there could be an argument here for Nelson to Lightning Axe on Scotty's turn. Scotty chooses to uptick targeting the Vein Ripper with Soren's ability. With the Ward trigger, means that Scotty loses the Picklock Prankster.
The other issue with this is if you kill the creature in
You kill the
response,
Picklock Prankster in response,
then
right?
the spell gets countered. And I believe there is that a Bane Bush in Scotty's hand? It might have been an Archfiend of the Dross. Yeah, it might have been an Archfiend of the Dross. So Nelson does have Crafting Drake Enhanced along with Spell Pierce that I saw. So we do still have a game. It's close. Well, I guess it's not close. I guess it's wrong. It's going to be a battle, but we did just see Scotty flash another worker, which does not bode well for my good friend.
Nelson goes to 5 here. Soren might be upticking and dealing some damage to Nelson.
Does make it a little yeah, it's the Scotty cleaned it up real quick. So here we are moving on to game 3. Bobby, I do see your comment. We're going to get that looked at and taken care of. So you guys can hear us a little cleaner. All right, perfect. So now we have Nelson Sky shuffling up for game 3. Bobby, we should have gotten the music situated, so let me know if you still find it hard to hear us, and we can look further into that. Thank you so much. Now, one thing I will say is that I think that Phoenix really does have the ability to fight through, Vein Ripper and Leyline of the Void and all of that. The power level is definitely there. But the problem is a lot of things have to line up for that to happen. We did see Nelson. Nelson really didn't want to play that Odawara because he wanted to use it to bounce the ley line, but he needed to play it to deal effectively with Scotty's cards, Vein Ripper and the like.
Right, so having access to threats like Crackling Drake in this post-board matchup really does help Phoenix be able to close the gap, and you can always cast a Phoenix for 4 mana and attack for 3.
Yeah, absolutely.
That being said, Phoenix is a little different than you might traditionally expect some of the quote-unquote mid-range decks in this format to be. Phoenix can play either the aggressive game plan or the defensive controlling game plan. It really depends on the context of this matchup. Yeah. And in the context of the board state, it's a lot of tools. Treasure Cruise being an incredibly powerful ability to refill after trading 1 for 1.
Yep, absolutely. It's powerful.
Very, very much so. Now, I will say, in terms of a heavyweight slugfest, Rakdos vampires, and to an extent Rakdos midrange, have this capability of having these really big heavyweight hitters. Once you resolve, they have the capability of taking over game themselves. Cards like Vein Ripper, cards like Shoulder the Apocalypse, even Arch into the Dross are all cards that once you've resolved them, Phoenix might need to take several cards to answer them, either pitching a card to a Lightning Axe, or using 2 removal spells on a Arch into the Dross, or even a Vein Ripper. Though if you're doing that, it's not a great situation for you.
So, looking at Scotty's hand, he's keeping 5 lands. His only spells in hand are a Fatal Push and a Leyline of the Void.
That's interesting. On 6, I would absolutely agree with that keep. Even just seeing a Leyline of the Void is so powerful that it looks like Nelson's ball getting as well, which means he's less likely to be able to deal with the Leyline of the Void.
I will go ahead and say that 2 of the lands in Scotty's hand are Hive of the Eye Tyrants.
Hive the Eye Tyrants, so that's
it makes it a little more palatable.
for sure.
However, it doesn't feel great.
Right.
You know,
One of the greatest powers to this Rakdos midrange Rakdos Vampires deck over the Rakdos midrange deck is how many creature lands it gets to play. Having access to 4 Mutavault and 2 Hive of the Eye Tyrant, where previously midrange is playing lesser Mutavaults and maybe a Den of the Bugbear, means that this deck has a very good control matchup. It has very good threats and mana sinks in the mid to late game if you're not drawing gas, which might be why Scotty kept this hand.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it definitely does keep his hand very, very live.
And Nelson being able to deal with his leyline is something that's very capable and very possible. However, it'll slow Nelson down quite a bit.
Yeah, and it's also worth noting that in this matchup, it's just a temporary, like, pause, right? Because like he can recast leyline on turn 4.
This is true. Yeah.
And like,
and any cards that get exiled in that time frame aren't coming back.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, we do see a Steam Vents by Nelson to pass. Obviously, Scotty plays the leyline first. Scotty picked up. It might be a favor. No.
I think it might just be another
It's
land.
another
It's
land.
Cavern of
Cavern
Souls.
Yeah. Yeah, and Nelson has no reason to really start deploying these cards. He did draw a Ledger Shredder, but he's gonna wait until the 3rd turn to really get some value off of it.
And we see a second Leyline of the Void, I believe, picked up by Scotty. So a very slow start.
So he kept Opt.
Right. This is the kind of matchup that can get very snowbally. Both players don't have good answers for when the board starts getting clogged up on their opponent's side.
Yeah. Interestingly, Nelson peeled the land off of that Opt side to keep it. I believe he has 3rd land, but he doesn't have 4th land. I think he wanted to guarantee that he could have 4th land for any top deck Cracking Drakes he draws.
And Scotty's not applying any pressure anyways. Nelson's probably totally okay with just taking his time here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Looks like Scotty might be casting a Leyline of the Void on turn 4. We'll see how this matches up.
Scotty did pick up a Vein Ripper, though. And
Right.
so this matchup going along definitely, you know, helps that case a little bit.
Now we will see. I cannot tell if Nelson has a Spell Pierce in hand.
He does have a Spell Pierce.
Okay, that means that this Ledger Shredder. Well, it looks like Nelson's tapping out for this consider, anyways.
He should have played the land first.
Well, we'll see.
Oh, he doesn't actually have a land. I misspoke earlier. That was a Spell Pierce.
Right. Nelson still gets the loot,
Yeah.
which means he draws I believe that's the Hall of Storm Giants.
Just trying to figure out what to bin here. It's looks like he's thinking between land and Beacon Bolt. If I were him, I would be looking a little more closely at that Lightning Axe.
I think so.
I don't think that Lightning Axe, there we go, he's pulled it to the front. I don't think Lightning Axe really does anything that Beacon Bolt doesn't already do. Granted, Lightning Axe is an instant, but it does go ahead and put you down an extra card unless you get to 6 lands.
Right. Though having an Otawara or a Brazen Borrower means that you might be able to play a couple spells versus one with that Beacon Bolt.
Yep, and that's what he did. He pitched that Beacon Bolt. He drew his 4th land. He does have a Hall of the Storm Giants as well, but he really just wants to, kind of get this land down for Spell Pierce and untap.
Looks like Scotty drew a Preacher of the Schism, which I assume is coming down this turn. Maybe off of that Cavern of Souls, though I don't think that Phoenix has any 1-mana answers or counter spells for creatures.
It does not have counter spells for creatures, but it does have Lightning Axe as an answer.
Right.
So this is really how Scotty just wants to start applying pressure over the next 2 turns. You know, he will get to draw some extra cards in the process, so it does work out pretty well for Scotty.
And while this Preacher doesn't exactly provide a fast clock, it's a very grindy threat that can snowball a little bit in how many cards it can give you access to in both tokens and cards drawn to hand. It's also a bit of a nice bridge between Scotty playing a threat and then playing a Vein Ripper in 2 turns.
Yep, exactly. Brotherhood's End has not looked good.
I don't know if I love that decision. It can clean up tokens for sure. It can clean up Blood Tithe Harvesters. But I think the cards that really matter in this matchup are probably the Vein Rippers, the Preacher of the Schisms, Arch into the Drosses, and Shieldreds.
Yeah. I do really wish that he brought in the Young Pyromancers. He may have, and we just haven't seen it. But if he had a Pyromancer on turn 3 here, or as a follow-up to the Ledger Shredder, he would be very far ahead.
I'm less sold on Pyromancer if he's bringing in Brotherhood's End, but I don't think
I'm
that
saying
Brotherhood's
instead of
End.
the Brotherhood's
Oh, sure. And I don't think Brotherhood's End is really the card you want to be seeing here, especially in this game state.
Yeah.
Though it's always the... Oh, that's really rough. Now we have 2 Brotherhood's Ends, which that might answer a Vein Ripper, for sure. We might see that interaction happen in this game. Looks like Nelson's on 5 lands. Or is that 6 lands?
No, he's at 5 still.
Okay.
Yep. Just,
It is.
it looks like Scotty has 2 more lands left. It's interesting that in all these turns he has drawn 1 land. He has drawn pretty... Oh, he drew a Sorin was the pickup for the turn.
Ooh. Well, we might see that Sorin Vein Ripper come down.
Yes, we will. That's exactly what we're going to see. And we're going to see if Nelson can pray to top deck a 4th red source for this double Brotherhood.
Right. The Spell Pierce not looking particularly enticing right now.
Nope, but he's going to fire it off just to choke on mana. It's not doing a ton at this point, but you know, you're
No,
probably trying to hold on.
if Nelson's able to top deck an untapped land here, he gets to answer both the Vein Ripper, the Preacher of the Schism, and Sorin, which could claw him back into this game.
Does it deal damage to Planeswalkers?
It does.
Oh, interesting.
It's 3 damage to each creature, Planeswalker.
Okay, okay. So Nelson's got a shot. Let's see if he can feel it. He draws. Oh, an untapped blue source. Oh, it's so unfortunate. Yeah,
Oof, pitching a Brotherhood's End.
needs to just clean up that Vein Ripper. I get it.
That's interesting that he took that line. I could be misunderstanding this, but he has access to 4 red sources.
No, he does not.
He doesn't.
No. He has,
Oh, I see. Is that a pathway down there?
Yeah, it's a pathway.
Right.
So his lands... No, it's not a pathway, excuse me. It's a Hall of Storm Giants.
Hall of
his
Storm
lands
Giants,
are
right.
Island, Hall, Triple Skull,
Right.
Triple Steam Guns.
Apologies for that glare.
Yeah, it's not great. But we will get that looked at between this round,
The
rounds. So, all in all, you know, it's just how it breaks down. Unfortunately, he really wanted to see, you know, a mountain or a lava glide pathway, I believe is the name of it.
Right. And now that having to discard that other Brotherhood's End means that things could get ugly. He was able to get rid of the Vein Ripper, so we'll see if that is enough for him to claw back into this game, though this Preacher of the Schism is really taking off right now. Lifelink, Death Touch, drawing cards. It's really the engine that Scotty wants to see, and now with this Archfiend of the Dross that doesn't die to a single Lightning Axe, means that Nelson's falling further and further behind in this situation.
Yeah, well, you know, Scotty has game on board, so I don't think he can win this game. It's 3, 4. He's just down on board, even if he bounces the Archfiend, because he picked up Brazen Borrower for the turn. He could bounce Archfiend, and then he takes 6 from the 2 creatures, and then Sorin Lightning.
Right, you're
Lightning Helix.
delaying the inevitable. And now if he bounces Archfiend, the
counters go off and he loses, right?
Oh no, that's not quite how that card works. I'm wondering if that Hive of the Eye Tyrant plus the Preacher of the Schism and the Sorin uptick will just kill him.
He's already dead. So the card that's the glare is
Well, it's a Blood Tithe Harvester,
yeah,
isn't
it's Blood
it?
Tithe Harvester, so he was just down on board. But this does save him for a turn. So all of his 2 creatures, his Blood Tithe and his Sorin would die. He can bounce the Archfiend, and then he takes 3, maybe 6 if Scotty animates a Hive.
Right.
Nelson is just playing from so far behind. it is.
Even doing this leaves with Scotty with 2 lethal threats the next turn.
Yeah.
Because Nelson's just about guaranteed to take at least 3 this turn.
Yeah, he's taking 6 this turn.
Looks like we're animating Hive of the Eye Tyrant.
Yep. Too bad. If you don't know Nelson, he's a great individual. He recently moved up to the New York metropolitan area.
He's back for the long weekend, play some RCQs.
Yeah, yeah. You know, that's something we are plentiful of in this area.
This is very true.
We have 2 slaughters pretty much every weekend, you know, sometimes both days of the weekend, so it's a ton of fun to be able to go out and compete and get to know your fellow competitors and hopefully take some of them down.
Right.
You know, that's the goal, it's the dream. So, you know, all in all, he's back for the weekend with his folks, and we're always happy to see him down here.
Of course. Especially with SCG increasing the number of RCQs in the area means that some stores get to run 3.
Yeah, yeah. And this is hashtag second of the season. They have 1 more, and they have been doing it great. You know, this is a great store to be at, and I highly recommend anyone local to the Nova area come down. Looks like Scotty does win this match 2-1. Just some bad beats, you know. He had the ley lines.
Both ley lines, both post-board games means that it's hard for Nelson to really get his engine going.
Yep.
Those Crackling Directs are good threats, but when you're playing against a deck with Fatal Pushes and other removal spells like Heartless Act, it's really hard to get a foothold in if they do that pregame action. They'll just put that 4-mana enchantment on the board.
Yeah, yeah. I do like, once again, I will echo that same sentiment, I do like Young Pyromancer quite a bit in this matchup, just because it's either something that eats another removal spell, or you get to make a couple 1/1s.
Right,
you know,
provides you some pot fodder to sacrifice to the Vein Ripper trigger.
Yeah.
It gives you a little bit of a clock.
I do like to kind of overload on threats in this matchup. Any matchup where they're not bringing like board wipes,
Right.
you know, because then that just makes them have to go down on resources to answer your threats.
Right. I mean, Phoenix is fundamentally a very thin deck in the main board, and there's not a lot.
Not a lot going on.
Right.
A lot of air and fluff.
A lot of air and fluff, right.
Yep. Well, that will just about do it on this round. We are going to take probably a short break for the next, you know,
Sure. Try to get
20
some
minutes or
technical
so.
difficulties sorted out, make sure that we
Yeah.
have all the visible zones available to the viewers.
Yep. And we'll be back for round 3.
All right. See you shortly.
Cool. Awesome. to get the timer updated because that's not accurate. It should be 50 minutes. This round we will be having two great friends of ours. And
Absolutely.
One of my actual current roommates. We have in red should be Josh Ting on 5-color Niv Mizzet. And then blue will be Nathan Goldberg.
On Lotus Field.
Yes.
Now, Lotus Field in this matchup is, I would say, very favored.
Yes. Very
This is the, though 5-color Niv is it, or Niv to Light, as is known, has some tools. We'll see. I believe we have a. See if I can find the name of this card. I'm looking at Josh Ting's list before I make any declarations.
Look at the list that goes onto the backside.
Oh my goodness. Oh, if we had a camera right now.
Yeah.
Looks like Josh has a lot of one-ofs. The one I'm looking for is Unmoored Ego, which he is playing in the main board.
Yep.
Very powerful. Deadly Cover-Up could also be a card that might see... It might be relevant in this game one.
The problem is that, like, in order for Deadly Cover-Up to be effective, there has to be a Lotus in the graveyard, right?
Right. I mean,
Or-
he could
or an
hit,
emergent
he
ultimate.
could hit something like that, or even a... Oh man, I'm not as familiar with this list, I'll tell you that.
I have been watching Nathan stream this all week when I've been bored in Discord.
Right. And getting a hidden strings off of a Deadly Cover-Up could also be relevant, but it's not incredible.
It's not
just,
incredible. You know, if there's an untapper that you want to hit, it's Pour Over the Pages.
right, Cover-Up's more for Amalia, I believe.
Yeah. Cover-Up's definitely more for Amalia, or even for the Mirror Match, funny enough, because the Niv Mizzet decks are so threat-light that you can actually just run them out of threats. That's actually how Ting lost the quarterfinals last week in top 8.
Absolutely tragic.
He played the Mirror Match for the first time because he just picked up the deck, and the game 1 took an hour and 15 minutes long because they ran Ting out of threats completely. So, either way, this will be a good game. Ting is definitely just going to be trying to resolve a Bring to Light, getting Unmoored Ego as fast as possible, or just getting Unmoored Ego, right?
Right. He has some cards in the sideboard that could help in this matchup, but this game 1 is going to be really rough for him.
Yeah. Yep. Now, as far as Nathan goes, Nathan just wants to execute his game plan.
Oh yeah.
He can get his game plan going by turn 3 or 4.
Looks like we have a Temple of Mystery to
yeah.
start the game off.
Yep. Looks like we couldn't get the blurriness taken care of just yet, but that'll happen shortly, I'm sure. Looks like this is a Scry land, blue-green Scry land, and then Ting will go to his turn, plays the Notorious Proving Ground.
You have 2 mana for a Sylvan Scrying. Depending on the context of Nathan's hand, he's going to find a Lotus Field. Sometimes you find a Thespian stage in this situation.
Yes. Now, Nathan is a very fast player. He loves combo decks as of late, and he knows exactly what he's doing, and he'll play through it as quickly as he possibly can.
He has many results. Nathan of the Guilt Leaf is his Moto username, which you might be
Yes.
more familiar with if you follow the Magic Online scene.
Yep, and here's an Impulse. Looks like you took a Pour Over the Pages.
Right. It looks like Nathan's really set up. He really just needs to create a second Lotus Field and go off to the races. Looks like Josh might be a turn behind. Though if he's able to cast this Astral Cornucopia, see.
You can cast Cornucopia, but I think it might be too late. Ting doesn't really have much of... There is a Bring to Light in him that I did not see. So,
Next turn he'll be able to
yes.
cast Unmoored Ego.
Basically, what needs to happen is Nathan needs to just not go off this turn. If Nathan does go off this turn, and he doesn't...
All right, so Ting might actually be in this game.
Yep. Yeah. Now, the one thing I don't really know, right, is how Lotus Field wins without Emergent Ultimatum in the deck.
Well, we'll see what is named. Fae of Wishes is also a card that a lot of players will name off of a Bring to Light Unmoored Ego. Finding the approach to the second sun is usually how this deck will win. It's the easier way to go.
Yeah, that's fair.
Nathan does play a Hive of the Lair of the Hydra, I believe is the name of the green land from Adventures in the Forgotten Realms, which is a much more difficult way of winning the game, though it is a potential line that Nathan can take, depending on how and what Josh Ting names. But we'll see. He has a large dearth even of opportunities to look through his deck and find whatever he chooses. I think this is a Bring Light for 5, though 3 is what matters.
Yeah. He's trying to find Unmoored Ego. Let's see what's going on.
Oh, no. Hopefully.
I am assuming that
Oh,
he
no.
did not.
You didn't see
He
it?
didn't deboard.
Oh, from his last matchup. We'll see.
Yeah. Yep.
So it looks like we're going to have a judge call here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure on the ruling here.
So, typically, there was a very long Twitter thread about this about
Okay.
a year ago, where someone was talking about how if they played,
So we're getting a message from Nathan here. Judge call.
thank you, Nathaniel.
If for any of us tuning in recently, just now.
So there was a judge ruling about a year ago, give or take, where essentially it was a hypothetical of if someone casted creativity and the cards weren't in their deck,
Right, I do remember this.
what happens?
Right.
And per game 1 rulings, an L3 judge came in and said they would be able to grab it. Yeah.
Looks like we have several cards that were not put back into the main board after the last match.
Yep. Which really sucks, man. You
We'll
hate
see.
to see it.
I mean, if Josh Ting took 3 of the same cards in and take 3 of the same cards out and another card for the Unmoored Ego, there's a line where this could just be a replacement and a warning. This is likely going to be a game loss.
This is likely going to be a game loss. Which sucks.
Yeah.
You know, I thought that Ting looked through his sideboard too at the start of the round. It looked like he did. So I'm
guess not.
surprised that he didn't catch this. But it is 80 cards. You
Right.
know, it is just a lot.
And obviously, there's no foul play suspected here. Unmoored Ego is
No, it's
the
like the
cards that
first
you want to
card.
see in this matchup. It
Yeah.
looks like it's just a mistake.
Yeah.
And knowing Josh Ting, you would never do
No,
something like
Josh Ting is probably the nicest person you'll ever meet in my life. I am truly happy to have him as a roommate. He's a
He's
great,
wonderful.
great individual, and I would never suspect this man of doing something like this purposefully. It looks like he's saying to add the cards in, shuffle it up, and you can just go ahead and
Wow,
fix it.
so it looks like this is just going to be a warning.
I think that he deboarded. I don't think he added the cards back.
Oh, I
in.
see. So he presented.
So he presented with less than 80.
Interesting.
Like I said, now if it's unknowing, per that ruling that we were talking about, the Twitter
Right.
thread from last year, the L3 ruled that you would be able to go and dig for those cards.
Interesting. But you're presenting a deck with 18 cards in the sideboard.
It's I don't know if it's the sideboard versus
Versus being
your main
deboarded
board.
and
Yeah,
not
yeah,
bringing
yeah.
those cards in. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we'll trust our judge here.
Eric Morton is our lovely judge. He's a fantastic individual as well. Everyone in North Virginia is so
Oh,
great.
it's a wonderful community.
I love all you guys.
Oh, yeah.
And he is extraordinarily qualified to, delve out the rulings that he delves.
Right, and resolve a call like this.
Yes.
It looks like very interesting. It looks like Josh Ting named Pour Over the Pages.
Interesting. Not what I would call. But I see why. So now he just he has 4 less on tappers, right? He has way less cards, like ways to
In
draw
terms of
cards.
selection, right? He still has a couple cards that might be relevant. He still has all of his win conditions in his deck as well.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
We're going to see Balaged's Recovery targeting, can't see what that was. I believe it was Impulse.
Okay. So what's Nathan's line here now that his Pour Over the Pages are gone?
Well, we're about to see because he's going off. He's going to Impulse.
Now
Yeah,
Nathan,
that's exactly what he was looking for. He was looking for original. To me.
right?
So this will let him kind of go off.
Though finding what is
Wow,
the
just
question?
kidding. Original to me can still kind of just go. It gets Omniscience. It'll get the Tutor and probably Hidden Strings.
Sure.
Right, so that way if you put back Omniscience, you still can get to untap both of your lands, go and search your deck for Omniscience and probably hardcast it at that
Right.
point, right?
Nathan has nothing but time in this matchup.
Yeah.
Josh's deck is not very fast. It's very grindy. It's very value oriented.
Yep.
Josh has some time as well to start resolving his board and creating threats. Though both players are still in this game. We'll see what Nathan can do here.
Yep, so it looks like he added blue and he added black.
The hidden strings.
Yeah. So we see his hand is Brazen Borrower, Beseju. He has a
Archdruid's Charm, I think I saw.
Archdruid's Charm. He has an Emergent Ultimatum, and he's just hard
Yes,
casting.
omniscience. Now this is very interesting.
Oh, that's brutal.
So it looks like here Nathan's going to be able to get Fey of Wishes, Dark Petition, and another card. We'll see what that card is.
Well, there's Dark Petition. Once again, we do apologize about the glare. There's not a whole ton that we can do about this, unfortunately.
Right.
But what is that card that he just got? Fey of Wishes.
Dark Petition.
Dark Petition. I don't know what that middle card is.
I can't tell either.
He's just making the glare worse on the card.
That's all right.
Tragic.
Now Ting cannot let Nathan have a Fey of Wishes. Being able to cast Granted and getting Approach the Second Sun.
The problem is that he can just go and get it off of the search anyway, right? But
Right,
that
that's
makes
the
it
issue
use
here.
The search. But like, it makes him use the search, you know. And I don't know if he has another way to search.
So his third card might just not be relevant at all. So because if Josh doesn't give him the Dark Petition, he has a Fey of Wishes. If Josh gives him the Dark Petition, Nathan also has a Fey of Wishes. If this thinks this is just a rock in a hard
it might
place.
No, Lear wouldn't make sense. Oh, it is Lear.
I guess it would make sense.
I would give him Lear. He can't cast that stuff for free.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not giving him Lear, which is interesting.
Makes sense. In terms of, I guess he's stuck either way with the Dark Petition and the Fey of Wishes. So maybe his logic is that having no access to Lear might make his lines more difficult.
Yeah, but here he just gets Approach. Unless, no, there's an Approach in Second Sun in board that we can see right now. So he should just be able to wrap this one up here.
Assume so. Oh, he does have to resolve the second Approach of the Second Sun, but that should be relatively trivial for a deck like Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, he has an Omniscience out, so he grants for Approach, casts Approach, and he just gets to search it.
Right, because he can Granted for Approach of the Second Sun, buy back Fey of Wishes with its bounce ability, cast Granted again, get Emergent Ultimate, and get Approach of the Second Sun and Dark Petition. Looks
So
like the...
here's what happened.
Right.
So Ting did this line
Oh,
knowing that he had a ley line.
Wow, interesting.
So
Okay.
that's why Nathan didn't get Approach. He got a second Emergent Ultimatum.
Interesting.
Yeah. And now we have the Dark Petition resolved. So Dark Petition is going to go search for, I don't know what that was. It kind of looked like a Hidden Strings, but
Sure.
that doesn't make, I guess there's no Omniscience anymore, so it doesn't make sense.
I suppose Nathan did not have an Archdruid's Charm, because he would have been able to exile
No,
the
he does
Leyline
have an
Binding
Archdruid's
response.
Charm.
Oh, interesting.
But I don't think that he's in a huge rush to really care. He also has the
Right.
Beseju.
The Besage is known information. He might not want to reveal the Archdruid's
Yeah.
Charm.
Yep. We'll see if Ting has another Leyline Binding in hand.
We'll see. It looks like Nathan is relatively advantaged here. No, Ting's not giving up without a fight.
Mm-hmm.
The problem here, though, is even if Nathan fizzles this turn, I don't know what Josh is going to do when he untaps.
Yeah,
It's not a whole lot to do.
Alright, so we have a Hidden Strings. I'd assume Lear again, and then I did not see what the last card was.
Yeah, I cannot tell what that other card is.
So you're saying Lear gets shuffled back in. Hidden Strings, another Dark Petition.
Right, I'm just going to let Nathan do his thing.
For a trillion years.
Now, how many dark... He's only on 2 Dark Petitions, so this is the last one in his deck.
Yep. And he got Lear.
All right.
Nice.
Got there eventually.
He's now adding 6, untapping. Yep, done. 4. We've got, yeah, that makes sense. 5. Excuse me.
Now, what's the clause in Thea of Wishes to bounce it back?
You have to discard 2 cards, I believe.
Discard 2 cards. Nathan only has 1 card in hand, I
Yeah.
believe. Is he able to grab another one with Dark Petition?
Yeah.
Which effectively costs 2 mana.
I would assume he's just going to pitch both of them to exile.
It has to be that, right?
Yeah. I believe it's discard 2 cards. Go and double check.
Yep. Let's do a quick search here.
Yeah, it looks like that's what he did.
Right, discard 2 cards to return it to its owner's hand.
2 cards, bounced back, and then pitched it. And then he got approach, and that was that.
Looks like that's game.
Yeah.
So it looks like for both players, we have some very relevant sideboard cards coming in.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. So on Josh's side, his board contains Yori and Fatal Push, 2 Fatal Push, 3 Thoughtseize, 2 Dovin's Veto, 2 Lightning Helix, 2 Ashiok Dreamrender, Krenko, Notion Thief, Kaya, the Intangible Slayer.
This is Krenko's Buzz Crusher.
Yeah, sorry, Krenko's Buzz.
Sure. So it looks like some powerful tools.
Yeah.
It's probably a sideboard that's relatively ready for Lotus.
Yeah.
Having access to cards like Ashiok is very
Yep.
strong in matchups like these. Being able to exile the graveyard and preventing Nathan from searching is probably Josh's best card.
Yep, I like Thoughtseize, Dovin's Veto, Ashiok, Krenko's, and even Notion Thief to a degree.
Sure.
I think
Notion Thief
all
is a
really
spicy
good.
one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I think it depends on just how many cards Ting deems are dead. You know?
Right. Which should be a fair amount.
Should be a fair
Yeah.
amount.
Any
Like
removal
Helixes-
spells are relatively dead.
Yep.
Though, this is me speaking from Rakdos mid-range experience, so take this as you will. But I do actually like leaving in some of the more flexible removal spells for being able to deal with a resolved Lier. Sometimes you can stumble them. Though if that's the case, you're not in a great spot. Once Lier hits the board, the match is
Yeah, I mean,
not looking great.
a lot of the Nib to Light deck can deal with like several different types of cards, like the
For sure.
removal spells. Between Leyline Binding, Molten Collapse has the ability to deal with multiple things, although I don't know if that's that good.
Right, Sorcery
Vanishing
Speed
Verse.
hampers it. Yeah.
Vanishing Verse deals with everything pretty clean. in
Oh, I
that
do like
deck.
Verse here, yeah. Verse and
Yeah.
Binding are probably the cards Ting would like to leave in if he has the slots for them.
Yeah, but you can cut like the Lightning Helixes.
Oh, sure.
Tulsamir doesn't do anything.
Oh, Tulsamir's
you know,
not really what
easy-
you want to be
easy
playing
cut,
this
yeah.
matchup.
Yeah, you can probably also cut Valky. all things
Yeah,
considered.
cards like Sunfall might not be as relevant.
Yeah.
Deadly Cover-Up's an interesting one. Do you think that they'd want to leave Deadly Cover-Up in?
There's potential, especially if you're bringing in Krenko's Buzz Crusher.
Right. Even on the Lotus side of things as well. Sometimes they bring in stuff like Dragon Lord Jamoka and Elder Gargaroth as alternate threats that are grindy and fair.
Yeah.
So Deadly Cover-Up might be interesting in that it both deals with those and exiles cards. Though I might be too high on that card. That card might not be exactly what they're looking for here.
Yeah, I mean, it really just depends, right? Like, I don't know exactly how Ting wants to go about, battling this matchup.
Right.
I think that from Nathan's side, looking at his board, we have 2 Dragon Lord Jamokas, 2 Elder Gargaroths, 2 Leyline of Sanctities, 1 Emergent Alternate Maiden, 1 Realm Cloak Giant, 1 Approach, 3 Temporary Lockdown, 3 Mystical Dispute.
Sure.
I don't like a ton of this because the problem is that in that deck you kind of have to have a couple cards for the wish board.
Right.
So you're kind of already short on sideboard slots. I understand that this is a good matchup.
Right.
So his slots are more dedicated towards the bad matchups. But I don't hate Dramoka. I don't hate Leyline of Sanctity. But that's really kind of all I'm looking at. You can make an argument for a dispute, I guess, but
Sure.
I don't know how good that is.
I think Nathan's so favored in this matchup that
Yeah.
he's probably not super focused on the nib to light.
Yeah.
I think it's more about Josh being able to adapt to Nathan's game plan while still being able to carry out his own game plan.
Yeah.
Though it's not incredible. His
Yeah.
threats are all 5 mana, giant bombs, which are strong, but when you're trying to stop your opponent from going off on turn 3 or 4, they're not really what you want to be seeing in your deck.
Yeah.
Having access to stuff like Sylvan Caryatid and the new mana rock, to remind myself, Astral Cornucopia. It's not Astral Cornucopia. Ancient Cornucopia.
Ancient Cornucopia.
I believe Astral Cornucopia
It's
was
a
journeying
cornucopia.
to. Yeah.
A dot cornucopia.
It's one of them. Well, that doesn't really specify anything, does it?
It's hard because Ting is forced to play a reactive game, right? And it doesn't react as well as you want it to, especially in an 80 card deck.
Right.
You know, and the level that you have to interact on is not one that Niv is very well equipped to do so.
So having access to Bring to Light as a tutor to get your silver bullets is very strong.
Yeah, absolutely. But like, it's not every day that those win the game. Like, it's not in this matchup. You
Right.
know, like the Lotus Field is a pretty resilient deck. Yeah, Nathan's gonna make a frowny face for
think he's-
understandable reasons.
Yeah, starting on 7.
Yeah.
Something to be truly sad about, playing
Ting's-
Lotus.
Ting's hand. Okay, well, he's gonna mulligan anyway. Didn't look super strong. He was missing a color, maybe 2. And it didn't really have any ways to interact outside of a live binding, maybe.
Seems like Ting is forced to mulligan in this matchup. A lot of his cards aren't as relevant or are relatively dead. Game 2, not so much. Game 1, more so. But with the current London mulligan rule, it really gives you some leniency in your mulligan decisions.
Yeah, 100% agree. You know, another local to Virginia is Jake Beardsley.
Sure.
He lives down in Roanoke,
I believe so. That
Yeah.
sounds correct.
And I was able to do some testing for the PT with him and one of our friends, Noah, who both qualified for the last PT, mainly because they needed bodies, not because of my skill level. And
Don't talk yourself down too much, you know.
And one of the big things that we were talking about and we made a joke of was, it's not you have to mulligan, it's that you get to mulligan. That doesn't come into play until you get to like 5 cards, because
Right.
it feels so free at 6. You know.
Now, they could be deck dependent. I think some decks, like
Of course.
Rakdos, are probably not as keen to mulligan. Vampires is a different story if you really need to hit that Sorin Vein Ripper combo.
Yeah.
But decks like these, I like mulliganing. I like making sure that your plan is able to be carried out efficiently and
Yeah.
quickly.
Absolutely. So we see Ting take a pour over the pages. We do see the Sylvan Scrying. We see a Mystical Dispute. I see a Lotus Field out of the.
Last card is a Vizier, I believe, for remedies.
Vizier. Yep.
I was talking with Nathan about this yesterday, about Lotus's decision to split one of the Surveil lands with one of the Scry lands, rather than play 2 Surveil lands. And he says that a lot of Lotus players aren't as willing to bin important cards that they see on the top of their library. Nathan doesn't feel that strongly about it, but he also doesn't feel strongly enough to go pick up another Surveil land.
Yeah.
So say that what you will. It's probably a 0.1% kind of interaction.
Nathan doesn't really care that much in general.
I think Nathan cares about the right things, though.
That's fair. That's
Yeah.
fair. I mean more specifically when it comes to Magic in general.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
But that's not to say anything about his skill level. The man is incredibly talented.
Right. We have a couple ham sandwich players in the area, so I would say Nathan's very much one of them. A ham sandwich player being someone that can win with anything.
Okay, so we see Naoton. We do see second Thoughtseize from a couple turns ago. Ting's seeing the sideboard stuff, which is exactly what he really wants to see.
Right.
Just kind of put it off for a turn or two. We do see, I think there's a Krenko's Buzz Crusher in hand.
Ooh.
You know, somehow, the 80 card deck always has it.
Oh, of course.
It's astounding.
Right.
It infuriates me to no end.
It's a skill
But
level type
it's
thing.
It's a skill issue.
Right.
I'm not good at drawing cards. Ting is a god at drawing cards.
He's quite good.
We do see him not go with the Krenko's Buzz Crusher, though. We do see him cast
Interesting.
Niv Mizzet. Now, I think that this is because Ting wanted to get the
Dispute of
out of
Nathan's hand. Though this is risky in that it gives Nathan the chance.
Ooh, he drew a Thespian stage for turn.
Oh no, that's rough.
That's a spicy meatball. So, actually, I think that's a Thespian stage.
I believe so.
No, it looks like a Botanical Sanctuary.
Oh, is it?
Actually, yeah, which makes life way easier for Ting. So this isn't deterministic.
Though Nathan having access to another Mystical Dispute means that this Kranka's Buzz Crusher might not be resolving.
Yeah, well, he has to discard a card here. It is pretty interesting that Nathan drew Lear here. So in his hand, he has all the cards that he would normally be searching out with Emergent Ultimatum.
Right.
He has a Tutor, he has Lear, he has Omniscience, and he's tempted to pitch one art.
Right.
So now it becomes a matter of what do I do from here? You
Right.
know? He can't. He doesn't have any more draw effects. He can go ahead and resolve this search, but that'll give him 1 blue and 3 black. He would have to go get. He can't pour over the pages. You know, it's kind of interesting. I think he's going to cast Leer here, but I could be wrong.
I think he just passed the turn.
Oh, he just passed.
Right.
Interesting.
Well, I like this line because now Nathan gets to Mystical Dispute the Krenko's Buzz Crusher.
Yeah.
We'll see if I don't think I saw Ting have Dubin's Veto in hand.
No, I don't believe he did.
This gives Nathan another chance.
Yeah.
Oh, we draw the Lair of the Hydra.
Okay. Problem is, Nathan's still just not doing anything. That's a Bring to Light.
All right. So now that Lotus Field's resolved, memory, Unmoored Ego, my apologies,
Yep.
it's not Memory Deluge, isn't quite as good as it might be before that.
Yep. So I think now you kind of have to lock in. Omniscience is gone.
Right,
Right. Lear is still around.
sure.
But, you know, I'm pretty sure you name Pour the Pages or Emergent Ultimatum at this point.
Sure.
I think that I would be tempted to name Emergent and say, you have to beat me with the cards that you have.
Right,
You know, you can't, I'm not letting you choose this one.
right. I mean, Archdruid's Charm lets you find the Fae of Wishes, so there are lines to get that back out.
Yeah.
Lotus is nothing if not
Resilient.
resilient, able to find the cards it needs for sure.
Yeah.
But we'll see. It's very much not my forte when it comes to these kinds of things, so I'll trust Nathan to pilot this correctly.
And, you know, you're trusting a pretty good one.
Yep.
Nathan is definitely skilled when it comes to these kind of combo decks. At the last Modern RC, he played Through the Breach Storm.
Underworld Breach Storm.
Underworld Breach.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
I want to play Through the Breach Storm. That sounds really fun.
He played Underworld Breach Storm and made it to like the last round. I think he lost his win in or like the round before his win in. So he's very, very accomplished.
Yeah, his forte are definitely decks like these.
What is Colligan's Command? Interesting.
Fun.
So, cool line by Ting. I would never have thought of
This is to pick up the Krenko's Buzz Crusher.
Yeah, he's going to pick up the Krenko's Buzz Crusher. He's going to
Sweet.
make Nathan discard a card. Interesting. So, that's a great line.
That's
I
a
really
really
like that
cool
line.
line. I like that too. No more Unmoored Ego.
Yeah.
Or no Lotus Field existing means Unmoored Ego is not as good. So
Yeah.
Cool Guns Command finding your Krenko's Buzz Crusher. Now, if Nathan's able to draw a Thespian stage, it's still a little rough.
I think he picked up Emergent Ultimatum. So, worse.
It's a good one.
Yeah, it's a good one.
We'll see. Looks like we have a Hidden Strings Emergent Ultimatum Lear.
I don't know if that's enough, though.
That's what we'll have to find out.
The way I'm counting, he has 7 mana. But Nathan, it's also worth noting that Nathan and Ting are also extremely good friends.
Yep.
They
I'm
are-
sure there's a
they
lot of
are
banter happening right now at the
debatably
table.
best friends, which is why Nathan just showed both the Hidden Strings and the Emergent Ultimate. He's like, I don't know how I can do this.
Right.
So, how many? What's the one that? Which pip costs 3?
I believe Emergent Ultimatum.
Is it black?
I'd have to, before I give any incorrect information, I'll have to refer to our Scryfall link.
Yeah, refer to our Lord and Savior. Three green.
3 green.
Which makes this kind of awkward, but it does mean that you can safely add blue off of this Lotus Field and then tap the Botanical Sanctum
Sure.
for blue.
And
So then you go down
there's
to, you go down
green,
to 2
blue.
and that
Right.
takes care of all of that. And you untap, that adds black, and then the other 2 add green. So oh no,
You have to
I
add
guess you can't. 'Cause
green, blue, and then green off of Lotus Field. Oh, that's really rough. I guess you could add.
No, so you can add black off the Lotus Field, and then
And then use
blue
the
off
green-
Botanical Sanctum.
Right.
Cast
Right. I
it,
see.
untap, you have 2 black floating, then you tap Lotus Field for 3 green, then tap. Yeah, you can
Right.
cast Emergent Ultimatum here.
Right. The question is it worth doing here? Is it
Yeah.
enough?
Yeah, and the answer is I am not smart enough. But Ting isn't in a great spot. You know, he does have white up, so I'm assuming that he has a binding in hand.
He's at least representing it.
He's representing binding.
But no omniscience means that binding, and no lier really means
Yeah.
that binding's kind of rough to target
Beast
here.
of the Pile isn't that good either.
Right.
You know, so I have to assume that if he goes for it, the pile that he goes for includes Pour Over the Pages.
Sure. Now, if Nathan casts Lier, or casts his untapper into Lier, he should. Does that give him mana to float? To look at the.
Problem is if Lear gets exiled. in
Right.
zones, right?
It's a nightmare.
And I think that's what Nathan's worried about.
With 2 mana floating. If he goes Lier Hidden Strings, he's off to the races. If he goes Immersion Ultimatum, I don't know what race he's off to,
No,
but
he's playing Lear.
yeah. Okay, I like this line.
Yeah. Yep.
Now you get to float mana, cast Hidden Strings, and start doing some stuff.
It
but
was a binding.
he has the binding.
He's such a goat. I love this man. Sorry for all the Ting deniers out
Yeah.
there, but if you exist, you gotta change your ways.
Right. I mean, now Nathan's in a pickle. He doesn't have
Yeah.
access to a second Lotus Field, which means his Krenko's Buzz Crusher is going to hit the Lotus Field. Nathan's
Gonna get a little basic or whatever.
back to square one.
Yep.
I guess Archdruid's Charm is really what Nathan wants to see now,
Yeah.
but it's not looking great.
Or Besager's not bad either.
Sure, Beseju get back
Beseju
Lier.
blows up, but like then he still doesn't have a Lotus Field. Like
Right.
he's been pushed so far out from this game because of the way that Ting lined all this up. And he gets to blow up another land here if he wants to.
And Nathan,
But I don't think he wants to.
Nathan draw and pass, or is Nathan
Nathan drew then passed. The Ting
Okay.
just attacked for 4.
right?
Ting drew a Triome, so
Okay.
he's going to cycle that. That is a Fabled Passage that he can play. And I don't know why I held that Fabled Passage. Because if you draw Omnath,
Sure,
then
you
can
get
do an extra
the
4.
card and the mana and the life.
Yeah. But
The-
I don't think it's not super duper.
The life's not as relevant.
Yeah,
I think
it's more
in this
about dealing
matchup.
4 because you can get to the last
Right.
trigger.
That's true.
But even then, that doesn't change the clock because he'd go to.
Right. Well, now Josh gets to play Yorion, blink the Buzz Crusher, blow up a land. I don't think Nathan might not have another basic.
I don't think he does.
No.
I don't think there's any way for Nathan to get out of this.
Yeah, I think Nathan. I think this is game.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll see. We drew the.
We drew a Brazen Borrower.
Okay, that's one of the only outs I
Well,
think at this point in the game,
no,
right? But
because
there's no blue mana.
Yeah, doesn't have any mana. So
He has
it
another. He's a
looks like-
turn, I think.
Huh?
He's a turn, Nathan.
He does have one turn, but I don't think that extra turn will
No,
give him. I think that he's just too far gone.
I think this is too much to overcome.
Yeah. Oh baby, Ancient Cornucopia.
There it is. What a card!
Going to game 3 here.
It's one of those outlaws of Thunder Junction, big score,
Yeah.
bonus sheet cards that at the slightest sniff of a result spike to $20 or whatever. Yeah. Oh, they're
Yeah, that's why a bunch of them are just like randomly spiked.
That's
The
crazy.
Lookout is like $7.
right. Hostile Investigator went up as well.
Hostile
Yeah, it's the 4 mana 3/2 that discards a card.
Okay, so I was talking to Ben about this last night. I don't think there's a Waste Not player here.
I don't
If
think
there
so.
is a Waste Not player here, and he somehow ends up on feature, if he ever wins a feature match, I will do 20 push-ups right here, right now.
I think you hate a little bit on that deck too much.
Yes. So
Sure.
I am extraordinarily biased. I played that deck for like a month and a half. I couldn't buy a win.
Sure.
It was truly abysmal. I did not feel comfortable. It felt so bad.
It's the kind of deck that once you have the waste not resolved and you're doing things, it's very strong.
Yeah, of
The
course.
problem is that the play patterns of the deck, I believe, allow you to play incorrectly. If you want to trigger your waste not, you hold on to your duresses and thought seizes. You
Yeah.
want to curve out with. You want to go thought seize into waste not. You want to waste not into thought seize.
You definitely want to waste not into thoughts use a lot of the
Right.
time.
I think you want to waste not into go blank a lot of the time.
Yeah,
But
but
I also
yeah.
think that playing Fable the Mirror Breaker in your mono black deck is probably just a better.
I tend to
Yeah.
agree with you.
As someone that loses to waste not more than I should, I shouldn't talk as much as I do. I'm not a huge fan of the deck though. I think it's interesting. I think it's a cool thought experiment. I think Fable the Mirror Breaker is a card that's won the past 5 Pro Tours, and you should be playing if you've access to those cards. Though having access to cards like Field of Ruin and Demolition Field,
Is nice.
it's nice. You can definitely steal a couple wins that way.
Yep.
I also think as much as I have a bit of a disinterest towards vampires, but playing a Sorin into a Vein Ripper can also buy a couple wins,
Yeah.
maybe more consistently.
Yep. So we're seeing. I think Ting's gonna mulligan this. It's a one lander.
Ooh.
It might be second. No, it's a one lander. I think Ting has to mulligan
Yeah.
this.
On the draw,
Oh, is that Plains? No, he's not mulligan.
yeah, it looks like Josh Ting wrote his entire list out by hand, not sorting by lands, so I'm not going to count the amount of lands in his deck. I assume there's a lot.
Yes.
For decks like these, yeah.
There's usually like 29 to 33.
Okay.
I want to say in these 80 card decks. So.
Though I think if you're on 7, it's worth mulling to 6 here, even on the draw.
Yep.
Nathan has kept another 7, as he's wont to do.
While we're waiting, do you want to talk MH3?
MH3, yeah, let's do it.
All right. Is there any card that you're really excited about?
Oh, I think Netherglyph is quite powerful. As a Jund player through and through, I think cards like Netherglyph are really interesting. I think the Phoenix is really cool, the enchantment creature that you can bestow with cards
You
like.
just want to talk about your black.
Oh, I want to talk about Death Shadow. I want to talk about Straight Wraith. I want to talk about Troll at Khazad-dûm. I want to play my Mishra's Baubles and my enchantment creatures and swing in with Ragavan and Inti with Street Wraith. It's really fun. Oh, it looks like we've gotten it started. I mean, he needs to find the cards he needs, right? I think I see an Ashiok in his hand.
I do see an Ashiok in
Yeah.
his hand as well.
If he has the lands, he can cast it and
Well,
it buys him some time. He's drawing the lands.
I'm very interested into why he played Temple Garden versus.
Untapped?
Yeah, but like he could have played Fable Passage, gone to get a black source.
I think
and
he's
turned it
representing
out with
Dovin's
Ashiok.
veto. But
guess.
does he have another untapped land in hand? I cannot
He
see.
can't. He has a forest.
Okay, in
He
that
can't
case,
curve out here.
I don't hate the line of representing Dovin's veto.
Yeah, I suppose, but like I don't think you're gonna win that turn.
Perhaps not. Astral Cornucopia instead of Ashiok's very interesting here.
Well, he can't cast Ashiok.
Oh, right, with the
Yeah.
with the forest and the temple. Oh no,
That's
yeah.
why I was curious as to why
Okay.
he didn't.
I
play
think I
Fable
like your
Passage.
line then, because now Nathan has a mystical dispute.
Yeah.
Now,
And
do
then
you
he's
just beat
trying
the
to bait it
Omnath
out
here,
right
Nathan?
here.
Yeah.
Yep. And there, that one is.
He's floating 2 mana, gets to copy off the Thespian stage. This is just great for Nathan here.
Yeah. Four of the pages. We got a Lear, and we got the classic 3.
Now, does this spell disaster for Josh Ting? Do you think that Nathan wins this turn?
I think that I'd be surprised. I don't know. I mean, obviously, the way this works is you can never give him the omniscience. So you give him Lear
Right.
and you give him the other one. Now, the problem is,
Oh, he's giving him the omniscience.
I guess the flip side of the coin is like, Ting has Leyline Bindings in his deck. He has
I mean, is there a hidden strings in Nathan's graveyard?
no.
Okay.
So here's the next issue: is that Ting needs untapped land. He has untapped land. Okay.
Yeah, I think this spell's disaster. I think the line was that Ting believed that Nathan didn't have anything with the omniscience out,
Yeah.
but then having access to Archdruid's Charm, being able to find Fae of Wishes, means that Nathan's off to the races. Nathan's
Yeah.
going to look for...
In addition to this, like Nathan had it all. Right?
Yeah. No, Nathan had a great start. 7 cards. Ting mulligan to 4. It's unfortunate, but it happens.
Yeah. I don't think, to be fair, I don't think Ting had a chance otherwise.
I don't think so either. With the
Like-
hands that we saw,
Yeah. Maybe he is supposed to board his mystical disputes in this matchup.
perhaps.
I don't love it, but I don't hate it.
I think it's definitely heads up for Nathan. Maybe not heads up, but it's definitely correct for Nathan to play Mystical Disputes. Maybe it's heads up for Ting to bring in Mystical
That's
Disputes
what
to
I'm
counter
saying.
those, yeah.
Just so that
Protecting
way you
your
have
cards
some
like
counter
Krenko's
matchup.
Crusher, protecting cards like Ashiok might just be necessary.
Once again, it just feels like Ting's going to be reactive in that case, you know? And that
Right.
just like never feels great.
Right, and you can't. It feels so bad to tap out for a 5-mana threat when your Lotus Field opponent has 3 cards in hand and 2 Lotus Fields. Like,
Yeah.
it's so risky.
Yep. Yep, and here is Approach of the Second Sun.
It's either that or Orange Ultimatum. I think that's an approach.
Yes, that's Approach.
Impulse. I think that Impulse
We're
felt
running
an
into the
Impulse.
wall here because he goes Flashback Impulse.
Yeah,
Find it again.
approach. All right, and
now
that's
big
game.
match. Yep.
Yep. Unfavored. I think Josh Ching put up a good fight, but in the end, Nathan takes it down and is 3-0.
Yep.
This is a 6-round event.
6-round event.
All right.
Top 8. So we are halfway through.
One more, Nathan could double draw into the top 8.
Correct.
But he has to win that one more. And we'll see.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. There's a lot of aggro decks at the top tables too.
Right.
So we'll see. We'll see. But that will do it. We will be back in about 10 minutes for round number 4.
All right. Talk to you then.
welcome back, welcome back.
This is round 4.
Round 4 out of 6.
We have Phoenix versus Vampires.
Yes. We have Jay, who is in
The red.
versus, what's the other player's name?
I believe
Garrett, who's in blue. Jay in red, he is on Rakdos Vampires versus blue, which is Garrett on Phoenix. So a matchup we already saw today.
Yep.
But very different players. Jay is an extraordinarily accomplished player. He won the Legacy Eternal Weekend
2022.
2022 and came in second in Legacy Eternal Weekend in 2023.
Yep. He also participated as a competitor in the most recent Pro Tour, Outlaws of Thunder Junction, on Seattle, Washington.
Where he had a not so great start.
Is what it is. First
It
Pro
is what
Tour.
it is.
Work
First
out
Pro
some of
Tour.
the kinks.
He is one of the most accomplished players that I know personally. He's a great guy, awesome dude. I'll have to thank Garrett about this. He just reminded Jay to keep the deck within the bounds, so that makes me quite happy to see.
Right.
Looks like I want to say both are keeping 6. Yeah, or
think
7.
so, yeah.
Excuse me.
He's going to lead on a tapped Blood Crypt.
Yep. We have another, looks like a Spire Bluff Canal.
Both these decks aren't roaring out of the gate.
Cool.
Though disruption happens, you know, you have Fatal Push and Thoughtseize. You have 2 Considers, an Opt,
I want to say it's 2 Picklock Pranksters.
I
Yep.
believe so.
A Lightning Axe, and what I would assume is another land.
Looks to be true. I think so. Is it an island?
I want to say it's
Or
a
it's-
pathway.
I think you're right. I think that is the pathway.
Yeah, and he had.
Right. Prankster being not a recent addition, but more recent than the previous card that Phoenix was playing, the 3-mana sorcery.
Yeah, not Pour Over the Pages.
I was also thinking Pour the Pages.
Yeah.
It's from Shadows over Innistrad.
Yeah, it's a bad card. It's fine. We can skip
That's
over
fine.
it.
Sure.
Looks like Garrett's playing another land passing here.
I talked to Jay about this deck. He like me, prefers the Rakdos mid-range side of things. It's a little more fair, a little more grindy, a little more mid-range oriented, but he's come to the conclusion that Vampires is just the better deck to play. The mid-range has had a recent development with the new Snake Horse, Caustic Bronco,
Yep.
the Snorse.
Snores. We do love Snores.
Card's good. The Dark Confidant-esque
Yep.
in Pioneer.
Yep. Looks like Jay is resolving a Fable, and then Garrett will just respond with a
No Picklock
Picklock
Prankster.
Prankster, do it on
Sure.
the end step, whatever.
This is all known information.
Yep.
Yep.
Did we see what Garrett took?
I did not see what Garrett took.
Okay, I
Might
want to
just
say.
be on cantrip.
I want to say it was a cantrip.
Sure.
Might have been a Treasure Cruise. Oh no. Yeah, whatever the last card his hand
Right.
was.
Is that the red pathway in his hand? It just has them flipped?
Yeah, he has a red pathway in his hand,
Okay.
just not flipped. You know, one thing, I mean, going back to the whole Vampires versus mid-range thing, it's really hard to just not have show and tell in your deck.
Right.
In a deck that can allow it, like, being
Right.
able to just show and tell out a 6/5 that, if unanswered, will win the game in 2 turns.
Soar and tell, if you will. With the pseudo hexproof.
I hate you.
I mean, people calling it Splinter Twin got me riled up.
It's show and tell.
It's show and tell.
It's show and tell.
But it's interesting. It's always maybe not fun, but it's cool to see cards that were previously not played that had a high ceiling
Yeah.
be played. You had Soren got a little bit of buzz when Galta and Maverin got spoiled from, I think it was March of the Machines with a team of legendary
What got
creatures.
spoiled?
Sorry?
When what got spoiled?
Galta and Maverin.
Oh, the 12-12.
Yeah. Which
sorry.
I think was interesting. People tried it, that with Lord Xander. I think the through line, though, is that Brain Ripper is such a castable threat and it's so powerful for 6 mana that it finally brought this deck into the limelight. Obviously, Channel Fireball took that Pro Tour by storm, absolutely crushing it with the deck.
Well, Seth Manfield did.
Seth Manfield did. The deck also had a very good win rate.
Yeah.
Shout out to Sky Bauerschmidt Sweeney, who was also on that team. I think it was their first Pro Tour, and they absolutely crushed it as well. Yeah.
They were working with CFB
Yeah.
on that. And I gotta tell you, ever since I played with like Jake and them for the PEDS testing, I learned just how rigorous the testing for all that is.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, it's apparently there's several different approaches that you can take to those kinds of testing, but CFB does it very strictly.
Right.
You know, you have to meet an hour requirement. You have to do everything ASAP.
Right.
You know?
Looks like we've just have a resolved treasure cruise on the side of the Phoenix.
Yeah.
It looks like we're just going to play a picklock prankster with a land, or not.
Yep.
Think about it. Yeah, with the resolved Vein Ripper on the other side, I think it does, my understanding, force the Phoenix player to play differently. At the very least, it looks like we have, this is a Lightning Axe discarding a Phoenix. Fatal pushing the Picklock Prankster in response to counter the, Yep, we're countering the ward trigger, the ability to pay it. So we're going to counter the Lightning Axe off with a single Fatal Push. Which should cement Jay firmly as the advantage in this matchup.
Yep. That all tracked. I mean, you know, it's what we were talking about in round one.
Right.
You know, we had to, when you cast spells targeting Sorin, or targeting Vein Ripper, if you have one creature out and your creature gets killed in response to the trigger, that spell's fizzling.
Right.
That is tough.
Yes.
So I mean, I don't really know how to mitigate that in this deck, but it's not easy.
No,
It's not easy at all. You know, and Garrett has done a good job. His deck is doing what it's supposed to do, but it's just not doing anything. You know, when looking at staring down, you know, the barrel that is Vein Ripper Sorin.
Right. It's always interesting to see because Rakta's midrange before the Sorin Vein Ripper combo was the quote unquote one of the fairest, strongest decks in Pioneer. And it fell off a little bit. But finally, giving it this tool that just lets it go over the top and do something extraordinarily unfair with your backup plan, your plan B of just being cast Fable the Mirror Breaker, cast cards like Arch of the Drosso, Shield of the Apocalypse, just means that this deck is so well equipped to deal with a multitude of matchups.
Yeah, I agree.
Do we have Shieldreds in the main board?
That's
for
what
Jay?
I was just checking on. No, but we do. Oh, we do have one Shield of the Apocalypse.
One Children, okay.
What is really cool? Well,
Sure.
and now it's in play. Is there are 2 Caustic Broncos
Oh, yeah.
in Jay's list, and that is pretty rad.
The cards made a splash.
Huh?
I don't think anyone was really super high on it from what I could tell when it was spoiled during spoiler season, but it's just been
It's just pretty good.
it's been strong. Yeah,
Good.
it's just so strong that it looks like Garrett scooped to it.
Yeah.
Don't think that was a card to scoop to, but
No,
no.
I think Garrett scooped to the Shieldred, the Vein Ripper, the Fable, the Sorin.
Oh yeah, every card in the deck.
If you want to look through Jay's deck list, and
Oh,
see
yeah,
what
of
we got
course.
there, and I'll go through with.
A big part of a decision making when playing Rakdos Vampires, I know, deciding things when playing the Sorin Vein Ripper combo is what your alternate threats look like. Are you playing Arch into the Dross, the 6 toughness creature that's better into Phoenix because you can't just Lightning Axe it, you have to double spell it, or I guess you could auto war it or Brazen Borrow it. Is it worth playing that over Shield of the Apocalypse, a card that's so good into Lotus, a card that's so good into Phoenix? You can't really cast a Treasure Cruise through it unless you're at a more stable life total.
Does he have Leyline in? Oh, I guess this would be in this list. Oh, no, it would be in
No,
this
it would be in
Leyline
this list.
on
I
the
don't
list,
think Jay is playing the for Leyland Void,
No, he's
which
not.
is a calculated decision. I trust Jay on that. He's playing Go Blank over it, which is also good against Phoenix.
It's very good against Phoenix.
It's less of a free win card, but Jay does like the more grindy, more value, more mid-rangey games. He likes the agency that a lot of players, strong players, do enjoy.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of decision making involved with Go Blank. It means that you don't have to mulligan to Land on the Void. You have so many powerful tools post board. You probably don't even need it.
Yeah.
Though
Yeah.
it was a mainstay in the Pro Tour Vampires list.
Yeah.
The lists could have moved past it.
I do think that he'll be bringing it in, obviously.
Oh, for sure. The Graveyard Exile, absolutely.
Does you think he brings in his damping sphere?
I don't like Damping Sphere against Phoenix. I think
Really?
it's the kind of card that doesn't do a whole lot, and the deck doesn't super care about it. If they're bringing in cards like the Drake,
Yeah.
Drake doesn't really care about it. You can cast 2 cantrips on a turn cycle. You can cast removal spells. I think it's the kind of card that doesn't do a lot
Yeah.
and doesn't provide a lot for
It
you.
does limit the ability to get back Phoenixes.
This is true, but are getting back Phoenix is so powerful in the post-board games.
I don't think so. I tend to agree with you.
I think I do like bringing Reckoner Bankbuster in this matchup, but we'll see. I mean, maybe Jay did bring in the Dipping Spheres.
I see one card he's going to bring in. He's absolutely going to board in those Bane Lizards.
Oh boy! Oh
That
man!
card is
I didn't even see that. That
awesome.
card is really cool. For those of you that don't know, it's a card that punishes players for playing multiple spells in a single turn.
Yep. It is a 1/4 for 1 and a red. Whenever a player casts a spell, an opponent?
I believe it's whenever. I'll have to check that. I don't
We
want to
can-
give you the
we
wrong
can
information.
We have technology.
We do have the technology.
Mage Bane Lizard, I believe.
Something interesting I'm seeing on Jay's side is I don't.
Whenever a player casts a non-creature spell, a Mage Bane Lizard deals damage to that player equal to the number of non-creature spells they've cast. So those are definitely coming in.
Oh yeah, I don't
100%.
see any Preacher the Schisms in Jay's list. I think he's playing the Caustic Bronco over them.
Good man. Good
Yeah,
man.
that's an interesting decision. I don't hate that. It brings down your curve. Your powerful spells are the Fables and the Sorens. And that's what you really want to be casting on turn 3.
Yep.
You don't really want to be wanting to slam a Preacher if you don't have to.
And real quick from Garrett's side, he has 1 Tears of Valakut that's coming in, 2 Young Pyromancers, 3 Cracking Drakes. I have to imagine some mix of those are going to be coming in. I'd be interested to see if he boards in Brotherhood's End also. Nelson brought him in round 1. I'm interested to see if he brings them in here. I would assume Brazen Borrower gets boarded in also, and maybe the Disdainful Stroke, but I doubt it.
I talked to Nelson a little bit after his match, and he said that he likes having Brotherhood's End to clean up those games where you have the Bloodtithe Harvesters and the Dusk Legion Zealots if they keep them in, as well as any tokens that are made. Whereas the bigger spells help you to deal with the larger threats. He's not as afraid of Preacher the Schism. I guess 'cause it's not that big of a clock.
Yeah. Preacher doesn't, in these matchups, doesn't do a lot, right? Like,
It doesn't. It's a grindy tool, but isn't everything. That's 3 mana. I think it's
Valid.
definitely your worst three mana threat, and I think playing the Snake Horse. Though Jay is making a really interesting decision, and I think the only vampires he's playing are the 4 Mutavaults, the 4 Bloodtithe Harvesters, and the 4 Vein Rippers. He's not really playing any mid-range other vampire threats.
Yeah.
He's not playing Dusk Legion Zealot.
it seems like he's just red-black mid-range, but he just has show and tell. in the deck.
Sure, and I mean that's a
And-
decision that's absolutely
Yeah.
it could pay off for sure. Dusk Legion Zealot was never very impressive to me when I was playing it.
Soren just won't do as much otherwise.
For sure.
There's not as many targets to give counters to and stuff, but
Death Touch Lifelink is not terrible though, and any
Oh,
uptick on
yeah.
any creature. Ooh,
we are being
Oh, we're gonna get
mage
some-
banning some lizards, man. Although interestingly enough, Garrett does reveal Beacon Bolt and Lightning Axe.
you anticipate he's going to Beacon Bolt the Lizard, or you think that's a card that he's not going to respect? I'm curious
He
to
has
see.
to respect the lizard. He's gonna take the Lightning Axe here. He might have a Phoenix in hand. I haven't really looked at his hand yet, to be fair. Looks like Young Pyromancer, land, opt, another land, Fiery Impulse, double Lightning Axe, and there might be 2 opts.
So this is a decision that Garrett has made that's different from Nelson.
Yeah.
Bringing the Young Pyromancer in, perhaps over the Brotherhood's End. I assume those cards aren't really played in tandem with each other.
Yeah, I agree.
It's interesting. I think it's the kind of card where you go turn 2 or turn 3 Young Pyromancer and to take over the game is something that's very a lot of players are very drawn towards,
Yeah.
and I can't fault them for that. But we'll see if that ends up being something that will reward him or punish him in the long run.
So this
It being
is-
Fatal Push immediately probably means that it's not going to do a whole lot here, right?
Yeah.
So we're going to Lightning Axe the Lizard in response. We're going to have
Yeah.
Garrett take 1.
Although I think if you're Jay, you're totally fine with this exchange.
Sure.
It doesn't. This exchange keeps Garrett with a token, but it gets the Young Pyromancer and 2 cards that aren't Arclight Phoenix.
Right, leaving
out of
Garrett with a 1/1 on the board
Yeah.
isn't super threatening. If I were Jay, I would not be extremely scared of that.
Yeah. No,
Um,
not at all.
Yeah, if Jay's going to play Blood Tithe Harvester.
Yep.
That card has, I think, 4 or 5 different printings: the black, white, the showcase, the regular art. All that matters is that it makes a blood and it sacrifices to kill things. It is a 3/2 for 2. It's a great card.
Agreed. Agreed. So Garrett's playing a sleight of hand here, and
I'll just cast a Prankster.
yeah, Nomi's just not really doing very much.
Man,
You know, we are. Jay just flashed a Kalitas at us.
Oh,
So,
oh.
that's not great.
Well, that's a fun
for-
one. That reminds me of
Flog.
Shadows over Innistrad and Eldritch Moon. That era standard with the black-white control decks and the green-black Delirium decks. What a mainstay. What a powerhouse.
And I'm assuming Jay's kicking himself a little bit by not playing this Kalitas pre-combat.
Oh, perhaps, yeah.
You know, the one thing is that Garrett does have a second copy of Lightning Axe in his hand.
Right, but perhaps Jay didn't want Garrett to make decisions based on cards that he revealed.
I totally agree.
And I don't think the Picklock Prankster matters too much outside of the Treasure Cruise. So we'll see.
I tend to agree with you.
Right.
It just means that now you're down a Blood Tide Harvester.
Maybe the logic is that the Harvester is the free removal spell for the Picklock Prankster.
That's valid.
So we will see.
Kalitas has a lot of text on it.
Yes.
A lot that it does there.
Kalitas is really an interesting card with Sorin. You can put it into play.
Yep.
You can sacrifice your Mutavault to it.
Mm-hmm.
It's creating zombies. It's almost like a little young Pyromancer on the Rakdos side.
Yep. We see a Steam Vents being pitched to Lightning Axe. Still no Phoenixes.
This 1/1's getting into the red zone.
It's getting into the red zone.
Is there a chance that Garrett took these Phoenixes out, or do you think this is something that is just a stroke of bad luck? He's seen so many cards and not seen one.
It seems unlikely that
Sure.
they board out all their Phoenixes. I understand trimming one.
Sure.
I don't believe. Ooh, that's a go blank.
If you're anticipating,
sucks.
if you're anticipating Leyline of the Void, maybe that's a card that Move the Phoenixes are something that you do cut. But Go Blank just absolutely stunning here.
Yeah. Go blank is a very good hit. And
We'll
I
see.
don't think he drew it for turn. I think he was pretty patient.
No, I think he
had
was.
it for some turns. But I could be wrong.
It's the Picklock Prankster in response, trying to hit
Tears
his
of
Spell Pierce,
Valakut
maybe?
in there too.
Tears of Valakut's an interesting one.
Okay, so that gets exiled. Both of them get pitched. Everything gets exiled. Tears of Valakut gone, which is this one of in the board.
And now Garrett's untapping with virtually nothing.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I thought that was a Treasure Cruise that you drew. I think that's a sleight of hand.
Yeah, it seems so. It's a
You're taking Shredder.
Shredder? Or what's the other card? Oh, an Opt?
Yeah. I don't think you can take Opt comfortably here.
Right.
Pick lock, pat.
Not much pressure from Jay here. Hasn't really found a threat to stick yet, but it looks like Garrett's just about out of gas.
Yeah, and you know what? Like, not every turn can be a hit or a dig. You know,
Sure.
with for Garrett or for Jay. You know.
Right.
Jay,
Now this is interesting.
Although
Jay
Jay
kept the Liliana Veil. Or he brought one in, I think.
yeah, that's totally valid to board in.
Sure.
Like, I think that Liliana is is that Top Deck Phoenix? I think that Liliana is extraordinarily good in this matchup.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
It's a good draw.
So we'll see. Vein Ripper would be a great top deck here, as it usually is.
Shocking.
I was truly. Let a Blood Tithe Harvester to provide another blood means that a dead draw next turn turns into a live one, potentially.
Or
Looks like-
this is a removal spell.
Right.
So,
Jay doesn't have a ton of time here. He's about a...
well, he's got some turns. He's at 14.
Sure.
He's taking 4. He's on a 3-turn clock right now.
Sure.
He's got time. You know, I will say that, you know, even now, Garrett's board isn't very scary.
No.
I'm not super concerned about it in general.
Jay is a top decked Shieldred or Vein Ripper or even a Sorin away from just really stabilizing and
Yeah.
being able to claw back in. Even if he even is behind, he gets to
Yeah.
sacrifice to kill the Phoenix.
Nice.
Ooh, an unlicensed turn.
So this sequence was really cool, right? he peeled the
The hearse?
unlicensed hearse.
Yep.
He was able to kill the Phoenix without having to worry about anything, and now his clock's so much shorter.
Sure.
Although we are seeing, I believe, a crackling
Ooh,
Drake,
slam a crackling Drake.
which is bad. That's not good for Jay.
Yeah, this is kind of a code red here for Jay.
Yeah, that was pretty much worst possible for
Right.
him. So now Jay has two redraws.
Though having the blood tokens means that a fatal push will really help in this instance.
Yes, I agree. Soren.
And Soren's not enough here. Vein Ripper at this point isn't enough either, because he can't cast it with the mana he has. Is that a Bone Crusher Giant? Looks like he's dead.
No, he's just dead.
Man. And that's the power of Crackling Drake. Yep.
Crackling Drake is a hell of a magic card. A trillion 4.
Right.
Is not easy to beat sometimes. You know, and it looks like in Jay's list, he has 1 Heartless Act, 1 Bitter Triumph. The pushes. I guess Liliana? Like,
Sure.
he's not
Anxious for
boarding
Crackling
in Shield's Edict.
Does he have Bitter Triumphs in there?
He has 1 in the main.
One Bitter Triumph, okay.
Yeah, 1 Bitter Triumph and 1 Heartless Act are the clean ways to answer it. Like I said, he does have 4 Fatal Pushes,
Sure.
but that's pretty much it. You know,
Not a lot going on there.
no. I don't think he's boarding in Shield's Edict. He did board in Liliana, and that
Right.
is a potential removal spell for it.
It was truly tragic with the Blood Tithe Harvester not being able to sacrifice it to kill the Crackling Drake. That was really just unfortunate timing on
Well,
that end. He was one
yeah.
turn away from
I mean, either way, it
sacrificing
wasn't looking super hot for him. You know,
No.
like if he didn't do that, he had what 3 turns left, so he would buy him 1 extra turn.
Sure. I think,
So-
I mean, with the information he had, the line was probably
Yeah,
correct.
I guess the
assume.
Bone Crusher. You did feel the Bone Crusher, which would have cleaned up the Phoenix.
Sure.
So yeah, I mean, but in hindsight, you can't look at it like that. You know,
Right.
that's how you drive yourself freaking nuts playing this
Oh,
game, right?
yeah.
So it's he by killing that Arclight Phoenix, he slowed his clock down by like 4 turns. you know,
Right.
So you kind of have to go for it. Reckoner Bagbuster.
I love this card in the Phoenix. It's very difficult for them to remove, and it just provides you value over the course of a couple turns.
It's pretty interesting because I wouldn't have really thought about boarding that in here.
It's a threat that sticks really well. Phoenix has so many removal spells that sometimes it's hard to get a foothold in the game.
Yeah.
And just having access to being able to keep up with them 1-for-1 while drawing cards and developing your game plan can be very strong. And just a 2-mana investment in early turns as you develop your mana means that later in the game, it's both a threat and something that just provides 3 extra cards for you.
Yeah. Fable.
Now with the result, Fable, yeah, Jay could be, looks like he's pitching a mountain and another card on a Mutavault.
His
Draw
hand
2.
is push Takenuma,
Sure.
and we'll see what he drew. It looks like there's
Go to combat, make a treasure token.
I want to say Garrett has a beacon bolt in hand. It looks like it's opt, fiery impulse.
Sure. Jay's
Or
gonna
is that
activate
negate? Is that
Buster.
first card negate?
I think that's a negate in
Okay.
front.
Negate, fiery impulse, opt, beacon bolt, ledger shredder, X.
Sure.
So pretty good hands, all things considered for
It's not
Garrett.
bad. It's some removal spells, some filtering.
Yep, good mix of everything. Last card's a young pyromancer, which is pretty good.
Sure. Looks like Jay's just gonna cast the Bone Crusher Giant.
Yep. Jay's doing the good old reliable plan of put him to dead.
Oh yeah, play your 3-mana 4/3.
Yeah, honestly. Fiery impulse.
Trigger,
will
deal
take
3 damage.
2 damage.
2 damage, sorry.
Come on, get
Oh,
it
the
right.
Fire
See, you can
Impulse
play
is going to
Magic.
deal 3 damage. The Bone Crusher Giant's
Sure.
going to deal 2 damage. Do you play Magic?
Only on occasion. Only on Sundays, apparently, at local RCQs.
Oh yeah.
Which you could definitely be going to if you lived in the Northern Virginia area. And if you do, you should check out #Gaming Arena out in Herndon. It's a great
Oh
store.
yeah. I think there's one left in the season.
Yeah, one left here in season. Yep.
Looks like we're going to untap. No play from Garrett here.
Ooh,
And this
that's
is
a Colitis for
Really
Jay.
where Jay wants to be. Jay's developing his board. He's drawing cards. He's not in a huge rush to close this game. Obviously, he'd like to put some pressure down.
Garrett is deathly afraid of not holding up negate mana.
Right, and that could hamper his ability to actually kill his opponent.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to cause some issues down the line here, right? Like, he does have a removal spell for this Reflections, which is good,
Right.
you know, but the fact that he's just unwilling to commit really anything to the board because he wants to hold up negate could cost him. I think at some point you kind of just have to make your one way to win is for them to just not have it and like
Right.
playing around it's not worth it.
Negate doesn't counter Vein Ripper.
It
and-
does, however, counter Sorin.
Right, but we're getting to the point of the game where Vein Ripper just might be hard cast. We'll see.
Yeah, yeah, and now it's just too late. You know, we are seeing a Picklock Prankster, which
Is that a Fiery
is,
Impulse he's going to pick up?
I believe it was a Lightning Axe.
Lightning Axe, okay, even better.
I don't know.
I don't think we've seen... We saw the Phoenixes...
We did see a Phoenix.
Okay, so he could just be getting a little unlucky.
He had one last
He
game.
could have trimmed a couple. I'm not sure what the sideboard
He may
plan
have
is.
trimmed, yeah, he may have trimmed one or two. I think it's hard to justify trimming more than one in pretty much any matchup,
Sure.
though. Especially since he didn't see a Leyline in the Void.
Right.
I think I would be more tempted to board back up to 4 if they weren't already all in there.
Seeing Go Blank, seeing Unlicensed Hearse, I assume that's something that would make you want to reconsider if you're cutting Phoenixes or not, if you
Yeah.
are.
Yeah, I mean, like, while yes, both those cards are good
Sure.
against Phoenix, you know, they are situational and they can only do so much each turn,
Right.
you know, or at a time.
Right?
You know, you can just sneak under a Go Blank or over a Go Blank if he times it incorrectly.
Sure.
And
Go Blank doesn't do a whole lot against Crackling Drake.
no,
Unless it's one of your only two
no,
cards
it
in
does
hand,
not.
right.
Yeah.
We'll see. Jay's going to create a pilot token and draw another card, I assume, on this next turn, if he doesn't
Yeah.
just slam a Vein Ripper. Garrett has to plan around this. I see a young Pyromancer in Garrett's hand. He could be
Yeah.
considering deploying it.
And
Though it looks like Jay's holding on to a Fatal Push, if not a
he's
couple other
fallen to
removal spells.
several, and you know Garrett is not happy to not be hitting this fourth
No.
land. He's really not happy about
He's
it.
not being able to develop his board. He's not
Yeah.
being able to. I mean, just lightning axing the. I assume it has to be the reflections
It
here.
has to be reflections. Yeah.
Trigger, get a token. Jay's got a fatal push.
Yep.
Oh no, he cast a Ledger Shredder. I apologize. It wasn't the
No, yeah,
the young Pyromancer. So he's going to be able to draw a card and discard a card. Maybe filter for that land,
yeah. And he pitches the negate.
right? At this point in the game, the
Fair.
game's probably not doing a whole lot for him.
Yeah.
This could be too little, too late. We'll see.
Mhm.
Maybe with the counter on that Ledger Shredder.
Oh. Why did that negate hit the graveyard? Did you counter
It was probably pitching for the lightning hacks and pitching for the draw discard off the Ledger Shredder.
yeah. Okay. That makes sense.
Jay's struggling a little bit to find something to do here. He's probably going to slam the Kalitas this turn.
So if I were Jay, I would be playing Kalitas and then
Fatal pushing the
the
Ledger Shredder. I like that line.
I'm pretty sure that just kind of pushes the game pretty far out of reach, but he is considering drawing a card also.
Right.
Looks like his hand is Kalitas, Takenuma, Push,
If he-
Bitter, Triumph, and X. I didn't see the last card.
Garrett's tapped out, so there's a line where you get to play Kalitas, crew the Bankbuster, swing for 4, and then fatal push the Ledger Shredder. Obviously, letting your opponent consider whether or not to block. He's not going to, but
Never mind. I forgot what crew.
oh, it's
Bankbuster
crew 3
had. It was
on the
crew
Bankbuster.
three. Yeah. Yep.
Oh, he's considering animating the Mutable. I guess you get the treasure token off the Goblin Shaman.
I'd be hesitant to sack that too. Yeah.
Oh, shock.
I like that more.
You put yourself to 18. You're plenty of life to work with.
I don't even think you have to pressure that much. He's at 12, you know, like.
Right. I mean, I don't
I
hate.
guess this makes it 2 turns.
Right. The more damage you're able to push, the more capable your deck is of being able to just close it out.
Yeah.
So it creates another treasure token. Sacrificing it, fatal. I assume he's going to fatal push 4 blocks, so he doesn't lose any of his 2/2s, and damage gets through. This is 8 damage put into 4. Yeah,
It's
it's.
like a beacon bolt.
Oh, this is the second spell to discard to the shredder.
And he gets another treasure.
Or is this looks like a. Oh, it's a treasure. He's using it as a copy token, but it's a treasure. It's a treasure.
Okay. sure the writing here is on the wall for Garrett.
I have to agree with you. Maybe this young Pyrants can buy him a turn of blocks, but it looks like there's no untapped land.
Yeah. You know, the land, even if you could cast 2 spells, like it's just not enough. You know, you can hit the Kalitas or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, the copy token is a 2/2.
Oh, I understand. It's a zombie token. That makes sense because I think you got the treasure token already off the attack by the Goblin Shaman.
Yeah.
Yeah. In which case, it's a valiant effort by Garrett, but it looks like that's game.
Yeah, it's game. Cool. Well, as you can see here, the power of vampires has been pretty good.
Right.
It's still pretty strong in the meta, even if you're just using it to show and tell some.
Or even just playing Kalitas for 4
Yeah.
mana in 2024. You know, sometimes it just does.
What a
does
year.
It needs to do. Right.
That being said, you know, we're going to go to break for the next 10 or so minutes until the next round goes up.
Right.
We hope you guys will stay around.
Playing a couple win-and-ins, I think, coming up.
Yeah. A couple people will start to draw in, so we'll be playing people that, you know, have a little more on the line to top 8. So we'll be back with the next match in the next, 10 or so minutes. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. To this round, we have Rachel, who is in red, who's a friend of mine, and we have Scotty, who we saw earlier, is in blue. So Rachel in red, Scotty on blue. Rachel is on Phoenix, and Scotty is on Vampires.
A quick classic in the making, as we can see. Yeah, as we've seen previously, Vampires has taken it twice out of 2. This is Scotty is 4-0, Rachel is 3-1. So I believe Rachel is playing for the top 8. Scotty is forced to play.
Yes.
Scotty is paired at 4-0. He would be able to double draw.
Yes. So likely this match is free for Scotty. You know, if he loses, he should still be able to draw next round as long as he doesn't get paired down. But you know, this is a win and in for Rachel. You know, as we've seen in this matchup throughout the day, Vein Ripper seems to be the big bad, and people seem to overvalue it or undervalue it. It really depends. It's very context dependent. And you know, Rachel is an extraordinarily skilled player, and I'm very curious to see how she operates this matchup.
Right. I don't think we've seen Fable of the Mirror Breaker yet in the sideboard of these Phoenix decks. We see the requisite Crackling Drake. This time there's 2 of them. Other powerful cards. Unlicensed Search of the Mirror, I like that.
Rachel is playing a Prof's Eidetic Memory. I love this card. I think the card's great. I would play 2 personally, but I understand the desire to only play 1. You can dig so deep in these cards, in these decks. So, pretty happy about it. Now, it looks like, I want to say that they might both be mulliganing, but I may have just missed it. Looking over the list for Rachel, we're seeing 1 mainboard Ashiok, 1 Galvanic Iteration, but she's not playing the Temporal Trespass, but she is playing the Prof's Eidetic Memory in that slot. So, that's really where those main differences come around to. I am huge on Eidetic Memory. I think that the ability to draw, you know, 3 or 4 cards, put 2 or 3 counters on a Ledger Shredder or on a Phoenix or something, can really just close a game out. And it can also make your guys just way oversized, so your opponent has trouble dealing with them. Rachel's starting hand has triple Arclight Phoenix. Her hand is Land, Opt, Shredder, triple Phoenix, Fiery Impulse. That's kind of a snap keep.
Is it?
I'm very tempted to keep a hand like this.
Okay.
Rachel might be thinking about it, but I think that it's a keep.
Is this her 6 or her 7?
This is her 7.
Okay.
Right? 7 cards in there.
I'm more inclined to keep this on 6, but I almost want to fish for.
Oh no, it is a 6.
Oh, it's 6. Okay, yeah.
That makes sense.
In that case, I don't mind this hand. I think on 7 you might be able to fish for something a little less Phoenix heavy. Again, I'm not a Phoenix player, so I won't speak to my own prowess here.
You know, the big issue is like the hand does need a lot. You know,
Right.
like you need lands, and then you need to be able to have a spell or 2 afterwards, because you really want to deploy this Shredder on turn 3
Sure.
when you can get a trigger off on it.
It's important to remember as well that Pioneer is very different from formats like Legacy and Modern. When you bottom a card, you're probably not going to see that card again.
Yep.
Phoenix is a deck that could see it. Maybe later in this game, Rachel has no more library, and we know that last card is a Phoenix. That could be important.
Yeah.
Of the decks in Pioneer, I think that's the one deck that would do that.
Yeah.
But to start us off, looks like Scotty's going to lead with the Blood Tithe Harvester, which is going to opt in the end step.
Yep. Rachel did pick up a lightning axe for a turn as well, which makes those Phoenixes really good.
Yeah, I like this a lot more. It speaks to Rachel's prowess as a player as well, to want to keep a hand like this. I think I would be too afraid to keep the Phoenix as a hand, but again, I have no reps on Phoenix. So.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that this hand's shaping up very good. I am a little curious as to why she would play the Shredder out here.
So my gut reaction is that having the Lightning Axe anyways means that if she wants to develop her board or play more spells next turn, being able to Lightning Axe and then cast a spell, discard, and then cast another spell to get 2 Phoenixes back on the turn 3. That's my gut
Yeah,
reaction.
but when you want to pitch
They pitch a Phoenix to a Lightning Axe, and then
Yeah, but the other Phoenix gets stuck in your hand now because you're opening up to remove spells.
right. Well, we pitch a Phoenix to Lightning Axe. You cast another spell, trigger the Shredder. If the Shredder survives, you get two Phoenixes in the yard.
Yeah, I suppose.
But well, it doesn't look like she's going to have that opportunity to, as the Shredder is down.
Yeah. I'll ask her about that after the game. Not because I think it's the wrong play, but because I'm just very curious as to that line. Because I'm actually playing Phoenix tomorrow at an RCQ.
Oh, all right.
And I have very few reps on the deck. So if I'm missing something, I want to be able to make sure I understand it.
Can I assume you'll be playing Prof's Eidetic Memory in your list?
Absolutely.
Oh, fantastic. That excites
That card
me.
is rad.
A deck that I've had some fun with, now that I'm allowed to play fun decks, is the green-black Insidious Roots pile that's been making some waves in Magic Online. Not one that we've seen today, otherwise I'd want to at least try to feature it. But
It's not even here.
no, I don't think so. I don't think it's that good. But it's really fun, and I really enjoyed the deck, and so I'll probably be playing that tomorrow at the same RCQ.
You were lucky enough to qualify not playing Pioneer at all.
Oh, no, I qualified on Vampires.
Oh, I thought you qualified at the modern.
Yeah, the Pioneer Super Qualifier in Richmond. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the deck's really good.
As
don't-
we've seen all day.
Right, we'd play a turn 3, 6/5 with Ward, sacrifice a creature.
And now Rachel is just so far on the back foot. And what's really interesting is that, well, maybe not interesting, but Scotty didn't have it in hand.
No, he just drew it.
He just drew
Yeah.
it.
Welcome to the Pioneer.
Yeah, it's the way it goes. The way it goes. It's tough.
So let's see what Rachel's line might be here. She has two
gotta start
Arclight Phoenixes. Is that an island?
As awful, yeah.
Picklock
So
Prankster.
her hand is Picklock Prankster, Arclight, Lightning, Axe.
I guess she has to wait a turn, try to play the Picklock Prankster,
Yeah.
pick up another Picklock Prankster, maybe play both in Lightning Axe with an untapped land.
I really wish.
Well, the
Like,
problem
it
is,
sucks because like you kind of want to just like play Picklock as a creature.
right, but Lightning Axe doesn't stop.
It doesn't stop it.
No.
But she does have a Fiery Impulse in hand.
Okay.
But she doesn't have enough creatures to be able to
Oof,
sack that.
yeah,
war
that's a
trigger.
tough one.
You know, so we'll see if this was, worth.
I mean, she can. Oh man, there's no way to get the Phoenix back, is there?
No.
Lightning Axe, pitch a Phoenix, ward trigger. Is it just trying to get the Phoenix in the yard to get it back?
No,
Or this
I
is
think
game.
she just
Ah,
scooped
okay.
it up. Yeah. Yeah, like, Scotty was tapped out. I think what you had to do was hard cast the Prankster, sack
And then
it
Lightning Axe it to the ward
axe
trigger?
it,
Yeah. No, the ward just puts the card over the top. It's incredible.
Yeah.
Now Scotty's on 4 Leyline of the Voids, and I assume we'll see that again coming into game 2. In his last match that was on camera, he had 2 ley lines in both post-board games, which really helped solidify that win. We'll see if he's, I don't want to call it luck, but we'll see if he's as fortunate to have those in those opening hands, or if he'll mulligan to them and
Yeah,
try to hit
yeah.
those. He
I mean-
kept some pretty big stinkers. He kept 5 lands, a Fatal Push, and a ley line, and they got there. So
But,
we'll
I
see.
mean, then he proceeded to draw 1 land for the rest of the game and peeled nothing but heat,
Yeah,
you know?
as it goes, you know.
Yeah, as it goes. Looking at Rachel's sideboard, and we'll get to Scotty's in a minute. We'll go through it again for people who just joined up. Rachel's sideboard is 1 Spell Pierce, 1 Negate, 2 Crackling Drakes, 1 Young Pyromancer, 2 Mystical Disputes, 2 Fables, 1 Ashiok, 2 Angers, 2 Unlicensed Artist, 1 Torch. Torch Tower. I do like Crackling Drakes. I kind of like Fable. I'm very curious as to when Fable's supposed to be coming in, but I don't hate it here.
Fable's a grindy card. It's much better against the traditional Rakdos mid-range decks.
Yeah.
I do think it's worth considering. My gut reaction is that it's, unless she has cards she wants to take out, I don't know what it comes in for.
Yeah, that's fair.
Scotty, I assume, is taken in 4 Leyland of the Voids.
Yeah.
That's
So
not surprising at all.
Scotty's full board is 1 Blot Out, 1 Damping Sphere, 2 Duress, 1 Gravedigger's Cage, which you might look at exploring the board in here.
Sure.
4 Leyline of Voids, 2 Liliana of the Veils, 2 Path, 1 Quakebringer, 1 Shielder's Edict. So you're definitely looking at the 4 Leyline of the Voids. Whether or not you want to board in Gravedigger's Cage as a 5th card,
I dislike
don't
it.
know.
I think if you're already playing Leyland of the Void, Grafdigger's Cage is a do-nothing card that really doesn't stop cards like Crackling Drake or Ledger Shredder.
yeah.
I think it's more for Amalia for sure. I think
fair.
it's a card that you can defend for sure. I mean, you could even play it against Lotus if you really were afraid of the Leer stuff going on, or if you thought your interaction wasn't nearly as good.
Yeah.
I think Scotty's just putting the 4 ley lines in, though. I only saw 4 cards going.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, it would track that's mainly for Amalia. There's not a ton of Amalia
I
players.
saw
in the
none of it
Northern
today.
Virginia area.
Yeah.
You know, at most you'll see like 1, maybe 2 at an RCQ, but it's honestly pretty rare.
Yeah. It's fallen off a little bit, I think.
Yeah, which is good. I hate that.
Not a fan either.
It's honestly, the room is like, there's some aggressive decks. There's a decent amount of like slick shot decks or heroic. There's a ton of Phoenix and a ton of vampires. That's about it. There's a
think
couple Lotus players. But
Translates to the winners meta as well as a lot of Phoenix and vampires from what we're seeing.
yeah, and that's not necessarily a bad thing.
Not
but
necessarily.
The a lot of the other decks have just kind of been fizzled out of the area. You know, there's no waste nods here, thank Christ. So don't
Yeah,
do
I
any
hate that
push-ups.
deck.
There's no, you know, there's no Amalia. There's 2 Lotus Field players.
Sure.
You know, there's no. I didn't see any blue-white control or anything out there either. So it's pretty concentrated today. So if you play in this area, such a big part of it is just knowing the mirror matchups and like the matchups against the big like 2 other decks. There's a decent amount of Niv Mizzet, but that's about it.
Nibtalate's very popular in this area. People really like that deck.
Is extraordinarily popular in this area.
There's some overlap, though. A lot of the Nib players play vampires. I think some of the players I know, I think another player, Evan Appleton, qualified on vampires at Richmond, and he's a big Nib guy.
He's a big Niv guy. He's a Niv truther.
Niv truther. I mean, the deck was very popular for a while.
Yeah.
But it's actually good now. I think for a while it was popular and not good. And now none of this playable. People are really excited to take it out for a spin.
Yeah, 100%.
Looks like we're going to game 2. So, got an Arch Tree into the draw, so that opener. With a Leyline of the Void. I cannot tell if there's any lands in that hand.
It only looks like 1 or 2.
That's a swamp.
There's a swamp. I think it's a 1-lander.
A 1-lander with a Thoughtseize? Oh. Yeah, I think he sent it back. It's close, though, especially on the draw.
He did have
Leyline Thoughtseize on the draw. Yeah, maybe he sent it back. Rachel's looking at her
hand looks like Pathway, Fiery Impulse, Otawara, Treasure Cruise, Spell Pierce, Consider.
Sure. Otawara is sneakily good in this matchup, being able to bounce Vein Ripper or the Leyline, but it's also a 4-mana play, which sometimes the game just comes to a close before you're able to do that effectively.
I think that Rachel is supposed to keep it if she hasn't. I think she didn't keep it since Scotty's mulliganing. I'm always hesitant about keeping hands that don't have threats.
Sure.
You know, and I understand part of that's variance based, but I don't know how often in Phoenix you're supposed to do that.
Right.
You know, just because there's not many threats in the deck in the first place.
Right. I mean, getting rid of pieces of the puzzle, playing Pick Lock Prankster makes the deck. That was another card. Makes the deck a little bit more resilient into a Vein Ripper being able to sacrifice those Pick Lock Pranksters. But running out of Pick Lock Prankster and pitching a Lightning Axe is not really what you want to be doing with the card if you haven't already cast the adventure side.
Yeah.
It looks like Scotty is keeping this, maybe pitching a land.
Yeah.
It speaks to his card. Thoughtseize.
Nice.
Does she have a second Spell Pierce in hand?
No, not in hand. But I know that she has. Looks like. Interesting. Hold on. Oh no, there's only 1 Spell Pierce in the 75.
Okay, so that's
one.
Yeah. Right, but so Jay, but cards for 1 mana. But now that it's on the draw, more resources. Right. I mean,
The
Fable's,
world.
Fable's a little slow. You know, in this deck, it's a lot of birds.
It's a lot of birds.
Yeah, we'll see. Looks like she's deliberating before she takes any lines. Okay, Ledger Shredder into...
Okay, so she's gonna let her shredder opt here.
Sure. So, well, she has a land drop, so she could try to go for,
Yeah.
I guess, the Lightning Axe. Does she have an untapped land in hand?
She does.
Right. I'll speak to her prowess.
Yeah.
I don't-
Okay, I can buy this.
Yeah, I like this.
Yeah.
Yes, this develops the Ledger Shredder as well, gets her more threats on the board.
Second, she's deliberating over a second lightning axe, bottoming that one.
Right.
I would be tempted to keep that, honestly.
I
But
think...
I understand where she's coming from.
Right.
Oh, that's a really good pickup.
Oh,
It's another treasure cruise. So, land untapped. Got another op. Trigger the shredders for this turn. Comes back, gets swinging for 6.
Lightning Axe pitching the Crackling Dragon, really? Okay.
That is so interesting. See, this is the line that I don't like, right? Like, yes, she's pushing in for damage, but she's pushing in for 1 extra or 2 extra damage that I don't know is super relevant.
I'm
Like, I would rather just. I mean, granted, I guess the reasoning is it's 2 turns away, right?
Sure.
Like, you have time, and next turn she's gonna treasure cruise, right?
right. I mean, having access to that cruise, I
Having
suppose
access
it gives
to
you
cruise is
access
nice.
to more gas next turn, more cards in the yard.
Yeah.
Really keeps those wheels spinning.
Yeah, but I am a little scared. Like, I would be extraordinarily hesitant to fire off that
And
lightning.
Scotty
axe.
needed to draw a Sorin, and then
Oh,
put in a Vein Ripper,
Christ.
which is absolutely brutal here. But Rachel still has the Treasure Cruise. She still has the Lightning Axes.
So
Look at her
Rachel's
list.
hand-
Is she playing
Rachel's
4?
hand is treasure cruise and crack.
Right. She has to find the Lightning Axe, the
Yeah,
one that
she
she
just
bottomed.
bottomed 1.
She's playing
Probably.
4.
Playing 4. Yep, so she still has 2, but I would. She has.
She did play the Otawara. And I don't see any Tears of Valakut or any ultimate Vein Ripper killer. But
Maybe she feels like she's.
sure. I mean, you draw the Lightning Axe here. You...
Ooh, that's a prop. Now you're gonna
Ooh.
see.
Drops Eidetic Memory, draw
Oh,
some
yeah.
cards, put some counters on your creatures, start
she's-
smacking.
Drawing 4 cards total. Go 5 prop. And 6 with the op. You get 5 counters up.
Pretty good.
and it's a 8-7,
Gee.
and now your Bane Ripper doesn't block.
Right. And that's scary. That's pretty much. I mean, 5 counters is the magic number because the X2 Phoenix is what keeps the main for alive. But you have to block it dead otherwise.
Yep.
There's a Polytos. Is that the only card left? No, there's 2 cards left. Looks like Rachel liberating props, cast the props. Is that the fire left card? She really off the treasure cruise. Okay.
So she's drawn. Should be 5.
Right, card per
5.
turn. 3 cards off the treasure cruise,
Yep,
1 off the
so it'll be 5 right
prop. And off the ledger shredder. 6.
now. Was that this?
Yeah, she just looted with the ledger shredder. Yeah.
6. So she can put 7, 6 counters. That
Right. The people flipped this turn. I
Yeah.
don't think it's
But
active
you
at the
can
moment.
just load this thing up fast.
Right.
The Thorin's gonna go down. I don't think that you can attack for 9.
I mean,
I
is there a line where you attack face with the Thorin? Because the Vayne Ripper is forced to block if you attack with the.
Well, it's forced to block a arc.
Sure. Well, let's see. The Shredder is 1 counter on it. It's next 2. It's a 2 power, 3 power.
Shredder can't stand. You just got played.
I believe she played the prop, but she hasn't played. She did play the prop. She played the treasure cruise and the prop.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which puts
this might
the
just be a
puts
jump
the
block
kind of
situation. I
Shredder.
wasn't sure.
So 6. Oh, if you attack with everything, it's. I think you're right. I think you do attack Soren here.
Yeah, I don't know. It's close. 1 sec. Wolverine, thank you so much for pointing that out. Can you guys hear us okay? If you guys can't hear us, let us know and we'll get that fixed. I think we should be good.
Hopefully.
Yeah,
See.
hopefully.
Yeah.
We were trying to cut some reverb out from our internal audio. So we'll see if that helps.
Looks like that Shredder is just swinging in.
Okay, so there should be more counters on this Shredder.
I think she discarded the Spire Bluffkin out of the Shredder, right? So it should just be 5? Unless she had a count on it earlier.
Well, so she drew 1 card, and then she drew 3 off of Treasure Cruise. That's 4 cards, plus 1 off Prof, plus 1 off of Shredder.
Sure.
So -1, so it should get 5. So it should,
Right.
it should have 1 extra counter.
Did the Shredder have... It has 5 counters on it right now. Did it have a counter before then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. At least I thought it did. Maybe I'm wrong.
Right. Without in-game audio, sometimes it can be difficult to determine the state. But it looks like it's just the Ledger Shredder attacking. Cycle the blood token. Discard a Thoughtseize. Drawing a Harvester. So that can be recycled.
So she attacked face.
Check phase.
I would be so tempted to not attack face.
You can uptick. Yeah, so now you can uptick Soren to drain 2 by throwing the Harvester, which kills a thing, which then drains another 2, which that's 7 life.
Yeah.
Which negates the previous turn's attack. That is a trade of resources that might not be wanted, but it also doesn't mean that you have to attack with your Vayne Ripper.
Yeah. Interesting.
She has the Lightning Axe.
She did find it. Thank Christ.
Pitching a Shredder.
Yep.
It has to be targeting the Vayne Ripper. I assume the Soren uptick on the Vayne Ripper then, if she's doing this in response. There's the ward trigger,
Yep.
counter on the shredder. Discard that, so there should be a 4-point life swing.
Yep.
Yeah, and now Scotty's not in a great spot.
No, he is not at all.
If he's able to find a fatal push for this Ledger Shredder, he might be able to recover. Oh, that's nice. Okay. The Harvester is active, sacrifices, gets rid of the Fable. Which now means it's just the... That wasn't a response, was it? Or the life total changes were just for the Bane Ripper triggers?
that's
Okay.
The swing. So, there is 10 power on board. If Rachel can string together 3 spells, then she's in a great spot.
I think Rachel's in a great spot regardless of
Yeah,
whether or not
yeah,
she can
yeah.
swing together
Then-
your 3
then
spells.
Steve goes wet.
Right.
I think there's a world where, weirdly enough, I guess you could just try and draw three new cards, right?
Sure.
I think that's fine. See, it's awkward. Like, you could have tried to push for the win, and you could have fiery impulsed your own
Right.
Ledger Shredder, trigger a loot, an extra card.
Right.
And you still can do that line, I guess. But did Rachel draw a card off of the Shredder trigger when she drew after she opted, or did she miss that trigger?
I have to assume she remembered the trigger. I just didn't notice
Yeah.
it. I mean, Rachel's navigated herself really well this game.
Yeah.
It's something that I don't necessarily follow some of her lines earlier,
Yeah.
but I think studying this game would give a really good insight into how maybe a stronger player might take game action lines that you might not necessarily agree with or see the lines that actually see it happen. Creating a wide board, being able to deal with the Vein Ripper, being able to bottom right. It's a decision that I don't know if a lot of players would have made, but you definitely got
There.
okay.
All right, cool. We may have figured out a possible solution to the slight reverb that you guys might hear, but the audio shouldn't be going in and out at all anymore. So, thank you so much for bearing with us, and we appreciate you.
Yep. Here's hoping. The looks like Scotty's changing something. I didn't quite get to see. He's taking 2 cards out and putting 2 cards in. He's cutting. Oh,
He's taking out the ley line.
out the ley lines is interesting.
I think it's because he saw the Proft. Proft is a good way to beat out a ley line, right? Because it doesn't actually matter about you bringing stuff back.
That's
It
true.
only matters about the cards that you draw.
Right, Prof-sided memory doesn't necessarily care too much about the ley line. Though Treasure Cruise is still powerful enough where I'd be inclined to at least keep them in,
Yeah.
but we'll see.
Yeah, I agree. It does enough, right? So
It does.
You would be a little. I'd be a little concerned to board it out myself.
For sure.
Rachel may have stepped away. I don't
Okay.
know why
Got it.
she's packing up.
Did Rachel win both games?
No, Rachel lost game 1.
Yeah, I thought Scotty won game 1.
Yeah. I think she may be getting up to go to the bathroom or something.
Okay, but Scotty's putting his
Oh.
deck away too. Interesting.
We're going to get some clarification on this.
Okay, let's.
We'll be right
Yeah.
back with you.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Yeah, mute us. Are we muted?
No.
Hello, thank you so much for holding with us. So what actually happened was Rachel offered the draw with their opponent. She felt as though the matchup isn't great for her, and he didn't want to risk losing the matchup when he is up a match. So she said she'll just win next round.
Right. Just to clarify that, it was in the end a draw. So they played 2 games and decided to draw.
Yep.
Cool.
Cool.
We'll see you all in about 20
18,
minutes.
20 minutes?
Yeah.
Cool. Awesome. We'll be with you guys soon. Thank you.
That's how we do it, yeah. That's how we do it.
Can you count, suckers? I say the future is ours. If you can count. Can you dig it? Can you dig it? Can you dig it? That's 20,000 hardcore members. Can you dig it? Now look what we have here before us. Nothing would move without us allowing it to happen. Because we got the streets, suckers! Nobody is wasting nobody. That is a miracle. And miracles is the way things ought to be. That's 20,000 hardcore members.
nerves, time to get 'em on. Living life for the next drop. Boy, nerves, time to get 'em on. Living life for the next drop.
Hero, 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 hero. I wanna be a hero, hero. Oh, the hero comes, I can hear the drums and a horse is drawn to the kingdom come through the pale moonlight. Our hearts ignite to the call. Oh, claim your prize for a crown of stars in the name of love. Be the sacrifice. You and I will stand and fight. Our backs to the wall. Hero, hero. 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 Hero, hero.
like that. You would drop it like that.
Hello. Welcome back to round 6. We have a winning in. Rachel is back playing against
Matt
Matthew
Takahashi, who's another good friend of mine. I know everybody in this freaking RCQ. Matt Takahashi is on Heroic.
Yes, this is not a matchup I've seen her played in a while. Heroic's kind of made a resurgence. And it's, I believe this is a win-in for potentially both players. Matt is at 3-2, Rachel's 3-1-1, taking the intentional draw last round to avoid a bad matchup against the Vampires. The Vampires player is 4-0, so they were able to go 4-0-1 into being a lock for top 8.
Now, a couple interesting things. Takahashi is a good friend of mine. He's going to be in red. Rachel's on the blue side. Takahashi often has interesting takes when it comes to decks.
Okay.
The red-white heroic has kind of made a comeback recently because of cards like Slick Shot show off and a couple other cards. But Matt's not playing those. Matt is of the opinion that Slick Shot show off doesn't do as much as you want it to. The fact that it doesn't gain counters means that every time you have to, start from scratch. And while Slick Shot Show Off can be explosive, it's not exactly where this deck wants to be. So he has the traditional stock list with 10th District Legionnaire. It's kind of pumped that, whereas a lot of the other lists have started to cut that card in favor of Slick Shot Show Off. So, really interested to see it. One other hot piece of tech that that Takahashi has is in one of Angel Fire Ignition. And most people will not know what that does, because that is textbook draft chaff if I've ever heard of it in my entire life.
The bulk rare from, is it, which of the Innistrad sets is it? I believe it's the Midnight Hunt.
I want to say it's Midnight Hunt.
Yeah.
It was a limited all-star of a card. It says white, red, and one.
Or one
color.
colors,
Yeah. And put 2 counters on a creature. It gains flying, first strike, lifelink, I believe, until the end of turn. Maybe vigilance also. Keyword soup. It gains keyword soup plus 2 counters. And you can flash it back for 4. Very powerful, especially in like mirror matches or aggressive matchups, because the lifelink really matters. But I'm not sure if it's very good for the Phoenix matchup. So we'll see Takahashi bottom in the card. He's on 6.
I have to assume this is a bad matchup for Heroic. Phoenix has so many removal spells, so many 1-mana instant speed interaction pieces.
Yeah, I mean, I think game 1, Takahashi can be pretty strongly favored, but I have to assume that kind of goes down over the course of the match. Although, I mean, yeah, Rachel has 2 Anger the Gods post board, and that's going to be a heater, as long as he doesn't get a creature, I guess, too big.
Notably, Legionnaire can dodge Anger of the Gods, Our Brotherhoods, and type effects pretty easily once you get past the 3 toughness requirement to not die or get exiled by that card.
Yeah, I mean, most of the creatures in the deck do, honestly. Between favorite Hoplite, Illuminator, Virtuoso can also get there pretty quick.
Sure.
And 10th District Legionnaire.
It's like Matt led on a Monastery Swift Spear and shocked. Is that Sacred Foundry, I think?
No, the Sacred Foundry is untapped, and the red land is the pathway.
Yes. Something you'll notice that a lot of Heroic players will do is play their creature on turn 2 with potential protection spell or pump spell. Just available, just so you don't lose your 1-mana investment early.
Yeah.
Looks like Rachel's leading out with the Ledger Shredder. With no backup, I believe this is her turn 2, right?
This is her turn 2. Yeah.
Matt was on the play.
Yeah. I mean, this is where she gets punished, right? The red-white Heroic deck doesn't have many removal spells, but it does have. What's the name of that card again?
It's a Reckless Rage.
Reckless Rage.
Another card that Slick Shot Show Off is not good into where 10th District Legionnaire is.
Yep.
Dealing 2 damage to your creature, 4 to theirs, means that Show Off just dies to it, where Legionnaire won't. It'll get that counter and scry instead.
Yep. And here is where Matt's going to go a little insane. He's played Virtuoso, Illuminator Virtuoso, which is a 1/1 double striker with whenever it gets targeted by a spell. And he played a Homestead Courage?
Homestead Courage, with the flashback.
To give it a counter, and he pitched an actual spell, so all of a sudden it's a 3/3 double striker. And it's about to get much, much bigger next turn. He flashes it back.
Looks like Rachel's having some trouble finding red mana. Based on
No,
the
it looks like she has it.
Or is
She's
that
just
a
choosing not to
pathway?
play it yet.
Interesting.
She doesn't have any removal spells, and she just picked one up. I don't think she had any choice
Right.
but to keep that. You have to keep this Virtuoso from getting too big. And, if I were her, I'd be firing that off, pitching that Phoenix right this second.
Right. She needs to get this board under control if she wants to stabilize in any meaningful way. Untapping with a Virtuoso spells death if you don't just absolutely get rid of it as soon as possible. It looks like she's going to get a Phoenix back this turn, which is great for her.
Yep. We do love blockers in this household.
This is pretty devastating for Matt. Matt's low on gas, and having a threat out is important, but not having access to a ton of power. Putting a counter in the Swift Spear twice means that the Phoenix is just going to jump block it unless Matt can find something like a Reckless... Is it a Monstrous Rage is the new card they're playing?
Yeah. And he does have that in hand.
Right. Ancestral Anger as well is a really good trample enabler that they'll play.
Yeah, I am a little surprised that Matt pitched the other Virtuoso.
Sure.
In such a removal-heavy matchup, I feel like you should be valuing threat density to
Right.
some degree. But that could be me misunderstanding the level of the deck or how the deck wants to function in these matchups.
Looks like this is a gigantic Kraken for damage. We've got +1/+1 for each non-creature spell cast, in addition to the 3 off the Monstrous Rage and the 1 off the Homestead Courage. Means that
So it looked like it was. I had a 1/1 counter 2, and then they played 2 spells, so it's 4 plus 3 off of the thing. So it looks like it was a slap for 7.
Jeez.
-2, so 5.
Right.
So I believe that Rachel should be at 12 right now.
Right, with the trample off the effect.
Yep.
What's interesting is growing these creatures past 3 toughness into the 4 toughness range means that the lightning axes are really the only efficient answers to them on the main board. And Rachel's used the one in her hand. I don't know if she has another one or access to another
Rachel does not have another removal spell in hand.
one. So she either needs to find a lightning axe, a bounce effect, or a double red removal spell to try to kill this Monastery Swiss Spear.
Well, yes and no, right? Like right now, there's no other card. Takashi's empty-handed.
Sure.
He's got nothing. So right now he has a 3/4,
Sure.
and that's it.
Right.
It's entirely beatable. The
Right.
problem is, you need him to draw blank for a turn or 2, and if he does that, he can just buy Giganta also. In the cast.
So if Rachel can pitch a non-creature spell, or a spell here instead of a land, the Shredder will block it and bounce.
Yep, correct. And hopefully next turn she can set up in a way so that she brings back a Phoenix.
Now, I played a little bit of Heroic in my time when Pioneer was really starting out with the RCQs. I never liked the Gigantha. I always felt like buying it was just losing the game. I don't think I won many matchups playing a Gigantha or resolving one.
I have to wholeheartedly disagree with you on that.
Really? Okay.
Yep, having the ability to, in games where you have no business of winning, just get a 5/5 is super relevant. There are always going to be board states or situations where you have the 5 mana and you're just peeling a couple extra lands, and it gives you a chance of winning. And it's not something that you would have if you weren't playing Giganta.
It's a creature. I don't know if it gives you a chance of winning. Again,
I
lived
think-
experience, 18 lands, being able to cash Gigantha after spending a turn buying it, means you're just not executing your game plan.
But in this exact situation, the game plan's been executed pretty well.
Sure.
And eventually, you're just bound to hit a pocket where you're not doing much.
Gigantha's just the kind of card that dies to a lightning axe.
Yeah, but then that's a lightning axe they're using and not using on one of your other.
Sure. Well, we'll see how this game turns out. Looks like we're going to resolve a Picklock Prankster. Trigger the Ledger Shredder. Think she's going to try to get a Phoenix back this turn, or I think she's going to try to set up for...
I think it would make sense for her to try to set up. I don't know how relevant a single Phoenix is.
Sure.
I would be trying to set up to have a second Phoenix enter also.
This tempo play, I think she doesn't want to spend the Lightning Axe necessarily on the Monastery Swiss Spear. She can afford to put a Brazen... she can afford to Petty Theft it instead. Means that she can save the Lightning Axe for the Gigantha when it comes down next turn. We'll see if that plan comes to fruition, but she might end up getting in the red zone sooner rather than later as she starts to stabilize in this game.
All right, so we have land trespass iteration. I want to say the other one is a land. No, it's
Trespass
fire
seems
impulse.
particularly bad
Well, she's
in
gonna
most
take it.
cases in this matchup, right?
Yeah, but I mean, if the goal is to set up, all you need to do is bring back a second Phoenix and you win. Right?
Sure.
Like, I
No, that
think
makes
that's complete, and there is a Phoenix, but it goes to hand. So we have one Phoenix coming back, crashing into the red zone. Now this is dangerous. I guess it's fine because Rachel's at 10.
I like this line.
It's pushing to win and not to not lose.
Rachel can also take this line of Lightning Axe, the Monastery Swiss Spear, and then Petty Theft the Gigantha. And then Matt's been time walked. He doesn't have anything going on.
Well, if that's what you're going to do, why wouldn't you Lightning Axe before combat and get the second Phoenix back?
I'm not sure.
That one's interesting. Okay, because you knew what his hand was.
Right.
Like I would just push for more damage. So it looks like Matt took 5 last turn, so he should be at 12.
Sure.
You're going to see...
She's setting up for the trespass. Oh, and then Matt's done.
Yep. Yep.
So in this matchup, let's see what cards we might bring in.
So I'll start off by reading off Matt's sideboard since we've read through. Rachel already will read hers. We read hers in a minute. Matt's sideboard is 1 Gigantha, 4 Showdown of the Skulls, 1 Sokenzen Crucible of Defiance, 1 Reckless Rage, 2 Get Lost, 2 Torture Tower, 2 Rending Volley, 2 Knockout Blow.
How do you like Showdown of the Skulls in this matchup?
I don't know. It's weird because like you have to fight Phoenix on an axis. It's not exactly a mid-range deck,
Right.
so Showdown's kind of awkward.
It's a card that really can win the game by itself, though,
Yeah.
in a way that Phoenix 1-for-1s you very efficiently and then kills you with the threats they don't have to cast. Showdown provides you with the card advantage to keep up with that, right?
Yeah.
It keeps you casting spells, it keeps you active. I don't know if it's too expensive for this matchup or if it's a card that Matt really wants to play.
Yeah.
It's the card that stands out to me as a card that, if you were to bring it against control or mid-range piles, it might be something that you might want against Phoenix.
Yeah. I mean, other than that, the Torture Towers are absolutely coming in. You can make a case for Knockout Blow, though I don't think it's very strong.
Looks like he just flashed us some cards. I don't think he's bringing the Showdowns in. I think I saw a Rending Volley in there.
Yeah, there's one running.
Yeah, it looks like, I mean, that makes a lot of sense to bring in.
Yeah, it just hits the Shredders, right?
Sure.
So that makes sense. As far as Rachel's sideboard, and for a refresher there, we have 1 Spell Pierce, 1 Negate, 2 Crackling Drake, 1 Young Pyromancer, 2 Mystical Dispute, 2 Fable, 1 Ashiok, 2 Anger, 2 Unlicensed Hearse, 1 Torch the Tower.
Torch seems like the slam dunk card that's for matchups like this, for the small aggressive creature matchups.
See, I kind of disagree.
Okay.
Because all their stuff has counters on it, gets counters on it for the most part.
Sure.
So it gets so outpaced so often. I don't know how much I like it.
So that's why I wouldn't play Anger of the Gods. Anger of the Gods is a sorcery speed, 3 damage spell, but Torch the Tower's instant speed. Being able to torch a creature in response to casting a spell, or just having another 1 red mana removal spell, keeps you in the game in that early game when he's beating down the small creatures in, I think, a meaningful way. I assume Torch the Tower and Anger for Amalia, but again, there's no Amalia in the room today.
Yeah.
And I assume nothing in this sideboard is really teching for the matchup.
No, I actually like Spell Pierce quite a bit.
Sure.
If they do board and Showdown, it's a slam dunk. It's going to counter it every time. But it also can just slow down the clock a little bit, right?
It's the kind of card, though, that only half stops them.
Yeah, but I don't know. In a deck that doesn't have any clean answers to a lot of the cards, I don't know how well you're doing that in the first place, right?
Did Matt reveal Gigantha this game?
He did not.
Okay. Is there a card in the
They did
sideboard?
change the rulings on that, though.
Right. Oh, if it's right, we just don't see it in the play area. It could be
Yeah.
outside of the camera view.
Yeah, it could also be outside.
Are there any sideboard cards you might bring in that turn off Gigantha? I can't assume
Nope.
there are.
There's
Okay.
not. Now, I would be more concerned if he boarded it in. That would suck.
You could have accidentally done that, or
Yeah,
maybe on
could have
purpose.
shuffled it back in.
5 mana 5/5 is better than an 8 mana 5/5.
True.
But on the play again.
All right, so Matt's hand is Sacred Foundry, Monastery, Swift Spear. He had a Legion District. Yeah. So it's Here is going to be a Swift Spear. He has I want to say it's a Sundown Pass, but I could be wrong.
Assuming having the second creature makes him more inclined to play the 1 mana threat.
Yeah. If you can back it up, it doesn't really matter.
For sure.
As someone who's played, a buttload of Infect over the years, if you have a Glistener Elf, that thing is going to die every time, so you can play a Blighted Agent. Here's a tapped Scalding Tarn. We see him. It looks like he picked up a.
I think that's not a
Mana
Scalding Tarn
Confluence.
necessarily.
Huh?
I don't think it's a Scalding Tarn.
Oh, it's not. I mean Steam Vents.
Steam Vents,
Yeah.
Ooh, that would be
I am.
a discussion.
I am so modern pilled.
All right, so it looks like we're just coming in with two creatures. Which makes it awkward for Rachel. I assume you want to kill the 10th District Legionnaire. It's just so much of a more threatening card, especially while he's tapped out.
Yeah, it looks like Takashi has a Monstrous Rage, I want to say, in hand. And then he also has a Hoplite and another 10th District Legionnaire. So his hand's very creature heavy, which I think is where he wants to be at in this matchup.
And Monstrous Rage is such an interesting card for this deck. Having another access to trample, giving a creature a recurring +1/+1. This in the long game can be so beneficial.
Yeah, I agree. It's very, very good.
Looks like Rachel's thinking about.
No, it's Takahashi's turn.
Okay.
He's gonna get in for 3. He's not gonna cast another spell. Doesn't need to.
Interesting. Now, do you think Rachel brought in the anger of the gods? I don't.
I don't know. I don't think so. I think that her logic, she's an incredibly intelligent player. Like she's very, very smart. And I think that her line of thinking is probably along our line of thinking where like the body used to get outpaced, and like sometimes Takahashi will draw the creature light, the light creature, half of the deck where you just have 1 or 2 creatures and they get killed by a lightning axe, and you just have a dead card in hand,
Coming from a
Oh, just kidding. Here's Anger of the Gods.
coming from a place of playing a lot of mid range, having access to cards like Thoughtseize, they're not cards you really want to cut in these matchups because you want to take their creatures. You want to have access to. Ooh, is that a? Ooh,
Okay.
nice.
So this is a really good line because he's going to cast a Monstrous Rage targeting Legionnaire. Legionnaire will go up to a 6/4 or whatever.
Right, and they won't die to the
And
anger.
his entire board survives as Anger of the Gods.
That's incredible. And that's a
really,
huge swing.
really good line by Matt. And this is one of the reasons to not board in Anger of the Gods.
There you go. There's a little back and forth for
The
you.
flip side of that coin is you did just save yourself like 7 damage.
Right.
But it's not really going to matter.
No, this is pretty disastrous for Rachel.
Yeah. Advantage bar is firmly in the Takahashi
Right.
direction.
Now, does he have lethal this turn is a real question.
He has a land and a 10th District Legionnaire. I don't believe so.
Sure.
Unless it's not a 10th District Legionnaire. Oh, not land. With this, I think it's actually Homestead Courage.
Ooh.
Because that has Midnight Hunt art in his deck, right?
Right,
Yeah,
it does, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it's a Homestead Courage.
Nice.
Busted.
So 2 counters.
It's gonna go to.
So what's the logic on putting the 2 counters on this card instead of the 10th district to the scry?
So he's doing that because she is tapped out.
Sure.
And I think that this is just game.
Okay.
Because it gets 4 counters at 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Okay.
And there's just no way she's coming back from that.
Right. Was that exactly 13?
I think it's exactly 13. Yeah. So I think that was Exacxies.
So we have a game 3 coming at you.
Yeah. Game
Really fast. We're 20 minutes into the round.
Going to game 3. I'm surprised that matches of Pioneer are taking this long. They've been pretty grindy. It's been a pretty grindy format.
I mean, these matches especially, even having so much nib to light in the room has made these rounds go really long.
Yeah.
It's not a deck we've featured.
Yeah, but
today.
we're still finishing like pretty
We have
squarely
featured.
on time or earlier.
We have. I mean, most of the players in this area are pretty familiar with their decks.
Yeah.
And the plans in Pioneer is a very aggressive, not necessarily in the strategy side of things, but it's a very proactive format. It's very threat forward, removal spell kind of light. There's not a lot of incredible answers in the format, and so it leads to very swingy games. I think
Yeah.
we've seen, especially in the Rectos Vampires Phoenix matchups,
Yeah,
where
yeah.
very snowbally.
Yeah.
Not a ton of back and forth once one player gets ahead. There's a little bit of combat math involved, but decks generally have a plan and they carry out that plan, and you just try to do your plan before they do their plan.
Yeah, I mean, it just makes for like pretty prolonged games, surprisingly.
Sure. I think there are a lot of game actions being taken, to be fair. I think it's,
that's definitely fair.
especially with Phoenix being such a high agency deck.
Yeah,
But even Heroic, there's a lot of decision points and trees to make.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, you saw how many game actions Matt took last
Oh, yeah.
game. It was crazy. It's a trillion different triggers and game actions you have to do in mind. So
Right. What else?
Takahashi a quick mold to 6. That would mean that Rachel's keeping 7.
I assume so. I think Takahashi really just needs to find 1 or 2 threats and be able to back them up with protection spells. He's not asking for a lot from his deck in this matchup. He really needs to have functional hands that have ways to push damage and ways to protect his creatures.
Yep, I agree.
I don't think it gets super complicated past that.
No. I think that the more complicated you make aggressive decks, the worse they get. Does look like does Rachel only have one land in hand?
I think she has a Fable and a Mirror Breaker.
Yeah,
I can't be right about that.
It looks like there's a lava glide. I just don't know if that's the second lava glide behind the first one. I want to say Rachel may have kept a one lander.
I'll have to look at
But
the
if you
hand.
have an opt or two and a removal spell, I think that's totally reasonable.
Sure. I mean, Phoenix is a very land light deck, but you have a lot of ways to find it and search for it.
Yeah, how many lands are here?
That's on the lower end for sure.
It's definitely light for Pioneer, by Pioneer standards.
Those pathways, you don't really see them outside of
Does look
Pioneer.
like a one-lander. That's so bold.
They're just so punishing if you need access to both colors of your mana. Making that decision to play the red side or play the blue side can haunt you for sure.
Yeah, I would have played the red side.
I don't know. She needs to find a land though. She needs to search for it, right? She needs to be able to.
Yeah, that was a quick decision. So
right?
that's the
She
land.
found the land.
Hey yo.
There you go. So now the decision comes to whether or not it's worth shocking this steam vents.
I would absolutely shock it in.
You have to.
Oh, okay, so she did have another.
Oh, okay, she had the pathway.
Okay. So do you? It's super awkward. Takahashi looks like he has land, 10th district, ancestral anger, defiant strike.
Oh, this is also awkward. You Defiant strike, prevent the damage here.
Yeah.
A lot of these instants that Rachel's playing are so ineffective into the hoplite. She's not able to play cards like Fatal Push. So having access to cards that maybe deal more damage or are able to deal with larger threats
Yeah.
don't line up super well into cards like Favorite Hoplite that prevent that damage.
I am very surprised that she boarded in Fable the Mirror Breaker.
I am as well. It's such a powerful card, but it's a little slower than I would anticipate for this matchup.
Yeah.
And if Takahashi's able to give this card trample, the Fable token doesn't do a lot here.
Yeah.
Maybe having access to filling the graveyard quicker for cards like Treasure Cruise or pitching Phoenixes.
Maybe. Here's Sundown Pass. Or, I'm sorry, that's Battlefield Forge.
Sure. Now, is Matt going to tap out here? Or do you think he's going to leave up interaction?
I would assume he leaves up interaction.
Right. I mean, he's getting in for a healthy chunk here.
Yeah, it's 5-6.
Yeah.
It's tough for Rachel.
Odawara is a great draw.
Odawara is a great draw. But she's going to pitch it.
Sure. It's probably not enough.
So she has Brazen Borrower, so it's not like the end of the world. But it's still kind of tough, you know. I think you got to start off by trying to bounce this Brazen Borrower. Maybe you can go with Sleight of Hand first. But you kind of have to bounce this Hoplite. It's getting to the point where she's not going to be able to deal with it with one spell.
Right. It has 2 counters on it?
It has 4 counters.
4 counters on it. Yeah, no. That's absolutely brutal.
Yeah. Yep. Both players clearly really using the life pad here.
Oh, yeah. But if Rachel's not able to deal with this threat, it's gonna get ugly really quickly.
Yep. Yes, it
Let's
is.
see. Now, what is Matthew playing Lauren's Escape? Are there cards like that?
Yeah, there's absolute Lord's Escape.
Oh, 4, yeah. That card's incredible.
Yep. And it's just really a matter of does he have it. But, like, I don't know
At what point you can really wait and say,
Right.
you know, like
That's why I like cards like Lauren, like Odawara so much. Just being able to have a colorless source that bounces your creature that doesn't
Yeah.
have to do damage to it.
yeah.
Can buy you a turn. I realize it's it's slow.
Yeah.
And I trust Rachel in identifying it as not good enough here.
Yeah.
But
And you know, like that's why you and I were surprised she pitched Yodawara.
right,
You know, like she has the Brazen Borrower,
sure.
but like that's once versus
Right. I mean,
versus having a spell for it.
sure. She has a grip full of removal though, so we'll see. Judges, it's not worth attacking with the shaman. Maybe the shaman blocks this turn if Matthew doesn't have access to trample. He's got a grip though. He's got a lot of cards in hand.
Yep, his hand is well, now it's gone. But it was Legionnaire, Defiant Strike, in upkeep. That's so interesting. Another fail. So his hand is very creature heavy. He's got a Hoplite, District, and I forget what the other card was. Defiant Strike.
The double hop plate
Yeah.
means that if Rachel did she keep the Anger of the Gods in, or do you think she boarded them out? I wasn't able to
I
catch
don't
that.
know. I wasn't paying attention to see if she boarded those in or out, whether she kept them or not. Here is a Fable of the Mirror Breaker, or as we like to call it, Fibba of the Mibba.
We have still Landlight.
Yep.
The shaman can crack in though now, without just being super worried about dying to the 4/5 Hoplite. Now, what can she do with 4 mana,
For a Klondike bar?
where she previously had access to 3?
I mean, so her hand is Impulse, Axe, and I don't know what the third card is. But you know, it's hard because these hoplites all prevent damage,
Right.
when they're targeted by something. So like you can't go at them the way that you normally would.
Right.
Right.
It looks like Matthew's attempting to Homestead Courage the Hoplite first, which you want to lead with that. It's a sorcery speed, so any instant speed pump spells can help prevent damage. As we see with the Defiant Strike, it'll allow Matthew to prevent damage in cantrip, assuming. Oh, and we draw another. This is really interesting.
She does have a treasure token.
Right. So being able to, I assume, Fiery Impulse in response to this to counter the Defiant Strike to stop the card draw, and effectively counter the Homestead Courage,
Yeah.
is a winning proposition for her. I have to assume that.
Yeah, and I believe that Matt's hand is all creatures.
Right. And this should be another Ledger Shredder trigger.
Yep. That's tough. I think you're tempted to pitch the opt. Ooh.
Well,
So my problem with that, right, is you know he has nothing,
right.
right? Otherwise he would have cast another spell. I guess you didn't know because she didn't know it because the spell had resolved. Yes.
Sure.
But I don't know. I'm iffy on that.
Is it Homestead Courage exiled now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did he cast the 10th District Legionnaire, just didn't attack?
Yeah. He did.
Okay, that makes sense.
Sleight of hand here.
So what's Rachel looking for at this moment?
She's looking to chain some spells and fill up her graveyard.
Right.
This turn's really a good setup turn because all the breaks are off. Like,
Matt's
there's-
tapped out.
Yep, Matt's tapped out. She has nothing that she needs to really do.
There's the Phoenix.
Get a counter. Resolve Consider. That's 2 spells. She'll get back a third. She has a third spell to cast here. So she'll get back at least 1 Phoenix.
Sure.
Oh, actually? Well, now she does.
The Ops solidifies the Phoenix,
Yep. And then you can attack for 3 or
Right.
4 or whatever.
meaning that she can start chipping away at Matt's life total without having to worry too much about dying on a crackback.
Yep. I want to say that Shredder is a 3/5 now.
I
It could
believe
be a
so.
4/6.
He has got 2 counters on
It looks like 2 counters. So we'll see a slap for 6 from Rachel. knock Matt down to 9, and now all of a sudden Matt's on the back foot.
Yep.
You know,
Copying a Phoenix next turn, if Rachel's not dead, is just 9 in the air.
yep, it's just lethal.
Right. So this is dangerous. Matt could draw cards like Ancestral Anger into another pump spell, maybe a Homestead Courage, and turn things around.
That's really looking for a Reckless Rage.
Reckless Rage would probably be what does it, right? Oh, not does it, but
It
stops him
definitely-
from dying
yeah,
here.
It definitely
Yeah.
helps him. I think he might have drawn it. I don't know what that other card is. He has double 10th District Legionnaire, I know that much. But the other card has a splash of orange in the photo that looks like Reckless Rage.
Interesting. Yeah, he's holding his cards close to his chest, that's for sure.
I'm gonna have to lecture him about this later.
He tried to show us when he was sideboarding.
No, it's Sokenzen.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, it's problematic.
I don't think that does enough for him here.
Yeah, I
don't
think
it does
Matt
anything for him
is
here.
just dead here, unfortunately. Matt is someone who has been grinding a lot. He's been doing. He's gotten. I cannot even begin to tell you how much better Matt has gotten throughout the last season.
Sure.
He can roll with the best of them now. He can top 8 any given day. Whereas I'm washed.
You're more of a legacy specialist.
I am the legacy specialist. Well, not Jay's legacy specialist.
Oh, there he is. So why did you get the pass the turn?
And now he's just
He's just
down
dead. I
for it.
believe he's just dead on board.
Yep.
There you go.
And that'll be
that's
the match. So Rachel has solidified a top 8 spot. Matt is unfortunately knocked out, but we will see. Hopefully Rachel will make a strong showing and put Phoenix on the map.
We should be back in about 25 minutes, maybe.
After top 8 is announced.
Yep, and we'll start with the quarterfinals. Make sure to bring some fun and interesting matchups to you.
Yeah. Hopefully not Phoenix into Rakdos skin.
We'll see. We'll try to avoid that coverage. We've done that enough today, but you never know.
Yeah. Well, thank you guys so much. We'll be back in about 20-25 minutes with your top 8.
All right.
Congratulations. You scored 0.
Welcome back to quarterfinals.
Quarterfinals, man. This one's gonna be a quick one. Oh man, which side was which? Yellow is so on red we have Christopher Watson. Chris is on what is probably the spiciest deck in the room.
Gruul Goblins.
Yeah, Gruul Goblins. He wants to go fast. He wants to go hard. He wants to
Oh, win quickly. I
win
suppose.
quickly.
You know him? Maybe you love him. Scotty's on the left in blue on the Rakdos Vampires.
Yeah, he's been on feature twice already. This is his third time. He has gone undefeated on the day. He's been
Good luck
killing it. Yeah,
in the feature match. Yeah.
You know his. Yeah, I kind of like Scotty's matchup.
I talked to Chris a little bit about this. He said he's pretty even against vampires, which is
Really?
something that surprises me. I think it's inherently a bad matchup.
Yeah.
But this Goblin deck has a really cool grindy game, as well as a very, very aggressive primary game plan.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's something that I would expect, you know, from Gruul Goblins. I think that Scotty is really going to be digging for, you know, Vein Ripper show and tell, which is, you know, something that they should be looking for regardless. For
sure.
But I think that's like the easiest way for him to close out the game, and I think that's something that he has that Chris is going to have a lot of issues, you know, dealing with. However, there are cases where it might just be too slow.
Yeah. I believe Chris has foiled out this deck as well. so
Yes,
it's really
I would not
fun
be surprised.
experience to see.
So, Scotty will be on the play. It looks like I do see Vein Ripper. Is there Sorin in there too?
I don't like the double Vein Ripper one land Dust Legion Zealot hand, is what I'm seeing.
No, there's.
Oh, there's a couple lands. It's still not huge on it against goblins. It's one small creature in the way of
He is
everything,
keeping.
but he's keeping it.
Yep. Land pass.
Maybe there's a
Chris
fatal
is
push in there.
absolutely going to play some kind of a goblin. I am shocked. Oh, I have no idea what goblin it is.
It's likely a 1-mana 1/1 that's
No
red
way.
that when it
I'm
dies
stunned.
it kills a thing. Yeah.
It might be a cacophony scamp. So
That or Fire by Charger.
we should probably take a second and describe.
Let's
how this deck
let's describe goblins.
So, the Pioneer Goblins deck has 8 goblins that when it dies, it deals damage equal to its power to or player and to any target. Those are Coffee and it's really just a go-wide deck, and he just wants to spray out a billion trillion goblins as quickly as possible. Now, there are neat little combos. He's going to play...
Conspicuous Snoop.
no, it's not Conspicuous
Oh
Snoop.
no, that's a neat little combo.
That's Skirk Prospector.
Prospector,
So he's going to play Prospector. This deck is pretty interesting because it does play Conspicuous Snoop.
With Runevelt Hordemaster and Skirk Prospector
Yeah.
means that you can start chaining your goblins into gas.
Yeah. We have a Foundry Street Denizen here. Now, Scotty's going to do a lot of reading in this matchup, and understandably so.
Yeah.
When I first played against Chris, I had no idea what was going on, and I got
absolutely not.
thrashed.
Yeah.
So he's going to attack for 1. That is a Cacophony Scamp.
Looks like there's just a simple block here.
Yep, just trade. And Scotty's, you're going to be seeing this a lot from Scotty as long as he continues to draw creatures that he can cast on curve. He just wants to go ahead and make as many trades in the early game as possible so he can get down a Vein Ripper. That's really kind of the name of this game. Now, he does have his hand... Ooh. His hand, I think, is 2
Very slow.
lands and triple Vein Ripper, if I'm seeing that correctly. It's not exactly where he wants to be.
Looks like Chris is playing mainboard Collision Colossus.
Yeah,
Which is a
so...
card that deals with the Vein Ripper in a very interesting way, as well as being a pump spell.
So, can you pull that up?
Of course.
Collision Colossus, he plays 2 of these. It is a hybrid spell, not hybrid, but it's two-part spell from, what is that, Oath of the Gatewatch?
No, I believe that's Guilds of Ravnica.
Guilds of Ravnica. The one side is 1 in hybrid red-green, and it can deal 6 damage to a creature with flying. The other side is just red-green, and can give a creature +4/+2 enchantment.
Chris is rumbling at the moment with some Legion. Ooh, we got a Mutavault going in.
Yep, so we see double Legion Loyalist, which will give his entire team first strike and haste, I believe.
Yeah.
If you attack with 3. No, first strike and.
First strike and cannot be blocked by tokens.
Okay. So he's probably going to trade with one of them here, I would assume, or just block one of them. And then he's going
Ooh,
to.
the Bitter Triumph.
Bitter Triumph.
Discarding a land.
Nice.
That's interesting to me. I'm wondering why you wouldn't discard a Vein Ripper in that scenario.
I think he actually plans on I think he has an excess of lands. I think he actually plans on casting.
Sure.
Now, honestly, I think that you should be paying more respect to the Skirk Prospector.
Oh, I love that card. That card's great.
I think that I would have blocked the Skirk Prospector just to stop him from being able to cascade spells later on.
Right, the sacrifice effect.
Yeah, with like a conspicuous snoop,
Right.
you can just kind of chain a trillion things. And I kind of just like getting, and he just drew a conspicuous snoop. So let's see if he
This
can
is
go
where
crazy.
things get spicy.
Yeah. So when I played against Chris for the first time, he didn't play conspicuous snoop. That's very interesting.
Play passes.
Played a second Skirk Prospector. Interesting. Oh, nice. You'll see Chris play some Goblin Guides in his, his Goblin deck.
The top 8 promo for the season.
Yeah, they're handing out top 8 promos. So, Scotty looks like he drew a Sorin.
So we got a Sorin Vein Ripper.
Sorin Vein Ripper combo. Okay, so, yep, you'll see the tale as old as time, Sorin and a Vein Ripper.
Tale as old as Murders at Karlov Manor.
Yeah, more or less. And you'll see that this is kind of started to slip out of
This
Chris's
really
control.
this really hampers the Skirk Prospector lines that Chris has access to, and he needs to find any interaction the main board he might have.
Chris did draw a Collision Colossus.
That's pretty sweet.
So, he does have an answer to this first Vein Ripper, but I don't think he has an answer to the second that's coming down next turn. And why would he?
Right.
There's exactly 2 spells in his deck that do this, and that is both copies of Collision Colossus. So, I'm going to assume. Oh, he doesn't have green mana. Oh, he doesn't. He doesn't.
No,
draw
I think
it.
it's a hybrid
It's
card.
hybrid. It's hybrid. And Scotty going for the read again,
Yeah.
as we would be too.
Yeah. And I have to assume the Collision Colossus is a development that this deck makes in order to have a game against vampires.
Yeah, it's a sacrifice you have to make. But, I mean, it's not bad because it is just
No,
+4/+2.
the card seems very interesting.
You know? He will
Sacrificing
stop.
a Skirk Prospector.
That makes sense. He has a second one in play. He's going to take 2 for this. Does
4.
Vein
Ripper's
Ripper
anchored.
triggers on himself?
It does.
Cool. This is why I'm not good at Pioneer, ladies and gentlemen.
So, he's still no attacks. So the Mutavault's holding down the fort and pretty effectively.
Yep. Now, I mean, I think you have to attack. I think you just have to get the Sorin off the board.
I am inclined to agree. Having access to the Mutavault, the life gain, the hard cast of Vein Ripper next turn, this means that I guess you just activate the Mutavault block.
Yeah. And I'm not scared of this Legion Royalist. I'm blocking
no.
that Skirk Prospector all day. You know, and Scotty is being held up, and he's not sure. He's thinking hard about this because he's thinking, what the hell does Chris have?
Right.
You know, Chris's deck is definitely not something that you see every day. It definitely takes a goblin pilled kind of person to register a deck like this.
Oh, Chris
And
loves this deck. He's been playing it forever.
you see here, Scotty just takes it. He doesn't know what's going on. He would rather just maintain the resource. That way he can cast this Sorin. Or, it's not Sorin, excuse me, Vein Ripper. They go hand in hand so often I get them confused. And now, once again, you gotta like Scotty's spot. He needs to draw Collision Colossus ASAP, his last copy. But he's not seeing it right now.
Chris has a couple turns.
Yep. You'll see he's probably going to play the Conspicuous Snoop in his hand. And just try to start chaining stuff off the top until he can find Collision Colossus. Because I think that this deck can churn through its deck pretty
Oh, for sure.
pretty well.
Problem is the Skirk Prospectors stopped by the Vein Ripper relatively effectively.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh, it's unfortunate. The land off the top means that Chris is stopped for this turn. Scotty trying to draw any sort of gas here. Looks like we have, two lands. Very nice.
Oh, baby. We are cooking with fire.
So if you're Scotty, you're swinging, right? You're attacking for 6 every turn.
Turning that thing sideways.
Yeah. The nice part is for Chris at least, he's not gaining life here.
Yeah.
The rough part is he's going to 10.
Yep. And Scotty's still at 20.
Yeah, Scotty's fine. Scotty is doing okay.
Scotty doesn't even know.
Yeah?
He doesn't even know.
Revealing. Okay.
Okay,
We'll
alright,
start
alright.
trading some stuff together. That Nick Thos might actually be doing some
There
work
is
this
a
match.
lord in his hand.
This is true. Oh, the Runeveld Horde Master.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm so mad that you know what that is.
I've played against Chris a couple times.
Okay, so now he can add, what is that, 5?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana. Get the Loyalist into the Cacophony Scamp. Shock. Go to 8.
Scotty might be dead.
We'll see. Playing the Lord.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. Oh my god, it's Lightning Helix.
Wait,
Wow. Is he out of mana?
wait, how did he pay?
He surged it.
But it still costs 2, right? Mm-hmm. Did he have enough mana for that? Because he played the
He
Horde.
floated 5 off of the Nick Thos.
Oh,
right?
okay. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
So he went
I
1
don't
drop
think
into 2 drop into 2 drop.
Jesus Christ.
Now, math-wise, will this work out for Chris? Can he sacrifice 2 mana worth of creatures to play another Reckless Bushwhacker, which then
Trigger. So
drains?
there should be a trigger off of Vein Ripper.
Should be, as long as Scotty remembers the trigger.
I think he's just so floored with what's happening.
Perhaps, yeah. I know I would.
Chris
too.
hits so well off of these.
Oh my god, yeah. So the first strike, the plus 1, 2, 3.
So it gets plus 3.
Yeah.
That gets
Oh.
plus 2.
Now what's actually interesting here is that first strike isn't doing Chris any favors. It's going to kill the Mutavault and drain life if Scotty remembers his triggers.
Yeah. I don't think it matters here though.
Perhaps not.
So he blocks a 4. Then he takes 4, 8, 11, 15, 19, 23. So I take it back. If he remembered his triggers before,
Right.
you know, he
The
would be
first
going
strike
to 1
triggers
here.
happen, yeah.
He would be going to 1 here.
Wow, what hits?
Yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah, but he seems to have missed his trigger, which is not ideal.
Not at all.
Not ideal. I mean, Scotty's played a ton of Magic today.
Right.
It's totally understandable, but you got to remember these kinds of triggers if you want to win an RCQ.
Wow.
Yeah. Yep. So, I mean, we'll tell Scotty about this after the match.
Oh, yeah, we'll talk to him.
But it's tough. It's tough.
Wow. On the draw, Goblins takes it against 2 Vein Rippers. This is not what I was expecting
Not
after
what
that
I
second
was
one
expecting.
landed.
Scotty's looking for stuff.
He's got those Path of Perils. He's got the Shieldred's Edict.
So let's take a look at Scotty's sideboard first, then we'll go over to Chris's. So Scotty's sideboard is 1 Blot Out, 1 Damping Sphere, 2 Duress, 1 Grafdigger's Cage, 4 Leyline of the Void, 2 Liliana's Veil, 2 Path of Peril, 1 Quakebringer, 1 Shieldred's Edict.
Path of Perils really the card that stands out to me
Path
here.
of Peril's really good. You can make a case for Grafdigger's Cage.
You absolutely could. Not one I'm interested in, but you absolutely could.
If you're worried about snowballing from Conspicuous Snoop,
Yes.
you board me
So
Grafdigger's Cage.
when I play against Chris, the goal is to keep the board clear. Once he has stuff going, he tends to do very well in those games. I think just being able to shut down what Chris is doing is more important. You want to be playing those fatal pushes. You want to be playing your removal spells. You want to be playing you want to be playing your Sorin Vein Ripper, obviously, but just any cards that let you monitor what Chris is doing and stop him. I think you keep in Thoughtseize in this matchup. I think it's really important to do so.
I tend to agree, but you kind of I might be okay with Trimmer 1. You definitely cut Duress.
Yeah, I don't like Duress.
So you can cut Duress. You can probably cut 2 Fables
Right.
for the Grafdiggers and the 2 Path Barrows. You can make a case for Liliana the Veil Exposed, but I'm not super high.
Now, Chris talked to me before this tournament, asking me my sideboard. We're talking about our sideboard plans against vampires, and he likes bringing Witch Stalker's Frenzy and Pick Your Poison. Both seem really good into this matchup.
Yeah.
I believe he's also interested in looking here.
So looking over his sideboard is Chris's sideboard. Excuse me. Chris's sideboard for goblins is 1 Case of the Crimson Pulse, 1 Cindervines, 2 Clothis, God of Destinies, 3 Masked Vandals, 3 Pick Your Poison, 2 Red Cat Melee, 2 Rending Volley, 1 Witch Stalker Frenzy. I like Witch Stalker.
I do too. I
Good
think
answer to Soren.
Pick Your Poison's a slam dunk in this matchup.
Pick Your Poison is slam dunk. You can make a case for Clothis.
Sure. Clothis is very difficult to deal with. It gains you some life. It's a little
Yeah.
slow and grindy, but I'm sure it has its moments.
Yeah, but that's probably about it. I don't think you can make a strong case for case. You can't make a case for the case.
You really, maybe. It's a grindy tool. It lets you draw cards. Sometimes you get
But you
Thoughtseize
go
out of the game.
empty-handed every turn.
Yeah, I mean, but you're drawing 3 cards every turn.
Yeah.
When you have the goblins, you want the engine to be running with the top card of your library to be humming. I think you want those cards.
Yeah, it's just like if you have a Collision Colossus,
Right. We saw
it
that.
sits in your hand,
We saw that
or you have to
Nykthos.
discard it.
Yeah, the
and that's
Nykthos
not
was
great.
really good in that game.
What?
That Nykthos was really
Nykthos
good.
was great in that game. He only plays 1 in the 75.
Yeah.
So he just had it all.
Oh yeah.
He hit so hot off that game, so as he does.
I think the hand that Scotty kept was a little risky, but
It was a little
it almost
shaky.
paid off.
It almost. I mean, listen, he got to 6 mana. He played 2 Vein Rippers and a Sorin, and it just wasn't enough.
Right.
You can make a case that if he animated that Univault and blocked the Skirk Prospector,
first
he could have
strike, yeah.
snowballed as hard.
I think missing the triggers for the Skirk Prospector 2 really shot him in the foot.
So the problem is he would have gone to 1,
Right.
and he would have survived, and his opponent would have gone down to 6, and he would have been dead. Yeah, so that literally cost him the game.
Right.
So it's just how it shakes out sometimes. And like I said, we'll talk some after.
Oh yeah. We'll talk to Scotty after this matchup.
Yeah.
It's the kind of thing where maybe we're missing something from the players when they're talking about.
Yeah.
We'll see. We're going to game 2. Scotty's on the play again.
Now Scotty's looking for Path Peril, obviously. He's looking for some amount of spot removal. We are seeing
Scotty wants to go.
Takanuma, Mutavault. There's a Thought Season there, I believe. He's going down to 6 pretty quickly, and so is Chris. It makes sense why Scotty's mulliganing. He's looking specifically for removal and board wipes, or turn 3 Sorin.
So now on the play, as Scotty, I would keep a hand with Thoughtseize if it didn't have a decide removal spell. I think being able to do your dex combo, which is Thoughtseize the player who mulligan, is really effective at slowing them down and stopping them from playing their meaningful spells. When Chris plays the 1/1s for 1 that die and deal a damage, you don't really care. It's when he plays the Skirk Prospector into stuff like Runeveld Hordemaster or Conspicuous Snoop is when you really start sweating. And I think being able to take those cards out of his hand means that Chris is essentially dead in the water. And I think that's what you need to do in this matchup if you're not just fatal pushing the threats.
Yeah, you got to pick and choose your battles.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think Chris needs to pick his poison.
Chris will be picking many poisons, hopefully, if all is going according to plan.
Yeah.
I am kind of rooting for vampires, not gonna lie, even though they're kind of the boogeyman of the format. The balls to the wall aggro decks have never really been my kind of vibe, and Chris has personally wronged me several times with his deck. And deck.
This is a slam keep, I think, for Scotty.
Yeah,
We got lands, we got spells, we got removal spells.
How many lands did you see?
I saw at least 3.
Okay. Because he just bottomed 1.
Yeah.
All right, Chris is going to 5.
Ooh.
So, you got to like Scotty's position
I
here.
think we might be going to a game 3. We'll see.
Yeah, we see he had, Scotty had Path of Peril, Fatal Push, couple
Right.
lands. It's really all you can ask for. There might not be a threat in there, but, he'll find one. There's like 20.
Oh, he'll find one. There are several threats in this matchup. I think most of them line up very well. Bloodtithe Harvester is a removal spell. Shieldred, Archfiend, they're all incredible. Shieldred in particular is a card that decks like Chris's have a lot of trouble with. just being able to stabilize.
But yeah, it's the way it goes. I think that Scotty's gonna be able to stabilize pretty well, especially given his hand, and Chris is going down to 5. So I do agree with you. We'll probably going out to game 3 here, but 5's still doable, especially with those decks if you can hit as hot as he did with the Snoop or whatever.
Especially on the draw. That's the really important part here. Is if Chris is on the play, I would not feel good in this position. Still don't.
Chris'
But
hand's pretty good. He's got Skirk Prospector. He's got a Pick Your Poison. He's got, a couple different things going on for him.
Sure.
I think he's pitching 2 lands, funny enough.
He has 2 in the hand anyways. Why not?
Yeah, it's valid.
You want to keep your spells, right? You don't want to run low. And his curve is so low anyways that...
He's keeping Skirk Prospector. Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay. Yeah, I mean, this was fine. It's Foundry Street, Copperline, Mountain, Pick Your Poison, and Skirk. That's okay. It's, obviously you wish it could always be better, but, on a mold of 5, what can you do? That's pretty solid for what he's asking for.
Man, sometimes you forget Foundry Street Denizen is legal in Pioneer. That's a card that...
I never even knew it was in Pioneer.
It's the kind of card that I died to a lot in Modern 10 years ago, but I've not seen it in a long time.
Yeah. Ooh, okay, he picked up a Bushwhacker.
All right, we're getting somewhere.
Yep.
Giving those creatures haste, being able to attack the turn, that means the Path of Peril is not nearly as good.
Loyalist. So I think he may have ditched the Denizen.
Sure.
Oh, no, it's not. That's Flame Charger.
If you're Scotty here, Chris's mold to 5. I would be very interested in just keeping the board clear.
I don't think I care too much about it just yet. You can wait till turn 3.
Oh, sure.
You know what I'm saying? You don't even have to play this Blood Tithe Harvester. You can just play land and pass.
I think I like casting the Harvester here. I like pushing Harvester, just curving out. You're just playing your cards. Chris is behind on cards anyways. 1-for-1ing him is totally fine.
Yeah, that's fair. I guess I just want to get the most value out of my cards.
Oh, I mean,
and I'll take some damage in order.
I also love taking the most value out of my cards. It is worth noting that Bloodtithe Harvester does die to Path of Peril, so there might be some necessary play arounds here. Maybe Scotty will instead sacrifice Harvester, potentially keep the board relatively clear, and then wipe later. Path doesn't hit Bushwhacker though, so that could be a potential issue. What is this? This is a
That's
fountain.
the legend. It's the Lord. Excuse me.
Oh, the Lord. Yes, Runevelt Lord Master.
Here's a Mutavault. Horde Master is going to get read by Scotty. Totally understandable.
Horde Master is the kind of card you just can't leave on the battlefield.
Well, he doesn't, because he used the Fatal Push, he doesn't have a clean answer to
He
it.
has Bloodtithe Harvester, I think.
Yeah, I'm not interested in stacking Blood Tithe.
I think that's totally fine. I think it's the kind of card where if you Path of Peril into a board, he just exiles a bunch of cards on the top of his library,
Yeah, that's
right?
fair. Yeah. Okay.
And Scotty has this late game of the Vein Ripper in hand. He really just needs to find land.
Yeah.
Or pitch lands to draw.
Bane Ripper's going to get ripped apart by a Pick Your Poison.
This is true.
But
We'll see if Chris can claw his way back into this matchup after a mold of 5. Being on the draw is not necessarily the worst thing in the world.
he might be able to.
Right, get the Denizen off of the Horde Master, get the Skirk Prospector. Now he's got 3 cards left.
Thoughtseize was a really good pickup.
It's fantastic.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh, this bodes so badly for Scotty, man.
Right.
Once again, Scotty doesn't even know, dude. Scotty doesn't even know. Oh, Jesus. Pick your poison. Down.
What do you think he chose?
Enchantment.
Anyone could guess. Gonna den of the Bugbear, gonna smack the Sorin down a little bit. And now Chris has clawed his way back in.
Yep.
There is still the Path of Peril. I don't know if Chris is playing around that or kind of just holding his cards close to his chest. But being able to cast a spell into Reckless Bushwhacker next turn bodes well.
Yeah.
If Scotty doesn't decide to path this turn.
I am 100% firing off the Thoughtseize into Path of Peril if I need to.
I like that line a lot. You would untap land. You just need to stop Chris while you try to find some gas, something to do.
Yeah, I actually take it back. I don't think you can actually do that line. All right, well, here's Thoughtseize. We're going to see a second Pick Your Poison and a Reckless Bushwhacker. I'm probably taking the Bushwhacker. And just say I'm not going to do shit with excuse me, I'm not gonna be Vein Rippering this game.
But I'm not super scared about this Bushwhacker anyways. I think if you wipe the board, take the Pick Your Poison, Chris is a 2-1 haste, alright, and Scotty takes the Bushwhacker.
You know, he's so far away from
It's true.
Pick Your Poison mattering.
It's true.
There's no Vein Ripper or Soren in it. He's getting aggressive.
Wow.
I love to see it, Scotty.
Scotty not play a land?
No, not yet.
Okay.
There's no like rush.
Oh, sure.
If he peels Fable, he can pitch it to Fable.
Right. Now, if I'm Scotty, the card I'm worried about right now, I'm not super worried about the board, is the Den of the Bugbear.
Yeah.
That card's really good at cleaning up games.
Yep.
It's really good at playing, activating after board wipe. Chris obviously isn't quite there yet.
He did draw Fable, but he did decide to play the land,
Yeah.
which is quite
I
interesting.
I like this. This is fine. Just clean up the board, play the Fable next turn.
Yeah, I kind of liked holding the Cavern of Souls to pitch to Fable though.
Sure. I think it really just depends on what your plan is for the game.
Yeah.
The Fable in and of itself is good enough. It's 2 bodies. It'll help stabilize. He has the Mutavault anyways. Maybe being able to play a Fable. Maybe he plays the land this turn to be able to activate the Mutavault.
Yep.
Or maybe you hold on to it to discard. We don't know.
Well, here's Fable. He'll get a 2/2. He's probably gonna hold the lands.
It's gonna
Which is totally valid. Oh.
and now,
Yeah, he wants to keep around the token.
Right.
Or not. Okay, I'm just wrong.
sure.
He's going to get aggressive, knock Chris down to 14.
Now, Chris really needs some way
I don't even know what that is.
to gain some card advantage. Because he's just drawing off the top of his library. A Snoop here would be really good. A Horde Master might help climb back in. He almost got there, the Path of Peril. Scotty was really good about holding that Path of Peril for an extra turn. Just make sure he gets another creature off of it.
Well, he gets a 1 redraw if he wants it. This is why I liked holding the land. Oh, it's another Fable.
Ooh.
I am not pitching that one.
I don't think so. It's just gas.
Yeah. Attack for 4. Say
Trigger, get your treasure
sure.
token.
Get a treasure.
Nice.
Down to 10.
Slam the Fable.
+2.
And there's not a lot that gets Chris out of this situation.
Yeah, Chris is pretty far behind. Well, here's a Fable activation. He can just block, or Den activation. He can just block with the token. He'll take 1, go to 14, and then I think that Scotty's got this one pretty wrapped up.
Yep. Chris is going to take his time. Analyze his lines. He's got the Pick Your Poison. It's not doing a whole lot here. You probably want to hold on to the Vein Ripper anyways.
Yeah.
Double Fable just runs away with the game if you're not applying enough pressure, in which case Chris is 1, potentially 2 creatures.
So the question is does Scotty want to fire off this Pick Your Poison naming enchantment?
You mean Chris?
Yeah, sorry.
I don't think so. I think it's the kind of thing where like you do that and then Scotty rips your Vein Ripper and you just die.
Yeah, that's fair. Just feels so awkward.
Oh, it does. I mean, Chris is controlling the board a little bit, forcing the block, not forcing the block, but allowing the block with the Den of the Bugbear. Chris doesn't need more lands.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Chris is drawing pretty dead.
Yeah,
You know, and he did good job stabilizing with 5 cards.
for sure.
you know.
Yeah,
But
2 more cards could
Scotty-
have gotten him somewhere, but yeah,
Scotty definitely just kind of had it all.
sure.
Um,
Scotty drew very well as well, yeah, I agree.
But Chris also drew well. You know,
sure.
he had
he had the pick your poison answer for Vein Ripper. You know, he's drawing gas. It's just these extra 2 cards were just too much for Chris to overcome this
Yeah,
game.
man, it's just spell after spell after spell.
Yeah, yep. And the Fables help, you know, push that narrative even.
For sure. All right. Really one more turn to untap and see what you get.
Looks like it's a land. I think they're going to get
Yeah, looks like we're going to game 3.
Yep. It's tough.
Oh, for sure.
In the streets.
The streets.
Of Herndon, Virginia.
Yeah, these
at
Recto streets.
Gaming Arena, a place that all of you guys should check out.
Oh, yeah.
If you're in the Herndon area or in the Northern Virginia area. And
Yeah, maybe you'll play against Scotty on stream.
Maybe. You can play against him here on stream.
For sure.
Or against my roommate and future Pro Tour player, Joshua Ting.
Oh, yeah.
Or current Pro Tour player, Jay Wachikowski.
Yeah. Many of these players will be at Dallas next weekend, playing the regional championship for Standard.
Yep, where they'll all be fighting for spots in the next P team.
Top 64, I believe.
Yeah, top 64, baby.
Is it still top 2 for Worlds? I believe.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know that much about the RC circuit, to be honest with you. I haven't really given my all into trying to qualify the last couple seasons.
You gotta. It's a big time commitment for sure.
Although modern season,
Modern season's gonna be fun. MH3 is gonna be cool.
excited.
Or it's gonna be a good time. Some really fun cards getting printed. A lot of old cards kind of making light again. I hear rumors of Dredge being good with the Blue Flare and Narcomoeba and Prized Amalgam. Cephalid Coliseum being printed into the format.
Rad.
It's really sweet.
Cards are really sweet. Buried Alive being printed into modern
yeah.
would be a blast. Kappa Cannoneer. Although I don't think it's going to be that good. I'm really sad to say. I don't think that you know, Artifacts is a deck yet. I think it's close.
It's
but
close. It's probably slower than it wants to be.
Yeah,
you know.
exactly. You know, the 0-drops don't really do much in the format.
Yeah.
You know, and they just printed Meltdown into the format.
This
too.
is true. Yeah.
Just makes
Self-regulating itself,
Yeah,
right?
literally.
Yeah. Orca Spellmasters for the wondering.
Kill me.
Yeah. You cash in the fire. They always seem to print something in those sets that helps deal with it. Like Pick Your Poison. It kind of is from Murders at Karlov Manor.
Yep. Yeah, you know, you have Bowmasters for the One Ring.
Yeah. Well, you also have Cash in the Fire for Bowmasters and the One Ring. Yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty good at. Well, I mean, because the set's designed for limited, you would assume that they have a lot of
Right.
answers to the specific cards in the set.
For sure. It looks like both players kept 7 this game.
Now, it looks like Chris led off with, is that a Charger?
It had haste. So maybe a Loyalist?
It's a 1/1 Goblin that does stuff that people don't know about.
Oh, yeah. Don't know about yet.
Yet. Damn straight.
Scotty's certainly going to learn in this matchup.
Oh my gosh, is he? Didn't get a good look at either player's hand. I was busy chatting with my pal over here.
Oh, yeah.
Here's a Horde, the Lord.
Runebelt Hordemaster. So Runebelt Hordemaster is a really good piece of... Oh, there's a Fatal Push. It's a really good piece of insurance against these board wipes that Scotty might be playing.
Yeah.
Just being able to turn those cards into more cards means that you're not just getting 3 for 1 in any given turn.
Huge. Absolutely. Oh, that's a good pickup for Scotty.
It's a great pickup for Scotty.
So, looks like Scotty drew Path of Peril for the viewers at home who might not be able to see from the glare. So we have Path of Peril, we have Cavern, we have Loyalist. Loyalist will draw him a card. Let's see what he gets.
In Zealot?
I couldn't see Jack. So Pat, you pick up Thoughtseize.
All right.
He has another Loyalist in hand, Thoughtseize, Swamp Cavern, Path.
We've got the Bushwhacker. Trigger and then rumble everybody in. Everyone's first strike, so there's no chance of Chris losing these creatures this turn.
Yeah.
I wonder if he just chumped the most damage to the Dusk Legion Zealot, cast a Path of Peril next turn.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's exactly what Chris is going to do.
Chris is left with
There's
a...
a Blood type Harvester in hand also, and a Sorin. So he's close. He's very close to doing what he wants to be doing.
Taking names and ripping veins.
Yeah. I think he's going to do exactly what Ben's saying and chump block the most damage, which is 3, I believe, and take 4, go to 14, untap, play land, Path Peril.
Right.
I believe Chris has 2 or 3 cards off the hand from the looks of it.
I saw the Adventures in Forgotten Realms uncommon goblin. I think it's goblin. Oh boy, this one's really testing my my format knowledge. Battlecry goblin, I believe is the name of the card. It's the one you can activate to pump to.
No, he played it on turn 1.
Battlecry goblin.
He played that goblin on turn 1.
Oh, here.
I think it's a Fireblade Charger. Oh, well, he just sent it to the graveyard. Okay.
And now it is dead.
Yep. Looks like Scotty's hand is Land, Foundry Street Denizen, or is that... Oh, there's Battlecry Goblin.
Yeah,
now
this card.
Yeah. I know the card, but I wasn't...
Yeah.
on turn 1.
Got us a little pump. Get going with the 1/1 tapped an attacking creature. You're swinging for 7 out of nowhere here.
Yeah.
Card seen some legacy play.
It does... Well, it did.
It did, sure.
Mind Goblin is now gone. Also, just ignore the timer on the side. It's top 8. These rounds are untimed. We'll get that removed between rounds. So, Scotty's in some danger. Oh, he just peeled Vein Ripper.
Ooh, Soren Vein Ripper. All right.
So
now we have a game.
We got a game. But
Interestingly enough,
I don't think it's enough.
it might not be.
I don't think so.
Looks like with the
I'm probably just running out 2 creatures. Right?
man.
So you know what you do.
Yeah.
What you do is you pump once before combat, swing,
Yeah.
and then
You pump again.
Pump again.
Oh,
so that way
that's
the extra
sweet.
token gets another
Everything gets
negative
+2,
trigger.
+2.
Yep. So the problem is that would kill Scotty even through him playing 2 creatures because he loses a life and draws a card off of this Legion, off of the Loyalist.
I think Scotty's working through this.
Yep. I don't know what his draw could be here that would.
There's no Mutavault. There's no play Soren, uptick, throw Mutavault at a creature, gain some life.
Yeah. Well, so it's probably play Loyalist. I would play Loyalist, draw a card, go to 4, try and hit an untapped
Oh,
land,
sure.
hit
And then Soren, throw
and
it.
then throw it at the other guy.
Okay, instead we're going to see a Harvester. Probably the Loyalist this turn as well. It's the other 2-mana card in his hand. Draw a card, go to 4.
But
But then you're
just down
taking,
board.
yeah, dead on board. Wow.
Yeah.
This seems like a bad matchup for Chris, too.
It doesn't seem great for him. And I think he did. Did he draw an untapped land? He did draw an untapped land. He didn't play land for turn yet, right?
I don't think he did. Because that was Chris's turn 4 when he played the 4th land, and Scotty was on the draw, so we should...
No.
Oh, you're right.
I guess he did play a 4th land already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Chris just an absolute masterclass here, being able to...
Does he see the second pump? Well, he'll just do it post.
Yeah.
Or post block.
Post block.
Yeah. It's 2-3.
Let's put...
Pump. That's tough.
That's game.
That's tough. Yeah.
Wow.
We'll go ask him about the line in game 1.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm sure you didn't see the first strike line. That's
Oh,
not-
yeah. Yeah, that was really hard. A lot of text on the old cards that have see no play anymore. Yeah.
Well, that'll be it for the quarterfinals. We'll be back in a little bit with the semifinal match. There is a Niv Mizzet matchup going on, so that one might take a little while.
We'll see.
But
Yeah.
we'll get to you guys as soon as we possibly can. All right, so hang tight. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be back soon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Thank you so much for waiting. We have the next set, which is essentially the finals.
Right.
Two-slot
Potentially the last
RCQ,
matchup of this
semifinal.
tournament.
Yep. So this is going to be Rakdos Sack, Rakdos Transmog versus Phoenix. We have Rachel, who we've seen on camera twice before, in blue, and we have Johnny, I believe is his name?
Johnny Rojas.
Johnny Rojas, in red, who is on Rakdos Transmog. We have seen various iterations of Black Red versus Phoenix today, but we have not seen this exact one.
This matchup's cool.
Yeah. So do you want to talk about it a little bit how this Transmog deck works?
Yeah, I've played against Johnny a couple times on this list. Essentially, Johnny wants to take a token, either from something like Case the Stashed Skeleton, or Obnixilus the Adversary, or Fable the Mirror Breaker, and transmogrify it, which, if you're familiar with Creativity in Modern, or Polymorph, turns that creature into a creature in his deck. And the only creature he's playing in his deck is a Traxa Grand Unifier. And so it's essentially this, it's a riff on the Pioneer Creativity list where you go for Xenagos into Worldspine Worm to deal 30. Instead, this is a more value-oriented deck that finds Atraxa, which is a giant lifelink that essentially draws you a bunch of cards. It's an angel, it's hard to get around, it's hard to beat, it's hard to outgrind that value that he'll achieve. This is a Giganta deck. Atraxa's cost is one of all the non-red colors and 3 generic. And I'll have to see if Johnny's playing any alt threats in the board. Looks like
no.
just Giganta counts. Giganta.
You love just shitting on Giganta,
Man, the card's terrible.
No, it's not.
I've played decks that are good with the Giganta. This deck is probably much better with Giganta. You can transmog the Giganta into an Atraxa. I can buy that.
Ew.
Heroic with such a low land count is just such a beating if you to buy the Giganta and play it.
Yeah, but I mean, you gotta give yourself outs, right?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'll give myself out by not playing Giganta. The card's fine. The card's fine.
Myself out by going in the back.
Yeah, companions are inherently a broken mechanic. They're inherently really good. I'm allowed to dislike one of them.
I totally get it. I have been crapping on Waste Not all day, so it's fine. I believe that Rojas is going down to 6.
Okay.
And Rachel's keeping 7.
Yeah.
Could be wrong. I'm not sure who has the play here.
My read on this matchup is that if
Are they rolling dice?
obviously the goal for Rachel is to keep Atraxa off the board. That's the biggest goal. She has some answers to it, Brazen Bar or Otawara.
Yeah, but not. She only has Adwara and main board.
Right.
There's no main board Brazen Bar.
Okay, but the Phoenix deck plays the control game really well. It's got a lot of single target removal spells. It's got a lot of slow grindy card advantage. It's got a lot of flyers that Johnny might have some trouble dealing with. I'm inclined to say that Phoenix is favored here, but Johnny has hand disruption. Johnny has removal.
And that's what I was just looking at. You know, we're seeing Johnny's list. He has 4 Thoughtseize, 1 Duress. He also has 1 Extinction Event in the main. So that's going to do a lot of work here. He is down a mold of 5. But, you know, he's going to take it. He has Thoughtseize. He's got some lands. I don't know what that other card in hand is. It's a Case. Case of the Stashed Skeleton.
Oh, that card's sweet.
We're going to start off with a Thoughtseize here. Rachel reveals
7 cards.
Seven barely legible cards. I know there's several lands in there. There's
Ashiok.
Ashiok, Fiery Impulse, a Sleight of Hand. I want to say that there was an Opt there too, but I don't necessarily remember. I've been talking a lot about Magic today, so my brain.
There's a little fried here, yeah. Johnny doesn't really care if the skeleton dies for the Case, as long as he's not targeting with the Transmogrify. Once the Case gets solved, it turns into Demonic Tutor, which lets him find stuff. The Silver Bolts in the main board. It's not quite as powerful as
Yeah, as
the
far as
nib
Silver
cards.
Bullets, we have. What is the Dead Marshes?
oh,
It's Urborg.
it's Urborg, yeah.
There's not really many Silver Bullets in here. Really, just Extinction Event.
Extinction
if anything.
Event, sure.
Or just getting additional transmogs.
Grab your
that
transmog, yeah.
cycle through Atraxas.
I do have to ask Johnny how often he hardcasts Atraxa playing Fable the Mirror Breaker, playing Murex. I wonder if that ever comes up.
I don't know. We'll see Rachel resolve a Ledger Shredder here. Does Johnny has 4 fatal pushes. Okay. So I haven't liked casting Ledger Shredder on 2 and just having it hide rules.
I mean, in Modern, I love doing that with the Mishra's Bobble.
Yeah, I guess.
But in this format, I think Rachel might be identifying she's the beatdown. I'm not sure if she's in this stage of the game, this phase of the game before Johnny's able to get to 4 mana.
Can I
If it's
interest you in the Star City Games
oh,
article?
yeah, the absolute classic.
Who is the beatdown?
Yeah, but I think at least my read on this, we don't have player audio, but I believe that developing a threat and being able to push damage, it's the classic Delver versus Sneak and Show. Being able to push damage, being able to back that up with removal and counter spells to the best of her ability. Phoenix isn't super well set up for that game 1. But having this Ledger Shredder and having this mana open for the rest of the game forces Johnny to be proactive, to do something. Rachel's not inclined to kill this skeleton to solve the case, but also the skeleton's a 2-1 with Menace that
So
needs
here's
for damage.
the thing, right? It's that with Ashiok out, he can't search his deck anyway.
Right.
So you know this skeleton is gonna go after Ashiok, and it has Menace.
Right.
So she does have a Fiery Impulse in hand.
Sure.
You know, so I think that next turn you're gonna see that that skeleton get shot down because he can't like he
Right.
can't
That makes
push it.
sense. Yeah.
He doesn't have any reason. He can't pressure that Ashiok anyway, and that Ashiok can just sit on board. You know, in the main, he doesn't really have any solid answers outside of like Obnixilis, I guess, to answer Ashiok in the first
You
place.
playing Bitter Triumph or Molten Collapse?
There is, I think there's a shield. There's 2 shield edicts. So I can
Edicts,
stand
okay.
for
So there's an answer to
Yeah,
Ashiok,
there
but it's
are answers to Ashiok.
right.
But there's 2. You
Right.
know?
It's not one you're super excited.
I would be tempted, you know, and here's the, Rachel has had a great pickup. She just drew a Treasure Cruise.
Oh, wonderful.
You know? So she can Treasure Cruise, draw 3 cards.
What a card.
Trigger Shredder first. Pitch this Phoenix. Oof.
Man.
That feels pretty good.
Yeah, I'm going to start doing the thing the deck wants to do.
Here's the Lightning Axe, another Ashiok. Oh no, I'm sorry, that was a Ledger Shredder, excuse me.
Did Johnny pick up the Gigantha?
Yeah, Johnny picked up Gigantha. Because it's a good card.
I can buy that in this deck, yes. I can agree with that. I think in Heroic, I'm not as much a fan.
Alright, so we will see Johnny draw a card. He's going to go digging for Shielder's Edict.
Of
Finds
note,
a Thoughtseize, totally reasonable and not a bad draw
right.
here at all.
Of note, the case won't solve until Johnny's end step. So he can, even if he gets rid of the Ashiok, he can't tutor this turn.
Yeah, correct. What does that pick up for Johnny?
Ooh, he's got a Thoughtseize. He's got,
Oh, I think it's an Obnixilis.
ooh,
Yeah, that's a good one. So he can play land, go Obnixilis, Thoughtseize. Not a bad place to start.
he doesn't have a card to sacrifice to the Obnixilis, which means it's just the
It's just gonna
Planeswalker.
die.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. That's valid.
To the Flyers.
Yeah. Then, alternatively, he can draw a card and then Thoughtseize. Drew a second Obnixilis. He's really good at drawing on
Yeah.
the fly. Okay, so we will see. I don't think he's going to shock in this land. I think he's just going to cast Thoughtseize and pass turn.
Sure.
Well, he'll play a land first.
Oh, right.
So we have a Hall. That is okay. We have a Hall, the Storm Giants, Ledger Shredder, Lightning Axe, Picklock Prankster, and Impulse. If I'm him, I am taking Lightning Axe.
Sure. It's a discard outlet.
Yep.
It's the biggest thing that can target the tracks if he gets one on board.
Yep, you can definitely make a case for Picklock Prankster as well.
Sure.
But I think it's one of those 2, and I don't think it's particularly close.
Sure.
Rachel just is trying to keep Atraxa off the board, right?
Right. Once Atraxa lands, it's difficult for Phoenix to get rid of in any efficient manner. And if you do get rid of it, it's the kind of card that sets you back a lot of cards.
Yeah.
like casting a Lightning Axe and a Fiery Impulse and discarding a card, yes, it gets attracted off the board, but also you have no more cards left. So I don't disagree that Picklock Prankster or Lightning Axe are the better cards to take here. I'm leaning a little bit more towards Picklock Prankster just because it finds the Phoenixes. It finds it's a threat by itself, whereas Lightning Axe kind of demands to be discarded with another card.
It can
But
also find additional copies of Lightning Axe, right?
yeah, it can. And that's the card that Johnny ends up taking. Makes sense.
Totally reasonable.
So Rachel is not activating this Ashiok.
Yeah, and she has no reason to. You know, she knows that Obnixilus is a card. It can just ping off something. So I don't think that it's smart to be taking it down. It's done everything it's needed to. The only reason to be down taking it is if you draw a Treasure Cruise.
Sure.
Well, she down taking it. So I stand corrected, and I have been proven wrong several times in this stream. You know, I mean, this could also just be her trying to hit another Phoenix, looking for more gas, saying, you know, I don't have a picklock anymore.
Right.
That would dig me 4 cards normally, so let's dig 4 cards.
Right. And I was speaking with Rachel during the break, and we talked about one of the matches earlier where she targeted a Vein Ripper with a Lightning Axe, discarding a card.
Yep.
And she was challenge checking her opponent to clarify the line. But Rachel's the kind of player that knows how to take in a given situation or scenario and try to make the best out of it and try to find the best line. And sometimes you just have to challenge check your opponent. Sometimes you have to make them remember the ward trigger.
Yeah.
So I trust Rachel in that. Maybe just down taking the Ashiok, finding those Phoenixes, finding those spells is more important than keeping it around with the tutor effect off of the case.
Okay. You see Johnny scoop it up.
Right. It seems like Rachel kind of got a really good foothold in that game, holding up removal, holding up
Chipped
interaction.
away at life before we even knew it. You know,
Right.
Johnny was at 5.
Yeah, absolutely. And that the Phoenix deck is sneaky like that. Sometimes it gets you in one big extra turn, hit you for a bunch of damage in a game, and sometimes it just chips away at you, and all of a sudden you're staring down 2 flyers and you can't kill them.
Yeah. So looking over at sideboards, we'll go through Johnny's first since we've gone over Rachel's
I've
today.
seen 3 go blank.
Yeah, so we're looking at 1 cut down, 2 rending volley, 3 go blank, 2 duress, 2 leyline of the void, 1 Liliana of the Veil, 1 Obnixilus, 2 damping sphere, 1 Gigantha. Obviously go blank.
A lot of respect for that. A lot of respect for Leyland on the Void.
You can make a case for duress also.
Sure.
So that's really what you're looking at, about 7 cards. I don't care too much about any other cards in here.
I think 2 Leyland on the Void's an interesting number.
Yeah.
I'd like to talk to him about that. I'm just curious as to how we got to that number.
Yeah.
Because if you're already playing it, why not play 4, right? Why not?
So in Legacy, a lot of decks play 3.
Sure.
Decks play 3. But I think you need the upper echelon of numbers there. You need 3 or 4. I don't
Right.
like 2 because it's just such a bad draw.
I think playing Leyland on the Void and go blank signifies the deck has a bad matchup into a graveyard deck, right? Either that be Amalia or Phoenix. Effective into both of those. You say Grease Fang?
No, I said 100% agree.
Okay, I was going to say Grease Fang.
That is
I've not heard that name in a very long time.
Looking over at Rachel's sideboard, we have 1 Spell Pierce, 1 Negate, 2 Kraken Drakes, 1 Young Pyromancer, aka Young Peasy.
Young Peasy.
2 Mystical Disputes, 2 Fable Mirror Breakers, 1 Ashiok, 2 Angry Gods, 2 Enlightened Thirst, 1 Torch the Tower. I like Fable.
Sure.
I like Ashiok. Spell Pierce and Negate both seem great. And I'm probably boarding in both Kraken Drakes and the Young Pyromancer.
Sure.
I think that there are 2 fundamental ways in which you can tackle the Atraxa decks, right? You can either go big or you can go wide. Go big is worse because Atraxa has Death Touch and whatever you're trading with Atraxa, but your big things die, right? The other alternative is you get to slam Young Pyromancer. They don't have a way to remove it for several turns. You have 9 dudes on board, and even if they play an Atraxa, you can bounce it and still just kill them.
Sure.
Right. I think that both lines are fine. I don't know if you have to dictate or figure out which one you want to do ahead of time in this matchup.
Right, and it's a bit Magical Christmas Land-esque to resolve a Pyromancer against the decks with removal spells in them.
Yeah.
But if it runs away with the game, it certainly does. It's certainly the kind of card that can really command attention and command interaction. Otherwise, you can find yourself being buried under the elementals that it creates.
Yeah. But one other thing to note is that, these combo decks, they only have so many removal spells, right?
Right.
You know, like they're not boarding any sweepers or anything like that. I don't even think Johnny has sweepers in the 75. But you can just crush. You know, you can just go wide and crush. And if they don't have their removal spell for 2 turns, which isn't unheard of, you know, then you can just run away with the game with Young Pyromancer, right?
Sure. The card to note is that getting rid of putting Leyland of the Void in your deck means that you get rid of Giganta. I'm not sure if Johnny is or isn't playing a post board. He has it moved to the center of his board.
Yeah.
And see if there's any other cards in his board that would mean that he doesn't get to play Giganta anymore. And I don't see Liliana the Veil, but I don't think you necessarily bring that in against Phoenix. I think the discard effect can be negative. It can be fine. It's the kind of card that, like, it's not terrible, but I'm not excited to bring it in.
I would be okay with it if you had more than 2 copies of Go Blank. Or 3. I think
Sure.
Like any deck with 4 Go Blanks, I say sure you can have it.
Right.
You know, but
Like, it hits the Drake, it hits the Ledger Shredder, but you're already playing Fatal Push, and you're already playing other 1-mana removal spells. I do. My gut reaction is that Johnny, this is not a great matchup.
10 cards.
Right. Yeah. All right. We brought in. That makes a lot of sense. By Giganta, we're gonna put Leyland of the Void in our main deck, and
So we trimmed in a Traxa, interestingly enough.
it's probably the kind of card that once it lands, it's there, right?
Yeah.
It's you don't need more Atraxes.
Yeah.
Is he playing 4 on the main board or 3?
He was playing 3.
3.
So
Okay.
he's down to 2.
Down to 2. Probably doesn't want to draw it.
Yeah.
It's your Garnet, as they say. The Garnet being, I believe it's a Yu-Gi-Oh reference. But it's
a basketball reference.
oh really?
Garnet.
Okay. Well, it's the kind of thing where it's like there are cards in your deck that you want to find, but you don't want to draw them. It's not part of your primary game plan. It can be actively detrimental.
Yeah. All right, we'll see Johnny lead off with a Duress here. Rachel is going to share a bunch of cards that are unseeable. We have a Hall, a Spire Bluff, and Opt. Considers down.
Considers gone.
A Ledger Shredder. It looks like 2 Ops, maybe even a 3rd Ops. I don't fully know.
Well, yeah, it looks like Rachel kept one of those hands. It's just a bunch of cantrips.
Yep. There's a Ledger Shredder though, so it's
Sure.
you know.
That, I mean, to me, that reads that Johnny is a removal spell for sure.
Yeah.
That's a great top deck there.
Yes, it is. All right. So if you're Rachel, are you playing this? Okay. Here's a bunch of lands. If you're Rachel, if I'm Rachel, I'm playing the Shredder on 3.
Okay.
You know, if you're not,
She's got the op. She's got the shredder.
yeah. Well,
Oh, there goes the treasure cruise.
yep. 5 Cruise. Your hand is cantrips and a Shredder.
Yep.
I am absolutely playing the Shredder on 3.
I mean, the problem there is you play shredder on 3, and then Johnny gets to play transmog on 4.
Yeah, that's fair. It's definitely awkward. I think. Well, I mean, I think that this coming turn. Well, sleight of hand's not bad. I think you just have to cantrip. Okay. So it's very clear that these Phoenix players just don't really care about protecting a Shredder or digging deeper. You know, for full context, viewers at home, I was playing this blue-black deck that really wanted to see extra cards. But I guess that you don't really have to worry too much about that in the Phoenix deck.
I think it's the kind of thing I would trust Rachel's judgment on this. I think you just want to develop your threat. I want to play your threat. You do have an opening here. If you can find another shredder, if you can find something to just put something on board. Rachel didn't manage to find that, and now if Johnny's able to cast, I haven't seen his hand of Fable or even the Mutable you can transmog. Just these threats that Rachel really doesn't want to be targeted. But she doesn't have any rule spells.
Yeah. Wordna, I see you and I hear you. Unfortunately, one of the lights is we're unable to turn it off. That would require a ladder, and we would have to interrupt the games. And, we can't actually turn it off at the moment, sadly. So we do have to deal with the glare. For future events, make sure the TO is well aware of the issues with the feature match area, so that way it doesn't happen again.
Right. We need some light diffusers or something.
Some light diffusers, yeah. Let's just throw a rock at it. But we do have to deal with it for this last round, and then for future events that won't be an issue. I do appreciate the people who have been watching for the day. and listening in, and tuning in.
Thanks for
but
tuning in.
We are doing our best to mitigate that and direct the players that there is a glare. So we'll see if any of this, helps. But we are just kind of stuck with it this time. But thank you for bringing it to our attention. I'm sorry about that. You'll see Rachel opted, played Tapland. That was a Hall of
Ooh,
Storm
we got
Giants.
a Mirex going on Johnny's side over here. I thought that was a Mutavault. That was wrong.
Well,
There's
a
the Mutavault.
Here's a Den activation. Gonna
Ooh, man.
hit the Den.
Gonna blow out. One, get
Attacks
that
for
toxic
one.
going.
Yeah.
I don't know if we have a way of... Hey, there we go. All right, a way to
Ayo.
track the toxic.
Mirex is a really spicy card in these decks, just because they're token generators every turn and can apply pressure, but also because they make things that can get hit with transmog.
For sure.
So, Johnny's hand unfortunately is not great. It is just 3 lands. But Rachel's hand isn't great either. She is casting a Phoenix and is getting in there. That's a duress. Not really what he's looking for.
I think he's going to fire it off this
Oh,
turn,
of course,
though.
there's no
yeah.
reason for him not to. And he can just start bashing in for some damage. I'm surprised that he didn't attack with Mutavault, but I guess he would just rather prioritize making the token.
I could track. I mean, making more bodies, there's so much removal that this Phoenix deck plays
Yeah.
that just making your 2/2 into a creature that can die. That being said, it's probably not what Rachel wants to be killing here.
Yeah.
She wants to save that for the transmog, because I think that's still how she loses the game. I think she can definitely draw out of this situation. I think she has so many tools that are available to her here.
Yep, here's a sleight of hand.
All right, maybe we can find some action off of this. Maybe looking for a treasure cruise would be ideal.
Lightning Axe, Ledger Shredder. Taking the Ledger.
Sure, I guess increase your clock. Try to get
Yep.
the ball rolling.
Attack for 3.
Yeah, I mean,
It is interesting that Johnny did not go for the duress.
I assume he's making a Mirex token, but I'm not sure why he didn't play the
Well,
duress.
yeah,
Maybe it's for the turn he tries to play the
Yeah, just to
transmog?
make sure the coast is clear.
Sure.
And Johnny is on the back foot here,
Yeah.
Rachel has clean answers to these tokens in the name of Ledger Shredder.
Neither of their decks are really giving them a whole lot. The benefit to Phoenix, though, is you have so many cantrips that once you start with one, you might be able to find another one, or some gas, or something.
Johnny just drew a transmog.
Ooh,
so
this is
game's
exciting.
probably over.
We'll see. If Rachel can somehow find
Brazen Borrower.
Brazen Borrower, if Rachel can somehow find or draw an Otawara if she hasn't already played it. Trigger the Shredder.
Consider. Okay.
Maybe we'll find a Spell Pierce off the Consider. Been that draw. It resolves. All right.
Uh-oh.
Here comes the Atraxa. And this is where, as a Phoenix player, your stomach has to drop. This is the kind of,
Playing for a qualification.
yeah, bringing in Damping Sphere. Interesting.
I think that this matchup isn't good for Johnny. I think that he has to board in as many cards as possible. Damping Sphere isn't a card that really affects him at all. He's usually casting a 1 card a turn, whereas Rachel, it will slow her down, right?
I'm inclined to agree that Johnny's unfavored in this matchup. I think Damping Sphere is the kind of card that you either have a really good feeling for why it's in your deck, or so when I play a regular Rakdos mid-range deck, I don't want Damping Sphere, but maybe Johnny has found that having access to Damping Sphere, shutting down the Phoenix player from really accelerating, gives him enough time to do the transmog thing.
Yeah.
And they're a little more constricted on mana than he is, and he's not really looking to play more than 1 or 2 spells a turn.
Yeah.
So I don't disagree with the logic. It's just something that surprises me.
I mean, let me take a look at his list again. Because it could also just be there's enough dead cards that he
That's
doesn't
true,
really feel
yeah.
like that it's just better, But in all honesty, I don't know. I know he cut all the cases.
Sure.
Probably just because there was an Ashiok.
Case?
Yeah,
Oh,
case of the Stash
I think he just
Skeleton.
revealed the case of the Stash Skeleton.
Oh, he did? Oh, okay,
Yeah.
never mind. I know he trimmed them. I saw him take a bunch out.
Sure.
But
The case probably just dies so easily to
Yeah.
any removal spell.
and
And
then
then,
Ashiok will prevent him from searching.
sure. I don't know if Rachel kept Ashiok in.
I would absolutely keep that shotgun.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe because it doesn't stop transmog, I guess. But it does stop stash skeleton, which I think is good enough.
Right. And now Rachel has
Now Rachel is just firmly on the back.
not a ton of time.
No. And Johnny just drew, what, 5 cards?
Something close to that.
Yeah. It's tough. She needs to find a bounce spell right here, right now.
And she finds a bounce spell. She's very much in this game.
That's a good start. That's a treasure
not bad.
cruise. Well, that negate is 1 turn too late.
Yikes. Run with the consider out. See if you can find something.
Yep.
Trigger a ledger shredder.
Just grab lands, consider. Oh, pause
She's
on
thinking about it.
I think that the only thing I could ever possibly think about keeping here is Odoir or Brazen Bar.
Ottawa, Brazen Borrower, maybe a lightning axe if she thinks she can find another piece.
Maybe.
But Johnny has another transmog in hand. He's just going to do it next turn. Though if she's able to fight through both Atraxas, Johnny's...
I haven't seen other transmog in there.
I believe he revealed one. Maybe he didn't take it. Maybe he thought it wasn't
I think there's
necessary.
a boss in there.
Or is that an extinction event he took instead? I can't tell.
She did keep the lightning axe.
Wow. I guess you can attack with the Phoenix and then kill Atraxa.
Yeah.
And it's not great, but you're not dead.
Yeah. Well,
The Shieldred's Edict.
yeah, there's a shoulder for turn.
Oh, and an extinction event.
Yep.
Johnny can cast the extinction event here ahead of time if he wants to exile both the Phoenix and the Ledger Shredder and attack for 7 off the 7 mana Atraxa,
Yep.
which I think is the line that he wants to take here.
I would agree.
We see the negate.
That's good. So Rachel's got a shot.
Absolutely.
She's got a shot.
And remember, a lot of these cards in hand are known information for Rachel. I don't think she knows about the Shieldred's Edict, but she does know about, I believe, the Damping Sphere.
Yeah. Yep. All right. That's a good one.
And there goes the Atraxa.
Yep. Ooh,
The
that's pretty
Prankster?
solid.
Yeah.
Yep.
Pitch that, put a counter. Looks like Johnny is wondering if it's correct to cast this Shieldred's Edict, which would trigger the Ledger Shredder, which I don't think he wants to necessarily do here. Oh, okay.
He's doing enough keeps.
Makes
so it
sense.
shouldn't trigger.
Right. I suppose this only really gets countered by a negate if she has one.
Yeah, she only has 1 in the 75, and she already
Okay.
used it, I think. Yeah.
Ooh, she hits another Picklock Prankster. Gonna do it again. Gonna trigger the Ledger Shredder if she wants to, but he just mills the card instead. Oh, that's brutal.
Brutal. Well,
Consider
that is Spell Pierce.
right, and she accesses the Phoenix's turn too.
Yeah.
This is she's found a really good way to turn this game into looking pretty tired, looking pretty okay.
Yeah. Yeah. That's an attack for 5. Alright, well now she's in a great spot. And Johnny hit another land, I think. But he can play Fable.
I like playing Fable here. It's your grindiest, most card value threat. You could play the Damping Sphere. It's a little late for that.
Yeah.
I almost just want to discard it to this Fable.
Yeah, so here's the problem, right? Is that Rachel is 1 land short of animating this land.
Sure.
And if she animates this land, you know, this Fable has to block pretty much. It does not have to, that's a strong term. But it would knock him down to, it would knock Johnny down to 5.
Sure.
That's kind of hard to come back from, you know. He gets to a point where he needs to transmog. I think, did she just pick up Odawara?
Well, that would be pretty good if she did.
That would be pretty good if she did. No.
I think that's
He has a
treasure.
She got a Phoenix though. It's going to increase the clock to. Is that a 2 counters on that shredder?
No, it's a +1/+1 counter.
+1/+1
It's just
counter.
a-
I
a
see.
counter
Okay.
die.
So
Yes, I
this is
think.
attack
It
for
might be 2.
8. She has 2-turn clock going on here. Johnny is representing, and we know he has the sphere in hand as well as an unknown, or maybe to her an unknown. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Oh, cast the
Mixer,
sure. Trigger the shredder.
Shredder. It's a land and fable.
Okay,
Pitch lands.
sure. Doesn't change the clock at all.
No, it doesn't. Let's have this 1 counter or 2.
He was at 15, wasn't he?
Yeah. We could have gotten the life totals wrong also.
Oh, that's very true.
It's not an impressive hand from Johnny.
2 cards, draw land.
Land and
Go blank.
Go blank doesn't really do what he wants here either. I think.
No.
Yep.
That's game. All right. Congratulations to Rachel. Rachel.
Well played by both parties.
Absolutely.
Rachel really navigated that game much better than I would have.
Yeah.
Maybe I shouldn't play Phoenix.
No more Insidious
That
Foods?
should do it. We're going to see if there's going to be a finals game. I doubt it. But we'll be back here to kind of let you all know what's going on. So thank you so much, and we'll be back soon.
All right.
All right. That'll do it. We have our 2 champions are not going to play it out. So this is where we bid you all adieu. The 2 champions were
Rachel and Jay.
Rachel and Jay. Rachel was on Blue Red Phoenix, and Jay was on Black Red Mid Range / Vampire. So, congratulations to both of them. But that'll just about do it.
All right. Yeah, thanks for tuning in. We'll see you, I suppose, in the next RCQ.
Yeah. It's been an absolute pleasure talking to you guys, and we hope to be back here in the booth soon. You guys stay safe, stay well, and we'll see you all another time.
All right, take care.
Thanks.